Domain Luo Feng was somewhat taken aback. Only Hong had his own domain on Earth, and Hong became the undisputed #1 on the planet because of it. However, according to Hong, it seemed that even Thunder God had his own domain now. That's impossible. How can that be? From the wrist cuff space, Babata's eyes were opened wide and he kept shouting out, "Domain, how can one planet suddenly come up with two who have their own domains, and they are both only Star Traveler warriors? This is just impossible. One's an abnormality. It's already like striking the lottery. How can there be two?" Babata, there's no need for such a ruckus. Luo Feng's thoughts communicated to him, if Thunder God having his own domain, then in a battle to the death with the golden horned beast, there's a little more hope. It's a good thing. Luo Feng's mood was extremely heavy. "No, Luo Feng, you don't understand. Within the virtual space," Babata said. "Let's put it this way, you're soaring shuttles, 3 big forms and 9 levels. The conditions for the 3rd form, you should remember, right?" I remembered, reach the universe level, multiplier at 48, and I must have my own domain. Only then can I train and put it to use. Luo Feng remembered clearly. 3 conditions, reaching the universe level is 1. What does that mean? It means even amongst the universe level warriors, there are those without their own domains. Universe level, normally, one galaxy only has one universe level, and they don't necessarily have their own domain. Babata couldn't help but say frantically, according to the 4 stages of basics perception domain world. Luo Feng, right now, you are only in the basics part of it. Even in the category of star-level warriors, very few of them actually have their own domain. For a Star Traveler level warrior to have their own domain, it's basically dumb luck. Striking the first prize in lottery. Earth already had Hong, and now even Thunder God too. From a theoretical standpoint, this is basically 1 out of trillions. Babata couldn't help but shout out. Luo Feng thought for a while. Babata's reaction did have its logic. One galaxy usually only produces one universe existence, and they didn't necessarily have their own domain. The probability of a Star Traveler warrior to have his own domain was basically impossible, and yet Earth had 2. That's good too. Babata nodded. This Thunder God having his own domain, if he and Hong teamed up with an ultimate life-sacrificing attack, they do indeed have some hope. There's hope. Luo Feng was surprised after hearing those 2 words from Babata. "Oh, Luo Feng, you haven't muddled around in the universe before. You don't know how hard it is to acquire one's own domain. If Hong and Thunder God were to be discovered in the universe, they would either be killed by others who are jealous, or invited to join some big organization. Star Travelers who have their own domains are definitely labeled as geniuses. And warriors with their own domains, once they risk it all, will be very scary, because they can use their genes and cells, body power, spirit and mental strength, consciousness all joined together. They can resonate with the space in the universe," Babata explained, "and when they risk it all, their souls will burn. This combination of powers causes their strength to rise to a terrifying level. Even when they don't risk it all, Star Traveler warriors, with their own domains, are naturally invincible in their own class. The moment they risk it all, one's a Star Traveler level 7, while the others a Star Traveler level 8. I believe that Hong's domain is far more vast and deep, maybe even reaching the 2nd level of domain already. When they both immolate their souls and battle to the death, it'll be hard to say." Babata sighed incessantly. 2 incredible geniuses if they were exposed to the rest of the universe, they wouldn't even have to risk their lives. Mingyu District Grass Patch, Luo Feng watched as ship after ship left. Hong, Thunder God, you must succeed, Luo Feng muttered quietly. Hell. Rumble. A rumble from the east side, explosion, monsters' roaring sounds traveled. Over, fires ablaze, from early in the afternoon, the sea creatures had already begun their battle with the Jiangnan headquarters city. However, with humanity's up to 10 years of preparation, they could definitely withstand their attacks for at least quite a while. Creak. Luo Feng pushed open the door and walked into the living room. His entire family was in the living room. Bro, what's the matter? Luo Hua stood up and asked. Is the swallowing monster dead? Su Xian, who was originally sitting in the sofa, stood up, nervously looking hopefully at Luo Feng. The 7 people within the living room were all looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng had earlier disclosed that they were attacking the devouring monster today, and that there was a high guarantee of killing it. No. Luo Feng shook his head. However, there's still hope, Luo Feng said softly. There's definitely still hope. Finishing, Luo Feng went upstairs immediately. The 7 in the living room looked at each other. Gong Xian Lan said softly. The stress on little Feng must be huge. Su Xian, go keep him company. Okay. Su Xian followed the staircase up. Inside the second floor's bedroom, Luo Feng lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. Babada, is there any other way to kill the swallowing monster? Luo Feng asked. No, even the B6 laser cannon has failed and been destroyed. There's no other way. You can only rely on the 2-star traveler, domain warrior genius, to fight it out. Babada said, when they immolate their souls, there's a chance. Babada. Luo Feng asked, my hybrid copper essence shard is incomparably sharp. If either Hong or Thunder God uses it, wouldn't it be extremely powerful? They might even be able to kill the golden horned beast. No, one of them uses a spear, while their other a blade, Babada said surely. Only when using a gun and saber can they maximize the power of their domains. This hybrid copper essence shard is only a shard. How will the 2 fighters use it? Only you as a spirit reader can use it. Luo Feng was panicking inside. The feeling of waiting for humanity's extinction was painful. He felt extremely helpless. Don't worry, I'm in the midst of building a spear and a blade, Babada said. Hong and Thunder God's weapons, spear and blade, while they may be considered as godly weapons here on Earth, in the universe, they are simply too weak. I'm using some metal materials from the ship to meld a couple of weapons, be it sharpness or sturdiness. They'll definitely exceed what Hong and Thunder God have now. Good. Luo Feng suddenly heard footsteps outside. Su Xian opened the door and walked in. You must be very tired. Su Xian sat on the bed, gently massaging Luo Feng's shoulders. I'm okay. Luo Feng sniffed the fragrant perfume from Su Xian's body and couldn't help but to extend his hand and pull her over to hug her. Su Xian moved closer to Luo Feng, placing her head on his chest, saying softly, Luo Feng, there's something I originally wanted to tell you after the disaster had passed. However, I'm afraid that if I don't say it now, I'll never get the chance to say it. What is it? Luo Feng asked curiously. I'm pregnant, Su Xian said softly. Her voice was soft, yet it resounded like thunder within Luo Feng's ears. Who? Luo Feng immediately sat upright, looking shocked at Su Xian. You are saying? Yes. Su Xian nodded. Haha, let me check. Oh, hee hee, indeed, it's a pair of twins, both boys, haha. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng's mind. Pregnant this Luo Feng's eyes opened wide. He was extremely happy and yet extremely worried. What's up with this? Indeed, during the winter holiday before he stayed with Su Xian, and they began discussing marriage. When a man and woman live together, things were bound to happen naturally. If not for the golden-horned beast, he would have been elated after hearing such news. However, now humanity and its society was facing extinction, yet Su Xian was pregnant, and with twins. Are you not happy? Su Xian was startled. No, it's not like that, I'm very happy, just very troubled. Luo Feng's worries, without any preparation, just increased tenfold. Damn. When he was with Su Xian before, they never thought of protection. Pregnancy was supposed to be a good thing since they were about to get married. Who would have known now? If they didn't kill the golden-horned beast, all of humanity was definitely going to die. Even if he had the power to protect his wife and children, how could he let them live such a lonely life? And Luo Feng was very clear traveling in the universe without reaching the star traveler level would mean certain death. Luo Feng, what are you thinking? Su Xian raised her hand and grabbed his arm. Nothing. Luo Feng gently hugged Su Xian, lowered his head, resting on her abdomen. This made her laugh. It's still too early, you can't hear anything. I can hear it. Luo Feng thought about it. This was the passing on of bloodlines. Hong's earlier speech about giving his children a chance of survival didn't resonate much with Luo Feng, but now it did. It was a very peculiar feeling. Children, I don't know whether I'll get the chance to see your mom give birth to you. However, I promise, you will have a beautiful childhood, be able to go to school, practice martial arts. I won't allow you to live in fear, forever. Living a life without hope. I promise with my life. January 16th, afternoon, there was some fog. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and arrived at Hongning Base. There was no pedestrians to be seen at Hongning headquarters city, only large numbers of military personnel. Swiftly advancing, Luo Feng landed on that interstellar transport ship's entrance. Investigator Luo. The guard at the entrance bowed respectfully. Luo Feng walked directly in, swiftly heading towards the training room where Hong and Thunder God were. Along the pathways, he met two people, one guy and one girl, both youths. The girl's facial features were similar to Hong's. Luo Feng had read information about Hong's son and daughter before. Investigator Luo. The two youths bowed. You two are the head's children? Luo Feng asked, while they seemed young. These two youths were actually older than Luo Feng, only because of the difference in power, they seemed younger. Yes. The two youths' eyes were red. It was obvious they had been crying. At this point in time, I won't meet the head. You two can pass these two weapons to the head and Thunder God also. This body armor, give it to Thunder God, Luo Feng said, passing the bag he was wearing over to them. Within it was the sharp weapons Babata had rushed out the night before. Along with it was the tight armor the owner of the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 left behind when he died. Hong had the cloud contact vine to protect his entire body, so he didn't need it. Giving it to Thunder God naturally made more sense. The two youths were shocked. The head hardly ever looks after you two. However, your father is very great and noble. Truly, Luo Feng said, before turning and leaving. Within the training room, Hong was dressed in black, grabbing onto a completely black speak and dressed. In white was Thunder God, he too was examining a pure black blade. Good weapons, Hong's eyes lit up. The blade's sturdiness, center, feels extremely comfortable to wield it. Extremely compatible with my skills, Thunder God couldn't help but praise it. And, it's very sharp, with an easy movement, just waving the blade around. Gave the feeling of it slicing through the air. Hong laughed as he looked at Thunder God, that armor is a treasure, you've struck gold. Haha, looks like it wasn't just us who earned some rewards from the ruins. This Luo Feng has gotten some too, Thunder God couldn't help but praise, did he find an armory in the ruins? Otherwise, how else could he have found weapons so compatible for us, and of such quality too? Hong and Thunder God both had their own domains. They were of an extremely high level, even though they had just received the weapons. They just required a short movement and feel of it before being able to maximize its full potential and power. Master. A low voice sounded, the swallowing monster has just appeared at America. It's roaming about the wilderness, and it just devoured a broken-down shipyard. Swallowing many corroded steamers, it appeared for just 2 minutes and 18 seconds before flying back into the ocean. Hong and Thunder God's expressions changed. Last night, the swallowing monster appeared twice in a row, including this morning. That made it 3 times. Every time it appeared, it would come out for a very short time, devour a large amount of metal before flying back. It has become extremely cautious. Hong's voice was cold. Obviously the laser from before has made it more careful. However, from last night till now, it actually come out 3 times to feed. It definitely has suffered heavy damage and requires ingesting large amounts of metal to regain its strength. Right, we cannot wait any longer, Thunder God said seriously. Yes, Hong nodded. They were originally thinking of taking the chance when the swallowing monster comes out from the ocean to attack and kill it. They didn't expect the time it spent outside to be so short, and retreating immediately. We'll fly above the sea, following its life force, and trace it the moment it appears. Thunder God's gaze grew sharp. Let's go. Hong was even more frank. They were clear. The swallowing monster now was one that was still recovering. The moment they wasted this chance, when the swallowing monster had regained its full strength, their chances would be even slimmer then. Yangzhou City outside walls. Jiangnan headquarters city was separated into the main district and the 8 great citadels. These 8 cities surrounded the main city. That's why after the battle started, the real fights were in the 8 great cities, and the main district was right inside and very safe unless it got attacked directly by the swallowing monster. It would normally be untouched. Show. Knives were dancing, flying past the metal walls into the spacious river. This river was filled with hundreds of millions of monsters following the course from the Yangtze River, digging their way through here. The river was 12 kilometers long and 60 m wide. Countless sea creatures swam along the course, killing in towards Yangzhou City, not afraid of death at all. Retreating, they are retreating, the soldiers on the wall shouted excitedly. The number of monsters killed are simply too many. The entire river has been clogged. The creatures behind can't even get past, along with the horde leaders in front. They were all killed in an instant by Luo Feng. They couldn't do anything but retreat and regroup. Lead away surveyed the scene below. We have about 2 hours of time to rest. Luo Feng surveyed the bodies that clogged up the entire river, shaking his head. There were just too many monsters. Every day, countless more sea creatures were born. Can humanity even keep up? They could resist for a short time, however as time passed, they would be worn down and the situation would get worse. The worst thing was the swallowing monster destroying the base's iron walls. Once those were gone, the walls built over tens of years for protection, the sea creatures could directly enter and kill the populace once that happened. It was over. The most pressing issue was to first kill the swallowing monster. Luo Feng looked at his tactical communications watch. It was the dojo of Limits and Thunder Dojo's information sources sending out news. The two great heads, Hong and Thunder God, had left and headed towards the Pacific Ocean to battle the swallowing monster. Li Dewei beside him also lowered his head to look at his watch communicator. Has it begun? Li Dewei's face had a hint of anxiety. Commanding Officer Li, I'll return first. If there's any trouble, inform me, Luo Feng said before swiftly flying off. Luo Feng flew high above Yangzhou City. He clearly saw that several huge screens within the streets had already switched to the scene above the Pacific Ocean, and on the screens, a man dressed in black and another bald man in a white robe, flying side by side. Luo Feng felt his heart sink. Humanity's last hope, Luo Feng thought, as to the reason for broadcasting this to the dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, and to the rest of the world. Luo Feng was extremely clear. After all, the two leaders of the biggest dojos were about to fight to the death for mankind, and they had a high chance of losing. Were they supposed to just let their leaders sacrifice themselves in silence and secrecy? For the rest of the world, this time also spurred on humanity's fighting spirit. Should Hong and Thunder God succeed, it would of course be a joyous occasion. Should they fail, they would still stir up humanity's determination and fighting spirit. Mingyu District, as a small district of the Dojo of Limits, all the residents had already begun gathering and heading towards the dojo. Within the Dojo of Limits' biggest training hall, approximately 1,000 people had gathered. The huge walls at the side had big screens on them, projectors projecting the footage on them. It was the Pacific Ocean. At this time, Hong and Thunder God, the two strongest warriors to date on Earth, are flying side by side above the Pacific Ocean. Their target is the sea creature's strongest existence, the swallowing monster. From the side came a voice explaining the scene, and this particular battle, this pivotal battle, was being broadcasted to the entire world. This included the various countries' leaders who were watching nervously. Humanity's two strongest warriors, they were risking it all. Investigator Luo, just how powerful is the swallowing monster? The two heads will definitely win, a youth said softly from behind Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced at the youth. He was a new fighter, one who had just moved to Mingyu not long ago. Looking at this youth, Luo Feng felt like he was staring straight to when he had just moved from his rented apartment to Mingyu District some time ago. Definitely, they will win, Luo Feng said firmly. With almost 1,000 people within the training room, everyone raised their heads to look at the screens. As time was short, the dojo didn't have the capability to gather so many chairs, especially at such a time. No one could have prepared for this. Luo Feng's family was present too. Luo Feng held on to Su Xian's hand, quietly watching the screen. At that time, the entire world was watching two of humanity's strongest fighters to date. One in black while another in white, the two were like legendary gods flying in mid-air. Indeed, It was only afternoon in Huaxia, but for Hong and Thunder God, who were way out in the ocean, the sky was already dark. Haha, brother Hong, how many people do you think are watching us too, right? Now Thunder God grinned and laughed. More than 6 billion, I guess. Hong laughed and glanced at him. At a time like this, is there a need for such things? Heck, can't one be proud even before one's death? Thunder God was smiling. That mischievous face, decades of that mischievous face, even at a time like this, it's still the same. Hong smiled as he said that at that time, their souls felt a never-before sense of emptiness they had already disregarded. Their imminent deaths, thrown everything else away from their mind, their target was only one: to kill the swallowing monster. Under such circumstances, the two however felt totally at ease, every cell in their bodies were almost boiling, all ready to battle. Master, the swallowing monster is swiftly swimming upwards, it'll fly out. From the surface very soon a voice resounded in Hong's mind. A calculating AI system. Actually, the number of AI systems Hong had acquired were numerous, like the construction of the War God Palace's virtual space, like the speaking voice. Within the dojo of limits that always spoke in that soft voice, Hong could take out so many treasures to exchange, so his earnings must have been much more than that. After all, he was the Earth's strongest. Most of the treasures from the ruins earlier were taken by him alone. Like back when Luo Feng was attending the investigator's ball, Hong just flipped his hand and the investigator's scroll appeared. This was because he had a space storage compartment, just like Luo Feng. With regards to the quality of treasures, Luo Feng had acquired more than him. However, when it came to quantity, Hong had much more than Luo Feng. Flying out of the surface, Hong sized it up. Go, over there, Hong shouted. Whoosh whoosh. One black and one white, two beams of light swiftly headed southwest. In the dark night, the winds howled, the deep ocean was madly stirring, and waves crashed against the surface, wave after wave tens of meters high formed. Rumble. A terrifying creature fiercely rushed out from the ocean, with enormous scaled wings, for claws, a powerful tail, and that golden horn that seemed to pierce the skies. However, the golden engravings on the horn seemed to have dimmed a little from before, yet its dark golden pupils seemed even more crazy and terrifying. It was an oppressive rage, kind of madness. It was regaining its strength gradually. Once its strength was sufficient, it would definitely take revenge, savagely. Roar. The golden-horned beast immediately flew out of the surface of the ocean. About 10 kilometers out, it suddenly stopped, slightly moving its head. The dark golden pupils seemed to be able to see 100 kilometers out, noticing the two energies ahead. However, these weak and small energies actually dared to challenge it. This enraged the golden-horned beast even more. Its pure and elite bloodline made it extremely proud and arrogant. Looking to the vast universe, it was the leading and most elite bloodline on such a small and weak planet. The puny humans actually dared to challenge it. Rumble. The scaled wings started to fan. Within an instant, it became a beam of light, headed straight towards Hong and Thunder God. The entire world held its breath at that moment. Within the training room of the Dojo of Limits in Mingyu District, close to 1,000 people were nervously watching the screen. On the screen, above the deep ocean, the enormous body of the swallowing monster was less than a 1,000 m from Hong and Thunder God. Rumble, rumble. Hong and Thunder God's entire bodies emitted a heart-palpitating light. In an instant, they had already begun their soul immolation. The battle had started within an instant. Hong, Thunder God, it's all up to you. Luo Feng held on to Su Xian's hand, looked at Su Xian's stomach, and back up at the screen. Night. The deep-pitched black ocean was roaring, the winds were howling, and all was dark. And above the ocean, humanity's greatest and most terrifying foe, the swallowing monster, was engaged in battle with humanity's two greatest warriors, Hong and Thunder God. Rumble, rumble. Within an instant, Hong and Thunder God had already begun to use the most powerful technique available to fighters with domains. If they didn't have their own domains, they would have no way to utilize such a skill. Hong's entire body, including that spear, within an instant, was enshrouded in a black light. Thunder God was enshrouded in a green snake-like light. Haha, Thunder God laughed loudly. Haha, Hong also laughed. Shoo. The two immediately became two beams of light, charging straight at the swallowing monster from different directions. The swallowing monster was floating in mid-air, its dark pupils coldly glaring at the two humans rushing at it. From its point of view, these two humans were nothing but ants, two ants that were slightly stronger than the countless others. Yang Zhou, within the dojo of Limit's training room, Luo Feng's was beside his family, watching the screen nervously. They are giving it their all, Luo Feng, with Hong and Thunder God giving it their all. They've already begun their soul immolation. Their battle will last at most 1 minute. Within a minute, if the swallowing monster hasn't been killed, the two of them will not be able to resist. Babada's voice resounded in Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng's heart was in a frenzy. Soul immolation, is it similar to the Yun Mo planet spirit reader soul immolation? Within the Yun Mo planet's various books and manuals, there were many with regards to the basics. However, in the manual, there were also several secret techniques, for example, and others. Every one of them were profound and deep. Naturally, there were skills regarding the soul immolation. It's definitely different, in skill level-wise. The Yun Mo planet's version is much higher. However, while the skill level is higher, its power cannot be compared to those two. Babada said, what they are utilizing now is an ultimate move. Only fighters with domains can use spirit, raw power, strength, willpower have all come together through the universe, exploding at an immense level of power. It's extremely scary. If they can kill the enemy in a short amount of time, they can still live. However, if the swallowing monster doesn't die, then they'll die. Babada said. Have the liquid silver guards reached there yet? Luo Feng asked. Back then, at Archaeological Ruin 12, Luo Feng had acquired 3 powerless liquid silver guards. However, through Babada's repair and power replenishing, they can now be used again. Almost. However, Luo Feng, the liquid silver guards are bodyguards. The two of them have gone on a suicide mission, so even the liquid silver guards won't have the ability to help. Babada said helplessly. We can only do all we can and resign to fate. Luo Feng stared at the screen. While the conversation with Babada seemed long, in truth, since it was just thoughts bouncing back and forth, it only took an instant, and within that short time, the battle on the screen had already reached its climax. It could be deemed as a star-level battle, one that the ordinary folk couldn't see clearly with the naked eye. They could only watch the replays on the side, the slowed-down versions, and listen to the explanations. And Luo Feng was the only person in the entire training hall capable of watching the battle clearly. Not good, the ultimate devouring skill. Luo Feng's expression changed. The sky above the Pacific Ocean. The golden horned beast's tail had become a blur, quickly swishing past space. And whipping towards Hong and Thunder God, a boom sound was heard. The golden horned beast felt an immense power from the enemy's spear, diminishing the power in its tail. Hell. The golden horned beast raised its head and let out an ear-piercing howl. It was enraged. It had originally thought these two were just ants that were a little stronger, that it only required its normal strength to easily squash them. However, after engaging, it realized these two tiny humans had powers that were way more shocking, more so than what its bloodline memories and knowledge had informed it about the Star Traveler humans. Also, sword skills, spear skills were way more shocking. Every slash, every shot seemed to be made by heaven, making it unable to predict at all. It could be said, this golden horned beast, which had only been born for a year, with its long life ahead, was comparable to a human infant who had just been born and was still drinking milk, even though its bloodline was elite, its bloodline memories vast and huge, but besides its natural techniques, the other knowledge and memories all had to be learned. 1 year's time, how's that enough? Theoretically speaking, even compared to Luo Feng, it was way behind compared to Hong and Thunder God, who have stepped into the world of domains. The difference was as much as hundreds of thousands of miles. The two warriors who were using the soul immolation versus the golden horned beast, which had suffered heavy injuries, the difference wasn't really that big. Roar. The golden horned beast opened its mouth. Not good. Careful. Hong and Thunder God's expressions changed. The entire world watched through the satellite this scene. The fighters and warriors' expressions all changed. Everyone had seen the golden horned beast's unique ability before, devouring. Rumble. Hong and Thunder God followed their battle plan from before, immediately heading in the same direction and flying. The two actually stuck together. The golden horned beast's pupils surveyed these two little dots, enraged more so than before. These two unworthy little humans were basically asking to be killed. It thought it could first swallow one at a time. Since they were together, it could just swallow both. Chi-chi. The formless space spread out to a few hundred meters around, totally covering the Hong and Thunder God in the area. Brother Hong. Thunder God's expression slightly changed. Humph. With a wave of his hand, Hong made a large amount of black metal remains appear between himself and the swallowing monster. It was so densely packed. There didn't seem to be any space at all between. If it was based on mass, the huge amount of metal remains seemed even bigger than the swallowing monster by a little. 180 m long, 120 m wide, 100 m tall. That was an estimate of the amount. The huge amount of metal remains were densely packed together. One must know that the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship that Luo Feng obtained was only 100 m big, and while the ship's metal may have been a lot, there were large amounts of space within, like the big hall, the cabin, the control room, etc. This meant that the battleship, the transport ships and others were all just shells. They couldn't possibly be totally made out of metal. However, what appeared was a densely packed metal remains form of a plaything. We let you swallow all you want if you can't take it after swallowing a few military bases. These are ancient ruined ship remains that are probably way higher quality than the metal on the whole of Earth. In fact, with so much metal, It's even enough to build 10 scout ships, let's see if you can swallow. It all Hong's eyes were cold as he thought to himself. Common sense. It was similar to man eating something. Once she's eaten too much, they'd be overstuffed. I'll add on more for you. Hong's gaze was cold, swiftly waving his hand. Hua. Another set of densely packed long metals. Come on, this were all from me collecting from the various countries. There's a total of 18 hydrogen bombs. There are other atomic bombs used to detonate the hydrogen bombs. Hong just took out the hydrogen bombs. Roar. The golden horned beast was so enraged it stopped its devouring and let out a roar. The last time, the 500 million ton hydrogen bomb and its power, the beast still remembered clearly now. Another 18 bombs while their size was smaller. The golden horned beast didn't dare randomly swallow, and that 180 m long, 120 m wide and 100 m tall, made totally of metal remains, it too didn't dare to swallow. Why did it have to use a few trips to ingest metal, and not just once and just ingesting more instead? That was because its stomach had a limit. Humans eating too much will get bloated. That was the logic. It didn't dare to eat too much after all these metals. Just one piece was equivalent to Earth's normal metals, 100 of the same size. A piece eating so much, its internal world would be so bloated it would collapse. Once the internal world collapses, it too would die. Roar. It let out an enraged roar, the extremely angry golden horned beast's horn on. Its forehead suddenly started glowing through the golden engravings. Its pupils too changed to a bright golden color. The gold light swiftly followed through its neck, back, and all the way to its front claws, the sharp claws that it used to attack directly. Pung. The huge amount of metal remains was struck till it flew all over. Those sharp claws immediately attacked past the metal to where Hong and Thunder God were. However, the moment those huge claws dispersed the large amount of metal, a black wave immediately rushed over, its speed shocking. Chi. A very soft sound, just like one's hair catching on fire, exactly like how the swallowing monster was hit by the B6 laser earlier. Chi. The black wave brushed past the claws and crashed straight into the golden horned beast's abdomen. Its incomparably strong scales were actually drilled into, leaving a hole. Brother Hong. A mournful sound resounded loudly in the sky. A flash of lightning madly rushed towards that cavity. Roar, feeling the black-clothed man actually drilling into its body. The enraged golden horned beast began clawing towards the lightning-covered bald white-clothed man. Chi-Chi. The powerful air waves rushed towards the white-clothed bald man. Fresh blood was spurting everywhere. The white-clothed man's waist down had been sliced into minced meat, only his upper half was fine, only because of the fitting armor Luo Feng had given him. Xiao. He didn't back down, even with the bottom half of his body was in pieces. He still had to rush in. He was clear on their plan. Hong would drill into the golden horned beast, and the skill price he had to pay for using such a skill was terrifying. Their plan from the beginning had only been one: to kill the golden horned beast. The best way was to enter its body. All the way, regardless of death, we still have to kill it. There was half a white human silhouette. Both eyes flushed red, madness beyond anything seen before. Lighting was wrapping itself about the lower half of the white man silhouette. He pierced directly straight into the cavity. Roar. The golden horned beast roared angrily. However, those two darned humans had already entered into its flesh and body. The entire world had gone silent. Luo Feng stared at the screen only to see an extremely angry golden horned beast, while the right side of the screen was showing replays and slowed down footage. In the replay, Hong's skin was covered in blood, almost like a mad god, piercing through the golden horned beast scales and into its body. Thunder God, with only half of his body left, was madly rushing into its body, risking it all to kill the golden horned beast. Silence. When Hong and Thunder God entered the body of the swallowing beast, everybody's hearts were hanging. However, nobody could see what was going on within the swallowing beast's body. Babata, Ken Hong, and Thunder Godwin Luo Feng was also extremely nervous. Don't worry, Hong and Thunder God are the two genius fighters of Earth and are extremely intelligent and decisive to deal with the swallowing move. Hong brought out so much metal debris he was probably worried that the golden horned beast would actually be able to swallow all of that, so he even brought a bunch of hydrogen bombs. This made sure that the golden horned beast wouldn't devour all of that. And Hong used that chance to prepare his ultimate move. Clearly, his ultimate move needed time to prepare. When the enraged golden horned beast swiped at the metal debris with its claws, Hong's ultimate move unleashed right on time. The tricks were all connected. How magnificent, reminisced Babata, Luo Feng. Don't worry, seeing their performance from beginning to end, the two of them have clearly made sufficient preparations now that they have entered the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast isn't able to attack with its claws, therefore, their chances of success have raised to around 50 or 60. How can Luo Feng not worry just from Babata's words? He couldn't stop worrying. Luo Feng continued to stare at the screen. The golden horned beast is still the holder of one of the most supreme bloodlines out of the space beasts, and it actually let Hong and Thunder God have a chance to pierce its scales and enter its body. It's just so naive. Its battle capabilities are way too low. Babata couldn't help but to say. Looking at its previous battles, it only relied on brute force. Indeed, with the golden horned beast's strength, talent, etc., as long as it fought more intelligently or skillfully, it wouldn't have ended up like this. If it was even more powerful, then we would have even less hope. Luo Feng was a bit bitter. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying that this golden horned beast is probably very, very young. It just stepped into its adult stage of growth. Maybe it has no experience at all, because it's too young. Its methods of attacks are so simple and crude, explained Babata. It was born with its body and talent. But experience, skill, maturity, cunning, etc. need to be cultivated. Even Earth's genius Einstein and the wise Sun Wu from the Warring States period were naive when they were babies. If you allow this golden horned beast to grow for 10,000 or 100,000 years, it will become absolutely terrifying. But now, it's still small, and this young, small golden horned beast almost caused humanity on Earth to go extinct. In the sky above the Pacific Ocean. Woo! Woo! The golden horned beast let out cries of pain. Chi-chi golden light spread out on the surface of its scales and then seeped into its body. It wanted to kill those two abominable humans in its body. Clearly, since the battlefield is inside the golden horned beast's body, the golden lights let out by the golden horned beast weren't too destructive. Otherwise, it would be killing itself. Boom! The entire body of the golden horned beast shook. Its dark golden eyes held a bit of anger and pain in them. Fresh, red blood seeped out of its mouth. Boom! This peculiar trembling caused the golden horned beast to raise its head and roar in pain. Droplets of red blood started to seep out of the slits between the stacked scales all over its body. Boom, boom, boom. While it roared in pain, huge amounts of droplets of blood started seeping out of the scales on the surface of the golden horned beast's body. After around 10 seconds, its entire body was enveloped in a layer of blood. At first, it started to roar in pain, but as time went on, its roars continuously became softer. In the end, it no longer gave off any sound. Suddenly, its dark golden eyes started to become dim, its gigantic scaled wings sank, and its gigantic body actually started to powerlessly fall downwards. In China, on the displays on the streets, televisions in homes, and inside military camps, its life force is weakening. The swallowing beast's powerful life force is swiftly lowering. It only has its original 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. An extremely excited voice rang around every part of China. Not only China, every other location on Earth was in a state of extreme excitement. We won. Won. Victory. Voices and even cries filled with excitement rang up. Everybody on Earth, around every location on Earth, went into an uproar in this moment. No matter male, female, old, young, no matter what race or which country, every single person from every single country cheered in happiness. In Yangzhou City's Limit Hall's training hall, uproar. Everybody was yelling excitedly. Success! Its life force is disappearing. Luo Feng looked at the falling golden horned beast's corpse that was covered in fresh blood with excitement. It actually died. This horrifying monster that caused humans to despair is finally dead. Holy! Luo Feng could barely believe such happiness has arrived. What about Hong and Thunder God? Luo Feng looked at the display carefully. The broadcaster's voice rang, everybody on Earth, we must bring you a piece of saddening news right now. We cannot detect any sort of life force at all. Which is to say, even though the swallowing beast is dead, the two of our most powerful fighters on Earth, the heads Hong and Thunder God, have sacrificed themselves. They are heroes, heroes who have saved the entire world. Silence. The training hall settled down really quickly. Maybe not. Babata's voice ranged in Luo Feng's mind. Hong and Thunder God might not have died. Maybe not. I thought they can't detect their life force anymore. A sliver of excitement and expectation raised in Luo Feng's heart. He didn't want Hong and Thunder God to die like this either. No, your planet's life force detectors were found in the ruins of spaceships. These detectors actually have an effective limit when one's life force lowers. To a certain point, the life force detector isn't able to detect it anymore. And the detectors themselves aren't that good. It probably can't detect any life force below the beginner student level fighter, explained Babata. No. Shocked voices rang in the training hall. The swallowing beast stopped. Luo Feng froze. Su Xian beside him froze. Everyone froze. Luo Feng looked over the golden horned beast that was originally falling powerlessly on the display. Has indeed stopped its fall. It just hovered there. And the screen displayed that the golden horned beast is regaining its life force. The life force of the swallowing beast is becoming more powerful. The broadcaster was full of shock. Everyone was flabbergasted. What? Luo Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. Why is it so hard to kill? They sacrificed so much, why won't the swallowing beast die? The golden horned beast hovered in midair, its life force continuously strengthening when it regained 10 of its strength. it continued to rise, 20, all the way until 30 when its life force raised to 30 of its original level, it stopped increasing. Countless people on Earth despaired, countless people cried without making a sound, countless people fell to their knees in pain. Holy! In the sky above the Pacific Ocean, the golden horned beast slowly opened its eyes. Its dark golden eyes were a bit powerless. It has never been so close to death before. This time was even worse than the experience with the B6 grade laser cannon. Woo! It roared powerlessly. The golden horned beast looked towards its abdomen. What was seen was a black-clothed man and a white-clothed man drenched in blood falling out of the hole in its abdomen. After that, they directly fell down towards the ocean below. The golden horned beast looked towards these two people. These two seemingly insignificant humans caused it to approach death like never before. After this experience, it understood one thing. You need to seriously exert your full force even against the weakest of foes. Who the golden horned beast swiped with its claws. HUA. On the surface of the Pacific Ocean stood a silverish white human. It started expanding ferociously right after appearing from around 2 meters. It instantly expanded to a height of 200 meters. A 200-meter tall silverish white giant. It was about as big as the golden horned beast. Woo! The golden horned beast was shocked as it looked at the silverish white giant below it. The surface of the silverish white giant's body seemed to have a flowing silverish white liquid on it, and now it directly extended its gigantic palm between the swallowing beast and the two fighters, Hong and Thunder God. Poochie, the claw smashed into the palm, which actually started to depress from the impact, but when the golden horned beast retracted its claw, the depression in the palm automatically repaired itself. When the silverish white giant was blocking the golden horned beast, another Silver Man extended his hands and caught both Hong and Thunder God, and then swiftly started escaping towards the distance. There were 2 liquid silver guards in total. Luo Feng told Babata to arrange them to come over here in advance if they have a chance, then save Hong and Thunder God. Woo! How could the enraged golden horned beast watch those 2 abominable humans be taken away? It spread out its wings and went around the liquid silver guard that was blocking it. As fast as lightning, it chased towards the other one. In terms of speed, the golden horned beast was indeed fast. The liquid silver guard was moving at a little over 10,000 ms. The swallowing beast quickly caught up. Who the liquid silver guard that was being chased ferociously expanded and transformed into a gigantic silver giant. In a moment, it wrapped around the swallowing beast. The other liquid silver guard in the back swiftly picked up Hong and Thunder God and started running again. Only after a while was the swallowing beast able to get out. Woo! The swallowing beast looked at the liquid silver guard that has contracted back into the size of a normal human with rage. Even though this weird thing isn't as fast as the swallowing beast, and its attacks aren't as powerful as the black-cloaked man and the white-cloaked man, its only advantage lies within its liquid-like body that can swiftly expand and contract. It could wrap around people like taffy. The liquid silver guards could mitigate the swallowing beast's most powerful attacks. The swallowing beast understood that it actually might not have a chance of stealing those 2 human bodies with these 2 liquid silver guards working together. Woo! The swallowing beast, which is currently extremely damaged and weakened, let out a roar of anger and then directly flew into the ocean. Mingyu sector, hallway outside of Limit Hall's training room, Luo Feng was holding his phone. Luo Feng's face was purple from anger. Yes, I sent them, there's no use, the liquid silver guards can only stall people and act like a bodyguard, they can't kill the swallowing beast, Luo Feng hung up his call with Jia, his heart was filled with an unimaginable amount of sorrow. Other people were shocked at the appearance of the two liquid silver guards, and even started to get a little hopeful. But Luo Feng was clear. The liquid silver guards were high-tech products in the universe, and their function was extremely clear: bodyguarding. What should we do? What should we do? Just what should we do, Babata? Tell me, what should we do? Luo Feng was about to go insane. He closed his eyes in pain, and a bit of glistening could be seen in the corner of his eye. Earth's #1 spirit reader. China, Northeastern Headquarter City. Dad. A young beautiful lady was watching the broadcast on the screen, groaning and crying in pain, suddenly standing straight up, rushing into her own study. A few men and children in the same room watching the scene were shocked in disbelief. Within the study room, the young lady quickly turned on her computer, entering into her emails and opening the latest and newest one. That particular email had a video attached. The lady bit her lip, trembling as she gently clicked the mouse once. Beep. A video opened. The scene that appeared was a bald dressed in white Thunder God. Little Lay Thunder God didn't have the same mischievous smile, it was one of tenderness. We haven't seen each other in almost 16 years. I still remember back then, the first time I brought you to the amusement park, the first time teaching you martial arts, the first time I scolded you, the first time I hit you. Thunder God shook his head and smiled. I know you hate me, however, if given a choice all over again, I would still choose to kill that useless fellow. I also know you won't be able to forgive me. Back then when your mum left you to me, I made a promise to let you live a life of happiness, not to ever let you go through any difficulties or hardship. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I won't say any more. In a bit, I'll be heading out with Hong this time. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to come back alive, so I thought about it and decided to send you this email. Thunder God wiped his shiny bald head. Little Lay, don't worry. Your father, will definitely kill that swallowing monster. I told you before, I won't let you suffer any hardship. This is a promise I made to your mum, and also one I made to you. Love always, your father. On the screen, Thunder God smiled and the video ended. Sob sob. The young lady lay flat on the desk and cried, her tears non-stop. Only when one has lost something will she feel the pain. Dad, 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 come back, I'm wrong, the young lady kept crying. She cried till her voice went hoarse, memories flashing in her mind. Her mother died young, she was brought up single-handedly by Thunder God. He had pampered her a lot with incomparable love. The only thing was she was only 16, because of her first relationship. Thunder God had actually killed her boyfriend, having been spoiled and pampered since young. She was extremely enraged and left home, and even left behind some cruel words. Now she suddenly realized just how much her father had loved her. Kyoto Headquarter City, Outer Wall Defense. Jia was looking over the injured soldiers. Don't move, just lie down and rest, Jia said. Yes sir. A disabled and bandaged young soldier shouted. Jia stood up straight. Senior official. One policeman ran over. What's the matter? Jia asked, the policeman lowered his voice and said, "Senior official, Lu Ning has been sacrificed." Lu Ning was Jia Yi's youngest disciple. He was only 19 this year, and he was also Jia Yi's most favorite disciple. When the battle occurred, Jia Yi had sent almost all of them immediately to the battlefield. Oh, Jia Yi responded and went silent, only his facial muscles moved a little. Little Ning. Jia Yi grimaced within, looking at the entire patient ward. Many of the injured soldiers had taken out their handphones and were looking through either pictures or messages. They are all so young. Jia Yi felt a pain within his heart, yet he was helpless. Hong and Thunder God's failure had left the entire upper echelon of the world in pain and turmoil, and they also found out from Luo Feng, the liquid silver guards didn't have the ability to kill the swallowing monster, which was even more disappointing. However, while the upper echelon was in dismay, the broadcasts weren't. At that moment, the entire world was still broadcasting the battles. However, they were only replaying scenes from the battles, saying Hong and Thunder God were only injured heavily and not dead. They even say the two silver giants were Earth's latest technology, humanity's hope. This led to countless commoners and communities to be filled with hope. Countless soldiers to carry on fighting. Luo Feng had reached home. Within the living room, the television was on. These two silver giants are the results of research from the various countries, just like the countless battles over these thousands of years. Humanity will definitely emerge victorious, the voice from the television said. Luo Feng couldn't bear to listen and immediately left the living room for the third floor. On the balcony, a cool breeze blew. Luo Feng was slightly refreshed. "There's no use, Luo Feng, give up." Babata coaxed. "Earth has no hope, just let everybody else die. You can't stop it. This doesn't just concern one or two people dying, it's countless people." Luo Feng couldn't help but rage. "Am I to just watch as countless youths, children and infants die? Am I to watch as the earth becomes a playground for monsters, humans going extinct? There must be a way, there must be. For the earth to be overrun by monsters, the thought alone was a nightmare. The soul is the root of life." Luo Feng's eyes lit up. "That swallowing monster's life force has become a lot weaker. Does that mean that its soul is also much weaker than before?" Babata, tell me. Babata was hesitating. "Tell me." Luo Feng was getting impatient. "Right, it's very weak. However, it's still not something a star traveler level 3 spirit reader like you can handle," Babata said. "Babata, you said before, it's still very young. Indeed, a star traveler level has no ability to wander the universe. It's currently only a star level, meaning it was probably born on Earth as strong as it is. If it was born much earlier, it would have been discovered by man much earlier. To discover it so late means it probably wasn't born too long ago," Luo Feng said. "It's still young, its soul should be more fragile. Also, it consecutively received the B6 laser cannon attack, and Hong and Thunder God's attack. His power should be only about 20 of before." Luo Feng's eyes lit up. "If I use the Mo planet secret technique and risk it, the original power of the skill is already great. Once I risk it all, and if it's not enough, I'll use the secret technique, allowing the other strongest warriors on Earth to combine strengths with me." Luo Feng was swiftly simulating a plan in his thoughts. The secret techniques of the Mo planet were very strong, and Babata had always emphasized the importance of Luo Feng studying these techniques till now. Even though his studies hadn't been too profound, the More elaborate ones, with Luo Feng's current power, he was unable to use them. He was, however, able to draw his power to the maximum potential already. Luo Feng, don't think such crazy thoughts, Babata raged. I don't allow it. I definitely don't allow it. I've waited 50,000 years for a disciple like you. I definitely don't allow you to go and commit suicide. I'm not going to commit suicide, Hong and Thunder God's soul immolation. They didn't die, did they? Luo Feng asked. But they are in a coma. Babata raged. In the universe, even undying beings who receive heavy damage to their souls, some sleep for 1,000,000 years before they recover, and some just sleep forever. Hong and Thunder God may not be dead, but their souls are currently in a deep coma. Their souls were originally not strong. If they are lucky, they may awake in a couple of years. If not, they will never wake again and remain in that coma. Luo Feng, don't be rash, Babata raged. I am Luo Feng, before I am a disciple of Yun Mo planet, Luo Feng said firmly. You want to go die, Babata raged. Babata. Luo Feng looked around. You think I want to die? I don't want to die. I wish so much to watch my children get born, so much to hear them call me father. I want to live even in my dreams. I want to live. But you, Babata hesitated. Babata, right now, I only have two choices. One, be like a cowardly tortoise. Watch as countless of my fellow kind get killed, watch as countless innocent children cry as their parents get killed, watch as infants who are still drinking milk get killed, watch as they die, while I, along with my close ones and children, hide in the Yun Mo planet ship, like a tortoise. After that, my children will get born, they will live their days without sunshine, without friends. They will only know from our stories that the earth was once filled with many, many children like them. The only thing is, they all died. And Babata, you said before, only a star level can comfortably get by in the universe, and my family and children who aren't star traveler level, entering the universe and the other planets, is very dangerous, Luo Feng said. Babata quietly accepted. It was indeed true. The universe was unfair. Battles occurred on every planet, every galaxy. It would be tragic to bring normal people into the universe. I need to reach the star level, to allow my family to live good lives in the universe, stable lives. And just how long will it take me to reach the star level? Decades. My children will be living in a ship for decades. Luo Feng shook his head. That's totally a nightmare, leaving society and passing life by in a ship for decades. I'd rather die than let my children live such lives. The second choice. I, Luo Feng, with the technique, allow 5 other star traveler warriors to donate their souls, fuse, and soul immolation. After, I'll use thee as my final attack and move. These 2 moves are Yun Mo planet's secret techniques, along with the soul immolation, to kill a space beast with only 1020 of power. There's hope. There's a few outcomes. 1. Success. I don't die. Countless people will have hope. That's of course the best outcome. 2. Success. I die. However, my children can live good lives, go to kindergarten, find friends and playmates, and my parents, Su Xian, can take care of them. They will just have one less father. They will grow up and learn the history of their father. I believe they'll be proud of me. 3. Failure. I'll definitely die too. That devouring monster will be seriously injured, allowing humanity the hope to kill it. Luo Feng's expression was calm. Babata, which path do you think I'd take? Babata wanted to speak, but he didn't know how to coax him out of it. Babada, seriously, since I was 18 and I became a warrior, I've never feared death. It's the opposite. I'm more afraid of my children living their lives in a ship for decades. I'm even more afraid, Hong, Thunder God, and the countless others who sacrificed themselves, would be in vain. Death is not scary at all. Men grow old or die of illness all the time. It's all a cycle. I want to help my friends, Wei Wen and others. I want to help my fellow people. I want to help the countless unborn children, similar to mine. On behalf of them, I want to fight. It's also for myself. Luo Feng laughed loudly. One must know, Hong and Thunder God fighting it out. They are the two strongest fighters on Earth, and me, I'm the Earth's strongest spirit reader. How can I back down? Haha. Luo Feng's laugh made Babada silent. How long has it been? Babada hadn't been in such a complicated situation. It was the first time Babada felt towards this averagely qualified, no other choice disciple, some respect. Alright, I'll help you, Babada said seriously. Haha, don't be like that, I've said, we'll fight it out, there's still hope. For survival. Luo Feng's spirit at the time was calm within. It's now 2:12 p.m. in China. The fight between Hong, Thunder God, and the Golden Horned Beast was 1 hour ago. Babada's voice was serious. This time, the Golden Horned Beast's life force has become very weak. It obviously received heavy damage. It would definitely take a couple of days to recover. However, you cannot waste time. The earlier you act, the better. After agreeing to help Luo Feng, Babada was using his full strength in making a plan for him. First, you have to find 5-star traveler sacrifices, use the secret technique, and absorb all 5 of them as they use their soul immolation into the Tower of the Void and use the technique. Choose 5 people. These 5 must be star travelers. The stronger they are, the better. Their strength represents their life force, hence, the energy generated from the soul immolation will be even stronger. Luo Feng stood on the balcony, looking at the surrounding skyscrapers. In the distance, army transports were traveling back and forth. He said, Babada, send my thoughts out to the groups, to all the star traveler warriors, those willing, ready to sacrifice themselves, let them come to me. Luo Feng's voice was soft, but extremely firm. Okay. Under Babada's control, all of the star traveler warriors on Earth immediately received the news. Luo Feng, how many do you think are willing to sacrifice? Babada couldn't help but ask. They are star traveler warriors and spirit readers. Even if the headquarter cities are destroyed and humanity has to flee, their chances of survival are still the highest. I don't know. Luo Feng shook his head. The secret technique was a very special move within the Yunmo planet techniques. One of them in particular allowed others to immolate their souls and transfer their energy. This move could also allow one to control one's underling to become a sacrifice. This sacrifice had to have consent, willingness, and without reservation it would fail the moment there was hesitation. That's why Luo Feng couldn't force others to immolate their souls and sacrifice themselves. Beep. Luo Feng's tactical communications watch let out a sound. Here's one. Luo Feng opened. A message showed with only a few words. I allure, am willing. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat after seeing the message. This first reply was actually one of Hong's 3 guards. Allure. Beep beep. His communicator rang a couple more times. 2 more. Luo Feng was just about to check who they were. Beep 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 beep. It was almost simultaneous. The sound was soft, but the continuous sound shocked Luo Feng. How crazy! Babata couldn't help but say softly. 3 minutes 16 seconds. The tactical communications watch had run straight for that long. The frequency of the D sound after that 3 minutes 16 seconds was much lesser, until it finally totally stopped. Luo Feng, you've received 81 messages, 62 of which are willing, and the others are questioning about how much of a chance you have in killing the swallowing monster. Babata swiftly scanned through and calculated. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, you decide, choose the 5 people. Babata said. Whoever he chose would become a sacrifice. According to their spirit strength levels, whoever would help the most. Babata, you choose the 5. Luo Feng said seriously. Okay. Babata said, I've chosen. They are Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia, and Sokolov. These 5 came from America, Europe, India, China, and Russia. However, your War God Palace's 5th chairman didn't reply at all. I cannot force anybody. Luo Feng quietly muttered these 5 names: Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia, Sokolov. Mo Henderson, the one known as Ice Emperor, an extremely aggressive guy. Currently America's superhero. Eastbourne, Earth's former #1 spirit reader, now surpassed by Luo Feng. Tirupati Singh, known as India's strongest, given the name Lion King. Sokolov, Russia, a warrior that was both fierce and brutal. Jia, one who's always been contributing to China, a fighter from the great Nirvana. 5. Luo Feng understood. As long as the secret technique began, these 5 would be sacrificed. They already knew that, yet they immediately responded. Contact these 5, give them 50 minutes to say their goodbyes to their families. Afterwards, immediately rush over at max speed towards the Pacific Ocean. Luo Feng said gloomily. Okay. Babata immediately sent out the notices. Russia. Tall and sturdy, both eyes shining with a hint of red, a man with a scary appearance was standing at the door of a room, the door closed. Elena. The tall and sturdy man said in a deep voice, resounding across the room. This will be the last time I see you. Him. Sokolov, fierce and savage, Russia's #1 fighter, never been married. Loved drinking, and loved women. No one in Russia dared to oppose him, yet few knew he actually had a daughter. This daughter was actually the result from his drinking. I'm heading towards the Pacific Ocean to deal with the swallowing monster. Elena, take care of yourself, Sokolov roared out, staring at the door. Those terrifying eyes had a hint of hope and expectation. However, the door never opened. Sokolov fiercely turned. Taking big steps, he walked towards a disc-shaped autojet. Very quickly, the autojet powered up and began to fly. Creak. The room's door finally opened. A lady with a long skirt looked carefully out. All she saw was but a very small disc flying far away in the vast sky, till it disappeared altogether. Looking at the footprints left in the snow below, the lady couldn't help but cry. The fierce and savage polar bear Sokolov had said his goodbyes to his daughter. The Ice Emperor Mo Henderson said goodbye to his wife, son, along with his child who had just drank his milk. The Lion King Tirupati Singh also said goodbye to his 3 wives and a group of children. Eastbourne simply locked himself in his room and remained silent for 5 minutes before riding and leaving on the autojet. Jia simply gave a call to his loved ones and left on the autojet. Luo Feng's living room. Get up little Feng, get up Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan were filled with tears as they picked up the kneeling Luo Feng. Luo Hua, take good care of mom and dad. Luo Feng looked towards his younger brother. Yes, Luo Hua's eyes were bright red, he nodded profusely. Luo Feng nodded too, turning to look at the teary-eyed Su Xian. Luo Feng extended his hand to hold hers, saying softly, sorry. Don't say that. Su Xian shook her head. I owe you a wedding. Luo Feng extended his left hand. Immediately the mosquito netting's top steel wire flew out, and in the midst of flying over, broke into two chunks. These two short wires automatically curled and formed two rings. Now, there's no time left to buy rings. Luo Feng held on to the two steel rings. With my parents as witnesses, Su Xian, will you marry me? Luo Feng asked softly. Yes, yes. Su Xian could only nod as her tears flowed. Luo Feng gently gave the nameless ring to Su Xian, putting it on her finger. Su Xian too put a ring on Luo Feng. I'm sorry, I've let you down. I've also let down the two unborn children. Luo Feng looked at Su Xian, lowered his head to kiss her. Su Xian closed her eyes. They stayed that way for a while. When Su Xian opened her eyes, all she could see was Luo Feng's back walking out the living room door. Little Feng. Luo Feng. A group of people ran over, raising their heads in the yard. The youth stepped on the soaring shuttle, became a beam of light and disappeared into the east sky. Luo Feng on the soaring shuttle, mid-flying. He surveyed below him. Much of Yangzhou City had disappeared below him, and what was left was a broken and destroyed city, filled with dust and wreckage. Monsters all over. This was a city from even before the Great Nirvana, and now it was the home to monsters. I am Luo Feng Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia and Sokolov. Pass me your current locations and auto-jet flying speed. I'll determine the meeting point. Luo Feng simultaneously informed the five. This is Mo Henderson. My auto-jet speed is 3800 m per second. This is Jia. The five replied in a row with their speed and position. Babada used this information to calculate the optimal meeting point. Luo Feng, I've calculated the meeting point. You all just need 1 hour and 8 minutes to reach and gather. The meeting point is a total of 351 kilometers away from where the golden horned monster is. Okay. Luo Feng immediately informed the five of the meeting point. It was still afternoon in China, however. At the meeting point, the sky quickly darkened. At the meeting point. When Luo Feng arrived at the meeting point, a black disc-shaped autojet was already floating there. A Southern Asian man with slightly curly hair immediately flew out. Luo Feng, how are you? The man extended his hand. Nice to meet you. Tirupati Singh. Luo Feng too extended his hand. The two shook hands. Before long, the American Mo Henderson had arrived too. The fourth to arrive was Jia. The fifth was Sokolov, sixth was Eastbourne. I've already went through the main points. Do you all understand? Luo Feng looked at the five. Understood. Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia and Sokolov nodded their heads firmly. All right, let us depart into the sea, where the swallowing monster is. Luo Feng said. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 6 people, 6 beams of light. They flew in unison 300 kilometers away. At that time everywhere on Earth was broadcasting this scene. Luo Hongua, Gong Xian Lan, Su Xian and others couldn't help but cry as they watched, and the rest of Earth's elites and leaders were all clear this was perhaps humanity's final chance. America's strongest warrior Mo Henderson, Europe's strongest Eastbourne, India's strongest Tripathi Singh, Russia's strongest Sokolov and our hero forever from China, Jia Yi, along with Earth's #1 spirit reader, the youngest genius Luo Feng. Let us forever remember their names. The voice from the screen was solemn. On the screen, the 6 elite fighters flew in the air and then rushed into the vast ocean. In the deep ocean, Luo Feng and the 5 others were rushing downwards. Luo Feng had the cloud contact armor, and the 5 others had black god sets, protecting their bodies, allowing them to head deep underwater. Luo Feng, that swallowing monster, is currently at 1200 m below the surface. Won't we wake him if we get too close? Won't he interrupt you while you unleash your technique? The Indian Tripathi Singh couldn't help but ask. The other 4 too looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was the leader of this mission. After all, they didn't know what secret technique that was. Don't worry with a thought, a liquid silver guard wearing black battle armor appeared beside them. The other 5 were shocked at the sudden appearance of the liquid silver guard. Just looking at its face, they deduced this wasn't a real human, and it was the one that saved Hong and Thunder God before, the special robot. This is something I got from the ancient ruins, Luo Feng said as he landed on the seabed. The 5 followed. You guys command an autojet to come here, Luo Feng said solemnly. Why? The other 5 were startled. The autojets were indeed capable of flying and going underwater, but why command it to come here? The moment I use the technique, you will die. I'll put your bodies in the autojet to leave here. As for me, I'll immediately begin my battle with the swallowing monster, Luo Feng said. The other 5 nodded as they heard this. They understood that in this battle, they were but pawns for sacrifice, to allow Luo Feng to grow extremely strong within a short time. And Luo Feng may die without even leaving a body behind. Hua! From high up in the sky, an autojet swiftly rushed towards the seabed, reaching very quickly. Sit down, close your eyes, remember, don't resist, Luo Feng said seriously. Understood. Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia Yi, and Sokolov, these 5 people glanced at each other, their faces each having a peculiar smile on. Smiles that held the power capable of shaking people's souls. The 5 all sat cross-legged. The 5, plus Luo Feng, made 6 in total. They formed points of the secret technique sacrificial ritual. Let's begin. Luo Feng too closed his eyes. Within his mind, there was a total of 3 mini-planets. In the center, the mini-planet was one that appeared when he reached the Star Traveler level 1. The other 2 were respectively when he reached level 2 and 3. The 2 planets orbited around the middle one, like the Earth around the Sun. The one in the center was the largest. 3 mini-planets, all of them were entirely red. The 3 mini-planets emanated threads of red fog, filling the entire space within his consciousness tower of the void. A blood-red tower, the space within in vast like the universe, Luo Feng's 3 mini-planets were within that. Shoo. 5 blood-red threads flew out from the Tower of the Void, leaving Luo Feng's body. The peculiar thing was, in the physical world, these spirit threads were transparent. The 5 threads of spirit immediately entered into Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jai, and Sokolov's consciousness. Rumble, 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 rumble. The 5 souls immediately began to immolate. Seabed, 6 men sat cross-legged. When the 5 souls began immolating, their bodies began to emit a formless vibration. Large amounts of spirit energy, under Luo Feng's precise control, began to follow the wave to the center, Luo Feng, and enter into his consciousness tower of the void. The 5's life forces were declining rapidly. Luo Feng's life force was rising rapidly. Yet, the 5 who were sacrificing themselves were all smiling. Europe, Paris base, big screens were hung up in the streets. The 6 have stopped movement on the seabed. The one in the center, Luo Feng, his life force is the strongest. The next in line is Eastbourne. The broadcast report resounded across the streets. Gathered there were many European men and women, all glued to the screens. Their life forces are declining. Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jai, and Sokolov's life forces are rapidly declining. Luo Feng's life force is increasing rapidly. On the screen, the silhouettes representing the 6, 5 of which were rapidly beginning to blur. Luo Feng's silhouette kept getting clearer. Suddenly, the 5 silhouettes complete vanished. It was obvious the apparatus couldn't detect any life force anymore. Oh God! Countless people of the streets couldn't help but cover their faces. They knew, once their life forces vanished, it meant death. This is Mo Henderson's autojet. It's already gone out to sea, according to my sources. The autojet currently has 5 bodies within it: Mo Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jai, and Sokolov. These 5 heroes, they, for the sake of humanity, have sacrificed themselves. Please always remember them. Luo Feng. Luo Feng is heading towards the swallowing monster. The voices began to grow tense and nervous. On the screen, the life force representing Luo Feng was swiftly heading deeper, closing up with the incomparably large swallowing monster signal. Let us pray. Pray that Luo Feng will emerge victorious. On the streets, everyone held their hands to their chests, looking at the screen. At that time, countless people all over the world were praying, hoping that victory would come. Rock stratum below the seabed, Luo Feng was swiftly heading down. 800 m, 600 m, 400 m, 300 m. Babata continuously reported the distance between Luo Feng and the swallowing monster, 200 m. Luo Feng fiercely stopped. The surrounding rock stratum broke apart. Golden-horned beast, Dai Luo Feng's pupils were fierce and glowing. Within his consciousness, the enormous tower of the void, 2 mini-planets were orbiting around the center planet. Suddenly, rumble, rumble, rumble. The 3 mini-planets suddenly became fireballs. Correctly speaking, it was the large amount of red fog rushing out from the mini-planets, entering the Tower of the Void. The originally collected power of 5 powerful warriors made the extremely dazzling Tower of the Void begin to fiercely rotate. Non-stop rotation. This made the entire Tower of the Void look like a blur. The tip of the pagoda suddenly produced a dazzling shiny point. Years of hard work, all gone within the wrist cuff space. Babata sat on a chair, shaking his head. I hope it can be like Hong and Thunder God at least maintain some sort of foundation and enter a coma afterwards at least. That way, he won't die. Luo Feng could feel himself getting weaker. Go. Who? A tower of the void invisible to the naked eye rotated to form a cone. Drilling past 200 m of distance, in an instant rushing straight into the golden-horned beast's body. Roar, the enraged beast roared. Rumble. The surrounding rock stratum fiercely burst apart. Luo Feng could see the enraged golden-horned beast, those dark golden pupils staring angrily at him. However, Shua, two liquid silver guards, defended Luo Feng's body. Its consciousness is not in its head. Luo Feng's expression changed. The Tower of the Void had rushed through the beast's head. There was no soul. There Luo Feng finally understood why blowing off its head didn't kill it. It was because this golden-horned beast was different from humans, and also from the other monsters. Its consciousness, soul wasn't in the head portion. At that moment, the Tower of the Void was rushing down the neck portion, swiftly, entering the golden-horned beast's torso interior. Who? The Tower of the Void swept past everything. To the Tower of the Void, which was formed from spirit energy, the flesh and blood had no way to stop it. Here. Within the body of the golden-horned beast, there was actually something that was emanating a golden light. It was about 20 or more cm, a transparent crystal ball. The crystal ball had countless complex golden engravings. These engravings were emanating beams of golden light. When Luo Feng's Tower of the Void brushed past, it felt a strong resistance. Its soul is inside. Rumble. The rotating Tower of the Void fiercely impacted the crystal ball. Roar, roar, the golden-horned beast roared within the rock stratum. Its scaled wings were incomparably sharp. They became two large sabers. Its claws were even faster and sharper. Its tail, incredibly powerful. At that time they were all madly attacking at Luo Feng's body. The two liquid silver guards were giving their all in defending. No good, its spiritual defense is too powerful. Luo Feng's expression changed. Luo Feng's expression suddenly grew malevolent, gritting his teeth. I'll give it my all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 mini-planets visible to the naked eye flew out from Luo Feng's consciousness. Rumble. Luo Feng's consciousness left its foundation. Immediately, it began to crumble. No. Luo Feng, no. Within the wrist cuff space, Babata was pale from shock. Hong and Thunder God may have used soul immolation, but they never let their souls leave their bodies. Luo Feng had actually given up his physical body, putting his entire soul into the Tower of the Void. This way, it was akin to leaving no way out after this way. The attack would definitely be the strongest. However, even if he succeeded, his original body's consciousness would crumble. He couldn't return. Die, die, die. Luo Feng's will had an incomparable sturdiness and madness within. His entire soul had merged with the Tower of the Void. The Tower of the Void had become a sharp cone, madly piercing in the direction of the golden crystal ball, filled with golden engravings that were emanating countless golden lights, and the Tower of the Void's 3 mini-planets were burning and constantly consuming, getting smaller as time passed. Why isn't it breaking? Why isn't it breaking? Luo Feng was extremely worried. Wail. The golden-horned beast was painfully flailing its head, violently crashing into the rock stratum at the sides. Its soul was under attack, causing it immeasurable pain. A few hours before, its soul had just received heavy damage, and now this human's attack was no weaker than the attack from before. Break, break, break. Luo Feng's was going insane. He wasn't afraid of death. Just afraid of failure. Within the Tower of the Void, the 3 spirit mini-planets were shrinking. Quickly, puff, puff, the 2 smaller planets had shrunk into nothingness. All that was left was the center spirit planet. Its size too was left at only 1/3. Of before this blood-red spirit planet too was constantly immolating, pushing large amounts of spirit energy into the Tower of the Void. Immolate, immolate. Smaller and smaller. Luo Feng could feel his consciousness slowly getting blurry. He understood he was dying. Kill it, kill it, kill it. Jiangnan Base, Yangzhou City streets. Old people with heads full of white, crying hungry babies, at this time. Everyone on the street was nervously looking at the screen. Amongst them was Wei Wen. He was probably the most nervous. Luo Feng, my brother. You must live on, live on. On the screen, the life force signal representing Luo Feng had already been mixed with the swallowing monster's life force. It was obvious they were engaged in battle. Stifled breaths. The whole world held their breaths at this moment. Rumble. 2 forces fiercely clashed against each other. It seemed much stronger. Suddenly, it was almost like a star exploding just before it dies out. Immediately. Rapid decline. The life force is declining, declining, rapidly declining. The voice finally spoke out from the screen. There's no way to determine whose is whose life force. Both are mixed together, still declining. Wei Wen watched wide-eyed. Nervously watching too were Su Xian, Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan, Luo Hua, and the others. Everyone on Earth were extremely nervous. On the screen, the signals of life forces were rapidly declining, getting weaker and weaker. Puff. They totally vanished. The signals representing the life forces on the screen had totally vanished. Be it Luo Feng or the swallowing monster, both had totally vanished. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It's dead. Luo Feng and the swallowing monster both died. Everyone on Earth had seen it happen before. The swallowing monster had revived before, hence the anxiety and nervousness. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The swallowing monster life force didn't reappear, neither did Luo Feng's. There was silence throughout the world. Time in China, afternoon 4:10 p.m., 3-star traveler warriors of humanity dived into the deep sea, discovering the enormous body of the swallowing monster. However, they had no way of breaking through its scales. The news spread all over. The entire world erupted in joy. The swallowing monster is dead. It's really dead. Let us remember their names. Hong, Thunder God, M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia-E, Sokolov, and Luo Feng. It was them who saved the entire humanity, them who gave us hope. It's just like the myths and legends, only through hardship and pain will humanity gain a new flame, the gods and creators, giving humanity a place to survive and live. And Hong, Thunder God, M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tirupati Singh, Jia-E, Sokolov and Luo Feng. Them, they gave us the hope of survival. We'll always remember their 8 names. The oldest amongst them was 89, youngest was only 22. Afternoon 4:25 p.m., large numbers of monsters had gathered around that sea area, including the Emperor-class monsters. This made the humans retreat immediately, unable to enter the seabed. Nightfall, the entire world, the sea creatures originally madly attacking the Bases all swiftly retreated. When the next day's sun rose, the earth had regained its previous peace. Jiangnan Base, Yangzhou City, Times Square, there were flowers filling up the entire plaza. The swallowing beast calamity had placed more stress and destruction on humanity than the great nirvana before, however, with the sacrifice of Earth's 8 strongest warriors, humanity had overcome the disaster. Hong and Thunder God were deep in coma, while their heartbeat was still there no mental functions or signals at all. They could be said to be living dead. The entire world's bases had initiated their own movements and parades to celebrate the 8 heroes, expressing their gratitude and respect. And Yangzhou City, as the hometown of one of the 8, Luo Feng, within the biggest plaza, countless people had gathered to grieve in this battle. Luo Feng was the youngest among the 8, and also the most genius and talented. Just 22 years old, and he could easily kill a Grand Emperor monster. With such talent, many people had believed him to continue growing, surpassing Hong and Thunder God was a very high possibility. Many even said Luo Feng, being able to easily kill a Grand Emperor, was already on par with Hong and Thunder God. However, there was no point in saying all these. Times Square, bouquets of flowers filled the entire floor. Groups after groups of people came to bow and deliver their respect. Luo Feng in the crowd, a young man accompanied by a young lady, was in immeasurable grief, looking at Luo Feng's statue. You. All when the young lady tried coaxing. He and I grew up together since we were infants. Who would have thought he'd just go like that? Wei Wen's expression was filled with pain. Ever since he entered the dojo, he had always been the most outstanding from early on, becoming a high-level student and onto a warrior. Step after step I saw him grow stronger and stronger. I knew he would soar even higher. Who would have thought? Wei Wen shook his head. Wei Wen and his girlfriend were bowing in the plaza, before disappearing into the crowd. After Mingyu District, Luo Feng's house, 2nd story, bedroom. The warm sun in winter shone past the windows. Su Xian's face, while lying in bed, was white and pale. Little sister Su Gang sat beside her on the bed, consoling her. Don't be too upset. Luo Feng's death was for the highest of reasons. It was worth it. Also, you being so upset, along with being pregnant with child, is not good for the child. Big brother Su Xian said softly, I know, you can leave. Take care of your body, even if it's for Luo Feng. You have to give birth to the children. Su Gang consoled her and left. From the relationship standpoint, Luo Feng, as one of Earth's 8 great heroes, the Su family definitely wished for Su Xian to give birth to Luo Feng's children. From the logical standpoint, Luo Feng was Earth's greatest spirit reader. His genetic inheritance was more worthy than anything. These children definitely had to be kept. Luo Feng's house, 1st floor. Dr. Gong Xian Lan asked, how's our Su Xian doing? In Huaxia's medical elites, the one at the top was Mr. Hua. He came personally to check up on Su Xian. As a form of respect to Luo Feng, he said solemnly, Mrs. Luo, there's actually no problem with the patient's body, only emotional scarring. No matter how healthy the body, if she continues to wallow in despair, I'm afraid her body's condition will continue to decline. This Gong Xinglan's expression changed slightly. Yesterday, while watching the broadcast, the moment Luo Feng's life force signal had completely vanished, Su Xian actually fainted on the spot. Even though the Luo couple were in unbearable pain themselves, they didn't want to let their son's legacy experience any problems, hence inviting the doctor over now. All they could do for their son was to protect his bloodline. No matter what the cost, Dr. Hua, you definitely have to protect the children within her. Gong Xian Lan emphasized. I understand Mr. Luo Feng's bloodline. I will do my best, Dr. Hua stressed. I'll immediately request from the country some spirits of nature and some other medicinal herbs to help her. My family has spirits of nature. Gong Xian Lan nodded. That's even better. Mr. Hua nodded happily, saying, the spirits of nature and a few other medicinal herbs can help nurture and strengthen her body. However, the root still lies within her heart. If she drowns in sorrow and worry, I'm afraid she'll have a miscarriage before she can give birth. Gong Xian Lan's expression changed. That's why we need to support her emotionally, help better her mood. Dr. Hua said. I understand. Gong Xian Lan nodded. On the bed, Su Xian lay in bed, unknowingly gently rubbing the steel ring on her finger. Teardrops beading from her eyes, muttering, Luo Feng, are you really gone? Have you really left me? Pacific Ocean, the place where Luo Feng had battled with the swallowing beast. A large number of creatures had gathered. More than 60 Emperor-class monsters. Among them was even the only Grand Emperor monster left, the Thunder Dragon Emperor. So many creatures gathered at the seabed, all for the body of the devouring monster. According to their rules of evolution, eating a stronger monster's body would most certainly lead to evolution. The Thunder Dragon Emperor was hoping to eat the body of the golden-horned beast. Roar. The Thunder Dragon Emperor stared angrily at two people ahead of him. Liquid silver guards. It's been here for over 3 days, however, it's been unable to go ahead, all because of these two liquid silver guards. Key information, the liquid silver guards were able to even defend against the golden-horned beast, restraining the Thunder Dragon Emperor would only be too easy, while the liquid silver guards' attacks are extremely weak. Opposite, their restraining abilities were extremely strong. Behind the liquid silver guards, the enormous body of the golden-horned beast, which was blacker than black, was just lying there, no sign of breath or life. Inside the golden-horned beast's body, that crystal ball filled with gold engravings was glowing very slightly. While it looked just like before, the truth was that there was some change occurring. So, leaving one's body and possessing something else is so difficult. Babada. With these little steps, just how long would it take for me to be able to fully control this golden-horned beast's body? Luo Feng's thoughts spoke. Don't be anxious, the situation you are in has probably never happened in a 100 million years. Be patient. Slowly, Babada said. Luo Feng never thought he'd survive. 3 days ago, when he risked it all to attack the golden-horned beast, Luo Feng realized the golden-horned beast's defense was too strong, and just when his own spirit planet was about to burn out, a square blood-red crystal beam within the core of the mini-planet separated and immolated. Immediately, an immeasurable amount of spirit energy rushed through Luo Feng's spirit. It was extremely large. During the world broadcast, the reason behind the large surge in life force at a particular moment, Luo Feng was very grateful. He was grateful for his old teacher Yun Mo, planet's master. Back then, he didn't know the power level of who he was passing on to Star Traveler Star level. That's why, cautiously, he created the soul imprint, a soul capable of transforming a spirit reader to the universe level. And the soul imprint was but a tiny thing, just a small crystal beam. But in fact, it was still something created by an undying being when this beam immolated, that immense energy swiftly surged through and broke through the golden horned beast's defense, without any problem at all. Maybe the power of the golden horned beast was stronger, but the character of the soul imprint was much too powerful. One needle, piercing into tofu. Of course it was easy. The golden horned beast's soul was attacked, and Luo Feng's soul was revitalized, becoming invincible, while his own flesh and consciousness had crumbled, and he had nowhere to return to. That's why at the spur of the moment, he immediately began using the possession technique, breaking apart the golden horned beast's soul into pieces and devouring them. However fast the devouring speed, it still took more than a day. Also, just like the storage space ring, the cloud contact vine relies on the spirit imprint to remember its owner. Babata, this AI, was also linked to Luo Feng via a spirit connection. The soul was the foundation. Several treasures in the universe normally all rely on the soul imprint, spirit imprint, to recognize their owners. That's why when Luo Feng's soul left his body, he naturally managed to reconnect with Babata again. Luo Feng, you've taken over its consciousness. However, your fusion level with your soul and its body is still very low. You need to take it slow. The moment the possession started, at most you can't even walk properly. That's normal. Come, just start trying to move your eyelids, slowly. Relax, I've already cut off all signals around here. Mankind would never be able to discover the devouring monster's life force here. Babata was extremely excited. My God, possessing a space beast, it was simply a dream. Just discussing bloodlines in the universe, the space beasts were the unquestionable leading and elites. The golden horned beast was one of the ones at the peak. Babata, how can I regain my human body? Luo Feng asked. Damn, do you need to even think about your human body? Babata said, with this body, even if you want to become a sector lord, all you need to do is wait. Also, I've heard the space beasts all have inherited memories. The higher the level of space beast, the more the memories. Knowledge is power. Your teacher had only 60 million years of life. His amassed knowledge was only how much, while his secret techniques are powerful. In the vast universe, there were still those stronger than him. And space beasts, especially the elite space beasts, generations and generations of inherited memories, almost up to the point where the universe first began. When you have totally melded 100 with its body, all these bloodline inherited memories will fully meld into your soul. Babata was extremely excited. Become the great golden horned beast. Travel and rule the universe. As for returning to your human body, it's not too difficult. The dumbest way is to repossess a human again. The best way is to acquire the legendary Spirit Reader's technique. You can split some of your soul into this body, and another part into the human body. However, this technique, even your teacher had only heard of it before. Babata said, don't think about it, at least you are still alive. Right. Luo Feng's mind shook. At least, I'm still alive. Where there's life, there's hope. There's hope of seeing his family, seeing his children get born. Luo Feng began to work harder to control his body. Blinking, moving a claw, waving his tail, gently moving those scaled wings. One step after another. Luo Feng worked hard, after using 16 days of time. I've succeeded. At the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, a large golden horned beast that had brought disaster and gave humanity a nightmare before was gently swimming. Around, its cold dark golden pupils surveyed its surroundings, the surrounding Emperor-class monsters, and also the Grand Emperor was so scared, it lay there. Respectfully. Luo Feng, congratulations. Babata too was extremely excited. When he had fully melded, it was almost like his own body. Suddenly, an immensely large amount of memories flooded into Luo Feng's soul, extremely vast, ancient, generation after generation of golden-horned beasts inherited. Memories were appearing in his mind. The amount of memories caused Luo Feng's consciousness to go into shock and stop thinking altogether. It was too huge. The dark seabed, countless sea creatures had filled the surroundings, every one of them were looking respectfully at the distant swallowing beast. The pupils of that beast were shut, as though it was asleep. However, a formless wave of pressure was pressing down on this area's peace. Closing its huge eyes, Luo Feng felt his entire self drowning in memories. Mysterious and powerful special techniques that were totally compatible with the golden-horned beast's form and study. They were extremely numerous and vast picture-filled memories continuously flushed through. Almost like in the movies, whoosh, a large amount of information rushed into his mind. Vast and endless. Luo Feng felt a headache. Obviously the speed of accepting the memories had reached his soul's limit of acceptance. Just how much information Luo Feng couldn't believe it. This has been going on for more than an hour. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. These memories were like the never-ending rush of the ocean, seeping and drowning in, never ceasing. Different and various kinds of memories flashed past, melding totally into Luo Feng's soul. Luo Feng only had enough time to remember some of the golden-horned beast's training pictures and others before getting once again drowned in the other memories. Half a day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The golden-horned beast, this terrifying space beast, was sprawled on the sea bed without moving, almost as though it was in a deep sleep. 16 days later. Within the deep ocean, mud and gravel filled the seabed. The dark black golden-horned beast was sprawled there. Finally, its dark golden pupils opened. They naturally had a sense of cold, killing intent, which spawned from its bones. Phew, God. Luo Feng finally felt some relief. The inherited memories had rushed and melded into his soul for the past 16 days, pushing his soul to its limit under such pressure. Luo Feng didn't even have the ability to think about anything else. This is so much information, Luo Feng exclaimed. Luo Feng, an excited voice shouted within Luo Feng's mind. Babata. Luo Feng shouted back. You've fully received all the inherited memories. It's so crazy. With your current soul's capability, you should be able to accept tons of information. Every second, within these 16 days, you must have received a lot of information. Babata was obviously very excited. Let's see, what kind of information is there? What powerful skills are there? Let me first take a look, Luo Feng said curiously. Even though he himself had become the golden-horned beast, however, he had no idea about the golden-horned beast's capabilities at all. Babata, there's trouble. Luo Feng was checking through the memories, feeling a little helpless. What's wrong? Babata asked. Even though the information is in my mind, I still have to learn them one by myself. Just how long will it take me to learn them? The inherited memories was a form of information transfer, information from the first generation of golden-horned beast passed on through the generations. However, to fully grasp the information, one still had to seriously study through them. That's not weird, Babada said. These inherited memories are huge, mostly. Because of the techniques, one type of technique alone could be filled with lots and lots of words, just like master's technique, if it were to be written into a book. Even 100 books, tens of millions of Chinese characters, would not finish it. That's very normal. Luo Feng, Babada said excitedly, you should now arrange your inherited memories. No need to look in detail over the techniques and their information, just knowing their names and what they briefly speak about is enough. Categorize them. It should be very fast. You really are something in the universe. Countless strong races and warriors spend countless amounts of wealth to buy these secrets. You actually complain that it's too much. It really leaves people speechless. Luo Feng laughed. Let me arrange for a bit. He arranged them by the titles and summaries. Golden Horned Beasts Training Knowledge, 18 Special Techniques he could train, 3,199 Normal Techniques. The Space Beast and some other information, humans and their many races. Controllers, illusionists, beast masters, puppet masters, hunters. Fighters, blood flesh creatures, other than humans, and space beast. There were still demons, worms, others. Every race had a large amount of information. Other than the blood and flesh races, there were the metal races, automaton races, and others. There were also the rock races, soul races, plant races. At the same time, there are also other rarely seen races, just like the space beasts. They too had immense power, but were extremely small in population. Just explaining about the humans and their many races, culture, etc. If one were to use Chinese characters to write 100 million words would still by far not be enough. And the human race was but one of the leading races in the vast universe. Another month and 3 days passed. Luo Feng had finally organized the inherited memories in the future. When he would require any bit of information, he could swiftly access and search for it in that enormous library of memories. As for learning, my God, any one golden horned beast could never be able to learn and go through all these information even once. Just the 18 secret techniques alone, 3,199 normal techniques, looking through their contents just once would require how many years? Luo Feng, you've struck big. You've struck it big. My God, you actually have so much information in your memories. Babada had combed through Luo Feng's organized information. He was totally dumbstruck. So the universe actually had so many races, and even races that are as small and as rarely seen as the space beasts. No doubt about the space beasts, powerful, impressive. Babada was extremely excited. Even your teacher, 60 million years of life, could never amass as much information as you have. There's no comparison. Babada was still in shock. The space beasts. Generation after generation of memory inheritance, this kind of inside information even in the human and its many races. I'm afraid only the Qianwu universe, this level of universe information storage, will have as much information as the inherited memories of the space beasts. It's incredibly impressive. After Luo Feng had organized everything and scanned through once, he too was deeply impressed. A high-quality bloodline had many different positive sides. The body's natural talent, that was the hardware. These amounts of information, that was the software. Babada, among the space beasts, the elite 12 bloodlines, only these can pass down this much memories from generations. Before Luo Feng explained 12 different bloodlines, Babata was shocked. Yes, among the space beasts, those able to grow to the Sector Lord, the elite bloodlines, there are 12 types. Back when you were talking about the Flaming Star Beast, that was one of the 12 too, after Luo Feng sorted out the information, these basic information became clear to him. The amount of inherited memories from these 12 bloodlines are the most informative. Also, every generation can add on to it with its memories. Luo Feng was now very clear how the golden horned beast passed down. The golden horned beast, if it wanted leave behind offspring, there was only one way: put all its life energy, and gather it into an egg and spit it out. The original golden horned beast would die in a few short years. When the egg hatches, an infant golden horned beast would come out and begin a new cycle. Hehe, Luo Feng, hurry and look. How long will it take you to reach the sector Lord level? Babata asked. Let me see. Luo Feng flipped through the pages, scanning through in just a few short seconds. He couldn't help but get shocked. If the golden horned beast hatches and doesn't feed on the egg shell, and only eats normal metal, it requires 10 years to reach the star level 1. However, if it eats the egg shell, and eat large amounts of metal, 1 year is enough, Luo Feng said. 1 year, this bastard that got possessed by you is only 1 year old. Babata was speechless. Luo Feng too sighed incessantly. Bringing about such calamity to the whole world and so much trouble to deal with, this swallowing beast was only a 1-year-old golden horned beast. Infant. Normal evolution speed, the star level 1 to the universe level 1 requires 100 years. Universe level 1 to Domain Lord 1 requires 1000 years. Domain Lord 1 to Sector Lord requires 10,000 years, Luo Feng said. Directly, this is the slowest speed. If we use some special methods, we can speed it up even more. Using some special metal alloys is beneficial to the growth of the internal world. My strength will rise even faster. This is like a gift from heaven. Babata couldn't help but say, your teacher prepared so much for you, training plans, etc. Every method prepared for you was the best and most optimum, and even so, you would still require 100,000 years or more to maybe reach the Sector Lord level. If you didn't have your teacher's precise planning, endless wealth, and treasures to train and cultivate, to reach the universe level within your entire lifespan would be good already, but now normal evolution speed, 10,000 years is enough. Babata didn't have much understanding of the golden horned beast before, now he had first-hand knowledge and access. Not that long, that's the slowest speed, Luo Feng said. If we had endless wealth to spend, it would speed up the growth of the internal world. The speed could increase by a few folds, to even much more. However, 18 secret techniques, 3,199 normal techniques, I don't know which to learn, Luo Feng said. These techniques have been passed down by the previous generations of golden horned beasts. Only golden horned beasts can study them. Following the inherited memories advice, don't bite off more than I can chew. I can at most learn a couple of the special techniques, not more than 6 of the normal techniques anymore, and I wouldn't have enough mental or physical capacity to study. The lesser the better. Oh, Babata said, you can first talk about the 18 special techniques and the 3,199 normal techniques and their overall effectiveness and training requirements to me. I'll help you choose, see if we can come up with the optimum combination. The power in choosing and making such decisions, Luo Feng definitely couldn't compare to Babata. Okay. Luo Feng began to explain the various techniques and their overall effects and training methods etc. to Babata. As for the skills themselves, they were just too many. Even if Luo Feng used his thoughts to explain, even a few years wouldn't be enough. 8 hours later. The introduction of the 18 special techniques and 3,199 normal techniques and summaries had all been given to Babata. Then he began to go through his AI system to quickly analyze the combinations. Luo Feng, this golden-horned beast should have its own natural moves. I've seen its speed explode before. Babata said, pass on these natural talents and gifts to me too. I'll make the best combination. Talents, hold on. Luo Feng retrieved more information from his memories. The golden-horned beast had a total of 3 talents. As for the detailed explanation, as long as his soul entered the internal world, he would naturally understand everything. There was no need to learn the talents, he naturally could just perform them. When Luo Feng was in the Pacific Ocean receiving and organizing the large amounts of inherited memories, the people of Earth were going through a whole bunch of quick changes. The swallowing monster event, back when the golden-horned beast was first killed, caused the Thunder Dragon Emperor to be terrified, so much so that it retreated. As for the later awakening of the golden-horned beast, it didn't order any of the other monsters to attack the human society, so the Thunder Dragon Emperor and the other sea monsters of course wouldn't initiate an attack. Their intellect was very high. If even the powerful swallowing monster almost died, who would dare attack? Since that battle, technically each country's losses weren't too bad. It was only the loss of the 8 heroes. Hong, Thunder God, M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia, Sokolov, and Luo Feng. These 8 would be called humanity's most elite 8. 6 of them had died. Only Hong and Thunder God were still in a coma with no brain activity. The Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo were 2 large powers in the world. Who wouldn't envy them? These 2 powers, they were even more powerful than the 5 countries. With Hong and Thunder God around, they were of course able to keep things in check. But now, the floodgates were immediately opened. Hongning Headquarter City. Within the enormous ship headquarters, the 3 guards and 5 investigators had gathered in the meeting room. Right now the virtual space has crumbled. Every Star Traveler warrior and war god has formed their own groups, without the 2 heads' direction and leadership. The loose organization palace of war gods has crumbled. What should we do next? A white-robed black man said nervously. Every war god has a consciousness sensor helmet. Allure, wearing a mask, said anxiously. Their subconscious minds are still willing to enter the palace of war gods. However, the head is currently in a coma, so the AI has automatically closed the virtual space, which means that no one can enter the palace of war gods. The most pressing issue right now is to immediately rebuild the virtual space. It was as though if Luo Feng had died, Babata wouldn't bother serving humanity. In the same way, Hong was currently in a coma, not knowing whether he'd awake or die, so the AI system, which only responds to Hong's orders, wouldn't bother wasting any energy to maintain the Palace of War Gods' existence. Palace of War Gods, the link between the Star Traveler warriors and the War Gods was broken. The form of the entire world was becoming even more chaotic. Just power levels alone. There were still several people out there stronger than the 8 people in the Dojo of Limits. For the 8 of them to fully control the Dojo of Limits, To bring it back to its former glory and authority was extremely difficult. And the scariest thing was if the 8 of them didn't work in harmony, it would be even more troublesome. Yangzhou City, Mingyu District, living room on the first floor of Luo Feng's home. Luo Hua was sitting opposite a golden-haired man. Mr. Luo Hua, the golden-haired man sighed, I was very good friends with your older brother. Truthfully, it's with great regret, however truthfully, I really respect him. I believe countless people from the other countries all really respect him and remember him. However, the threat humanity faces still isn't gone. We don't know when the sea creatures might begin yet another attack. Luo Hua nodded. That's why the proper usage of resources is very important. The golden-haired man looked at Luo Hua. I wish to buy a few items from Mr. Luo Hua. Oh, what do you want to buy? Luo Hua maintained his smile. As the CEO of an investment company, Luo Hua was much more mature than before. Muya crystals, liquid silver robots, etc. The golden-haired man emphasized. Our HR alliance will definitely pay a high price, high enough to repay you. Saying so, the golden-haired man took out picture-filled book from his chest pocket. This is the special items our HR alliance has. There's also some company stocks, housing and land, etc. It's definitely a bargain. Mr. Luo Hua, you can easily become a district's economic dictator. The golden-haired man smiled. Luo Hua received the book and flipped through. It was indeed very alluring. Back when Luo Feng had disregarded his survival, along with the 5 other people heading to the Pacific Ocean, he had given his family ample preparation. And a back road. Luo Hua just had to take out a little from his possessions, to easily control a district's economy. This HR alliance was prepared to give several foundations to Luo Hua. 5 days ago, my country's leaders came over here. Their prices too were exceptional. Luo Hua looked at the golden-haired man. Before you came earlier, I had just received a call. It was a mercenary group. Luo Hua shook his head. However, Representative Wei Nua, I'll tell you, no deal other than selling a little to my own country. I won't sell anything to any other group. The golden-haired man's expression changed. He was a star traveler who had personally come to talk to Luo Hua. That was enough respect given itself. The main thing was Luo Feng's influence was too huge. If he dared to use force, the entire world would reproach him. After the calamity had passed, humanity had already immortalized the 8 heroes, raising them as gods. To the countries, however, dead people posed no threat. That was why, no matter how high they were placed, it didn't really matter. As for Hong and Thunder God, they were already way up there before. Mr. Luo Hua, calm down. Wei Nua said solemnly, your brother's shining glory may protect you now, but the flame will die off someday. What was most terrifying was a doll carrying a golden brick. It would get robbed sooner or later. Thanks for your concern. Luo Hua laughed. Let me introduce you, number 3. So. A black silhouette appeared within the living room, giving Representative Wei Nua a shock. What appeared in the room was a huge black metal robot. This was something my brother left in the house, a robot to protect my family. It was obtained from ancient ruin. Number 12. Luo Hua looked at Wei Nua. The Luo family doesn't need any other outside forces to protect us. We have our own power. I also know many people around the world are just itching right now, but our Luo family has no intention to get mixed up in any of it. When my brother left, he told me. Luo Hua smiled. Whoever dares to touch the Luo family, just kill them. Representative Wei Nua's expression changed. Also, I thought I'd mention that this robot was one that even my brother wasn't a match for, Luo Hua said. That was the truth. This metal robot was made from black yttrium, even Luo Feng using the hybrid copper essence shard couldn't hurt it. One of the robots was damaged by the golden horned beast's golden horn. Only an attack like that could damage its internal control system, and on Earth, no human was capable of such an attack. That meant to say Hong, Luo Feng, and Thunder God, even if they were here and alive, facing such an impregnable metal, wouldn't be able to do anything. Watching the representative leave, Luo Hua stood at the window watching. He squinted. After my brother left, they are coming one by one like hungry wolves, eyeing what my brother left behind. Right, the total number of Muya crystals left behind by my brother is 60. You all wish to get them in such chaos. Whoever dares to cross the line, I'll use him to set an example to the rest. In a space that was distant from Earth, the quiet space, an ancient existence. Suddenly, the space began to warp like waves. At the same time, a disc-shaped silver-gray ship flew out. The waves in the space began to dissipate. This ship was floating in that space. Captain, Captain, we've escaped, we've escaped. Haha, we've escaped, haha. A few humans within the ship were shouting excitedly, speaking one of the countless human universe languages. The control room of the ship. 8 crew members were extremely excited, standing in front of the main controls, wearing silver-gray battle uniforms, heights at an average of 19 m. Tall and handsome, their ears were pointy at the tips, one with red pupils shining, a handsome middle-aged man. He was the scout ship's captain. I'd never expect there'd be a wormhole here. The captain revealed a demonic smile. When the ship's B-grade power crystal was depleted, it shouldn't have been able to travel in the universe anymore. In a last-ditch attempt, it managed to dive into an asteroid field, and within it actually dove into a wormhole. Haha, this wormhole portal, who knows how many light years away. Unless that bunch of assholes, within that vast asteroid field, managed to enter the same area, otherwise, they would never be able to catch up to us. Atuka, the captain shouted. Captain, a small child figure appeared on the control screen, shouting back. Sharp and crisp. Hurry and record the location of the wormhole. Our star maps totally missed that marker. Obviously, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire doesn't know of this wormhole. The captain was excited. After that, determine our current location and immediately inform the clan. Yes. The child figure on the screen shouted loudly. Oh, a sudden sharp voice shouted, Captain, this is the Void District of the Milky Way. What? The captain was shocked. The Void District, through the universe travel, the one with no way to make a marker, no way to enter, the Void District, the AI system child shouted. Haha, haha, we've struck gold with this. The captain was extremely excited. Depart, let us depart. A very, very long time ago, this district was originally controlled by the Silver Blue Empire. However, ever since it was taken over by an incredibly strong warrior, that warrior even went into the dark universe and buried this star field space marker. There was absolutely no way to enter this star field. 30,000 years ago, there were stories of how this warrior had fallen. This void district thus became a leaderless place. But the Silver Blue Empire, along with the mighty Black Dragon Mountain Empire, none of them could find this marker and enter this star field. Who would have expected? they would actually find a new wormhole and enter this star field. Earth, deep in the Pacific Ocean. Who would have thought the three natural techniques were like that? I can return, I can see Su Xian, I can see my future children. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Roar. Under the sea, that dark black golden horned beast raised its head and let out a low roar. The roar created waves that rushed out and dispersed, rippling into the surrounding sea creatures, causing many of the creatures to get shocked and explode. Luo Feng, according to your natural talents, I've already determined your training route. Babata said, you should focus on the special technique and the normal technique. These two techniques are compatible with your natural talents, so they'll be extremely powerful. After Luo Feng learned about the three inherited kinds of techniques and the fact that he was able to return, he was in an extremely good mood. Deity of the world and absolute space. Luo Feng immediately thought of the effects and requirements for two techniques he read about. Absolute space is an extremely messed up technique, the kind of technique that people around the universe would go crazy for. The only thing about it is that only golden horned beasts can directly practice them. The technique was split into 3 stages. The first stage is called Arc of Light. The second stage is called Ever-Changing. The third stage is called Teleportation. The main requirement to learn this technique is a crazy level of comprehension and practice. You need to practice it a lot to get used to it. And only after you practice it enough can you have a chance to comprehend it. This technique is mainly about bursts of speed. According to the technique's theory, even if we say someone who steps into the universe level 1 stage can fly at a speed of at most 500 km/s, that speed is reached only after the fighter accelerates over a long enough distance. As for that fighter's instantaneous burst of speed, it is way lower than 500 km/s. In a battle, bursts of speed is more important than your overall speed. To be able to instantly charge forward, change directions, stop, and go backwards. Luo Feng understood this principle too. Just like a race car on the highway, maybe it can accelerate to 300 km/h, but how fast can it accelerate in 0.1 seconds? It takes time to reach its maximum speed. Humans accelerate faster than race cars. But in terms of bursts of speed, it doesn't even come close to their maximum flying speed. Teleportation man, teleportation. Luo Feng, teleportation. Babata was extremely excited. Even your teacher, who was an undying fighter, wasn't able to teleport. So Luo Feng said helplessly, this absolute space is hard to learn. Even someone as powerful as the master of Yunmo planet couldn't teleport it. Isn't hard to imagine how hard it would be to teleport. And even the technique's description says it. For the first level, if you work hard and long enough, you might have hope in learning it. For the second level, even though golden horned beasts live 10 times longer than human sector lords, most of the golden horned beasts that try to learn the second stage of absolute space end up stuck on a certain step. Very few manage to complete most of the second stage as ever-changing. As for the third level, teleportation, that's basically a legend. Extraordinarily difficult, hard work, comprehension, luck, etc. are all required. Luo Feng, you don't understand how valuable it is, said Babata in a hurry. What kind of technique is this? Just a simple burst of speed. And oh, this is a technique that lets you comprehend the essence of the laws of space itself. Your teacher didn't have such a technique and had to work bitterly by himself. If he had this technique, he might attain the incredible technique of teleportation. And once someone has the ability to teleport, damn, it would be extremely difficult to kill that guy. If your teacher was able to teleport, he wouldn't have died, continued Babata. Luo Feng smiled. I said it is hard to learn, not that I wouldn't learn it. Oh, haha. Babata laughed loudly. Luo Feng, this technique not only improves your body technique, it even increases your flying speed, and once you merge it with deity of the world, oh, deity of the world is even more messed up than absolute space, even more messed up. It indeed was messed up. Luo Feng was clear on the requirements and effects of deity of the world. This technique was one of the 18 special techniques in the inherited memory. In terms of value, effectiveness, efficiency, it is indeed better than absolute space, but these 18 special techniques aren't necessarily better than the regular techniques. The only thing special about them was how harsh the training methods of these 18 special techniques are. How were they harsh? 1. There were extremely complicated training requirements. If you don't meet some of the requirements, then it doesn't matter how much hard work you put in. 2. There are shortcuts, but the requirements for these shortcuts are extraordinarily strict. 3. Only golden horned beasts can learn them. The 3,199 regular techniques were created by the generations of golden horned beasts or inspired by the techniques of humans, automatons, and the other vast number of species. Only golden horned beasts can learn these techniques, but the techniques themselves came from other races. Other races also have similar techniques, even though they might differ in some ways. The difference isn't too great. However, these 18 special techniques are purely for golden horned beasts. Even if you spread them around, other races won't be able to change or learn them. Deity of the world is also split into 3 stages. The first stage counts as beginner, the second stage counts as advanced, and the third stage is ultimate. Basically, deity of the world is a special technique that allows the golden horned beast to change its body size. Being able to shrink and enlarge is an extremely scary ability. For example, if a golden horned beast is 180 meters long, its weight won't change even after it shrinks. This means its density increases greatly. The density of its bones increase, the density of its muscles increase, its claws, horn, etc. become much sharper and tougher. A punch with 100 kilograms of force compared to a piercing needle with 100 kilograms of force. The difference of power between them is like the sky and the earth. So, after shrinking, the golden horned beast's claws become even more horrifying, and the piercing power of its horn become even more shocking. That's the shrinking part. So what about the enlarging part? Becoming bigger won't increase your battle ability. However, if a giant that is 10,000 meters tall randomly takes a step, then no matter how hard a regular human of equivalent strength tries, he won't be able to catch up. The advantage of becoming big is you can fly faster. After a 180-meter long golden horned beast becomes 1,800 meters, then the beast is practically a floating island. Its scaly wings are 10 times bigger than before. One flap from its wings can increase its speed much more than before. In the first stage of deity of the world, your body can enlarge or shrink by a factor of 3. Your strength can reach at most 3 times more than what it was before. In the second stage, it becomes factor of 9 and your strength can also multiply by a factor of 9. In the third stage, you can already become as big or as small as you want. However, your strength can at most go up by a factor of 36, shrinking by a factor of 36 times, 100 times, 1000 times, will all be the same because multiplying your strength by a factor of 36 by a body size is already a limit. When you shrink even more, the power of your body starts to lower too, so your battle ability 1t go up. Of course, even though we say you can become as big or as small as you want, you can't become infinitely big or infinitely small. The legendary limit is 10,000 times, which is to say, a 10 kilometers long golden horned beast can shrink to 1 meter and it can enlarge to a length of 10,000 kilometers. Of course, the third stage of deity of the world is way harder than the third stage of absolute space according to the records in the inherited memory. Only the golden horned beast that created this technique was able to reach the third stage. As for the others, after countless years and generations of golden horned beasts, none of them were able to reach the third stage. Most of the golden horned beasts in the past stayed at the first stage. It was rare for golden horned beasts to even reach the second stage, because this technique was just seriously messed up. For example, powerful Sector Lord level 9 stage fighters have reached the limits of their battle capabilities and don't differ from each other by much. Only an extreme few are able to stand out. However, deity of the world allows the golden horned beast to multiply its strength even more from what it originally has. How can people not be jealous of that? Since golden horned beasts are already born with a talent, enhance. Luo Feng, the 3 talents you are born with is the training talent. Swallow, the second is the battle talent, enhance, and the third is the life-saving talent, clone, said Babata back when the golden horned beast was heavily injured by the B6 laser cannon. It used its enhanced technique to increase its speed. The attack power of its golden horn also increased. Since it was born with this talent, its effectiveness 1t change. Your enhancing talent, combined with the shrinking from deity of the world, can cause your battle ability to be amplified multiple times. Your enhancing talent, combined with the enlarging from deity of the world, can cause your speed to be amplified multiple times. Babata continued, and absolute space is your dodging and escaping technique. In the beginning, absolute space only helps your dodging abilities. However, after that, it increases your comprehension of the laws of space itself. As long as you continue to learn, your flying speed will increase even more. The projectiles launched from the golden horn will also increase in power. So, the enhancing talent and these two techniques can assist each other, therefore maximizing their effects, said Babata. Damn, that is just Babata couldn't help but to sigh, way too messed up. Luo Feng laughed. Indeed, but that also meant that these two techniques were extremely hard to learn. Absolute space is acceptable even though it is hard to learn. Many golden horned beasts in the past were able to enter the second stage, but tons of golden horned beasts were stuck on the first stage of deity of the world. However, Luo Feng was clear. Having such good techniques is dangerous too, so the number of golden horned beasts is extremely small, even less than the amount of undying level fighters. In the universe, there are a total of 12 blood lineages out of the space beasts comparable to the golden horned beast, and out of the countless number of races, some special life forms have special techniques that can rival the Techniques of the golden horned beast. The large number of humans also have plenty of techniques. Even Luo Feng's teacher, master of Yunmo planet, has the super powerful technique Soul Seal, which can transform fighters into servants. You're talented. Okay, I'll implant the Soul Seal into your soul when you're weak and transform you into an extremely loyal servant, no matter how talented you are. You're only going to be my servant and bodyguard. So, Luo Feng was clear, you cannot underestimate any powerful fighter. As for the golden horned beast's 3 talents, the training talent Swallow can absorb large amounts of metal into its inner world and can even directly swallow life forms weaker than it. However, the inner world will automatically stop absorbing things when threatened. For example, just like when Hong released large amounts of metal and bombs. The battle talent Enhance causes speed and battle ability to soar up. Of course, this comes with a price. The life-saving talent Clone in the Star Traveler level, you can have 1 clone in the Universe level, you can have your 2nd clone in the Sector Lord level, you can have your 3rd clone. In other words, golden horned beasts can only have 3 clones in total, and each of these clones is an individual existence that can train themselves. The universe is fair. This extremely rare race that is about to go extinct has been granted a life-saving talent. As for the Ice Mountain Beast and the 12 lineages, their life-saving talent is transformation, where they can change their appearance to anything they want. The natural survival technique, creating a second body, is not as simple as just creating a puppet. It required going through the internal world and nurturing the body, just like a woman being pregnant with children, just like the legends say an egg gave birth to the creator Pengu. One theory, through the nurturing of the internal world, gradually allowing the form to evolve into an embryo one step at a time until it finally matures. The golden horned beast in its life could have up to 3 bodies, one during the Star Traveler stage, the 2nd one during the Universe stage, and the 3rd one during the Sector Lord stage. As the created bodies can also gradually train, there was no question about it. The first body was definitely the most important. That was why choosing the race and bloodline too was important. As the golden horned beast's first body, they would normally choose very good races and bloodlines. This was because the conditions to create the embryo were very low. Just a strand of hair or a drop of blood would do, as long as it contained a trace of the genes and such materials, they would suffice. Luo Feng, you are sure to make your first body as a human from Earth? Babata couldn't help but ask. Just a strand of hair can be used to begin the nurturing. Later on, you will definitely be able to find powerful races of humans, like the Manka people etc. Possessing them would be hard, but finding their hair would be very easy. With some surgery, they can be made to look like your old self. It would be very easy to do, I'm sure. My first body will be a human from Earth, Luo Feng said, and I'll be using my own body to begin the nurturing. The nurturing stage was extremely demanding. This was because the body that will eventually be nurtured had to be placed within the golden horned beast's internal world and worked on from scratch. And the entity that goes in would be killed immediately unless it had reached the Sector Lord level, where the internal world was exactly similar to the physical world. Only that way could a living entity enter the internal world. Earlier, the golden horned beast could have decided that Earth's humans and creatures weren't worth one of its bodies, hence it hadn't begun nurturing anything. And Luo Feng, he began immediately. Within the golden horned beast's body, with a diameter of over 20 centimeters, filled with countless complex golden engravings. Around the glowing crystal, this crystal ball, was the core, or also known as the space core, world core, spirit core. This core contained the golden horned beast's core existence. Even if its head was blown off, its body destroyed, as long as the core and the spirit was okay, it wouldn't die. Within the core, it was as vast as space. At a particular spot, there was a dazzling glow of light, a sphere glowing like a star, gently rotating on its own. This was formed from Luo Feng's accepted soul imprint from his teacher and the swallowing beast's soul put together. This was a star shaped into a sphere. It was also the soul core. This meant Luo Feng's spirit reader level and reached the star level 1 as 4. The golden horned beast's original power, they were all gathered in the horn. On its forehead, the golden horn, was the golden horned beast's most sturdy location. It's also where its power is stored. That was why when its natural techniques were unleashed, its golden horn was the first to light up. The internal world. Luo Feng could feel it after his soul had melded 100 with his new body. Within the vast space inside the core, there seemed to be a formless connection joined to another world. The internal world. This was a vast land, one that had an area of 10 square kilometers, and up in the air. In that area was a golden fog. Surrounding it too was an endless golden fog. The land itself was golden. There were also hills, mountains that were all made from metal. It was a metal world. Luo Feng controlled this world. Babada, release my previous body. Luo Feng, thread of thought, was linked to Babada outside, and using the swallowing natural ability, he immediately ingested his own body in. Who? On one of the hills in the metal land, a body appeared in mid-air. It was Luo Feng's body as a star traveler, level 3 warrior, only a couple of months. Didn't have that much effect on his body, it was just rigid and freezing cold. As for the items on his body, they were taken off long ago. The cloud contact vine, as it was unable to enter the storage space, it had been in the outside world guarding since. Natural ability, nurture. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Rumble. The entire metal continent began to vibrate. Luo Feng's old body began to be moved by a formless energy, floating high up in the sky of the metal world. This was a move the golden horned beast could only do 3 times in its life. Only when its internal world had reached the universe level would he be able to do it the second time. Now, Luo Feng had already used his first natural ability, beginning the nurturing stage. Qi energy vaporized. Floating up high in the sky, Luo Feng's body immediately vaporized. Hoo-hoo, what originally was up high in the sky of the metal continent, the large amount of golden fog, was madly rushing towards the center, forming the genetic remains from Luo Feng's vaporized body into a round golden egg. Begin. Ever since Luo Feng came to know of his natural ability, plus information concerning his skills, he found out about the amount of time required for the nurturing, which was directly linked to his own power. The stronger the internal world, the faster its nurturing, and the lower the level of the genetic remains, the easier the nurturing with Luo Feng's current star level. One internal world, the nurturing speed was definitely not fast. A few high-level bloodlines, powerful races, may even require a few hundred years to 1,000 years to nurture. Why so long? This was because nurturing was akin to giving birth to an infant, for example. A sector lord golden horned beast, obtaining a sector lord human hair. Producing a body, it was producing a sector lord level warrior body. Its genetic makeup was completely duplicated, its body was completely duplicated. To train and reach the level of a sector lord requires tens of thousands of years. To produce one within a few hundred years was already impressive. The catch for nurturing, however, was it couldn't produce something stronger than itself. The most it could do was one with comparable strength. One day later. Looking at the speed, I estimate a couple of years for the nurturing to complete. Luo Feng understood, when that time came, he would have a body with similar strength before, with a genetic makeup of 99,999, similar to before. The only thing, a very small difference, this was a body nurtured from the internal world. Hence its genetic makeup had a few extremely small changes. However, even with a DNA test, it wouldn't even be discovered, the differences between the original and the latter. In a space in the universe, a large star was like a fireball, constantly burning. A gray universe ship was swiftly flying past an asteroid with a diameter of 5 kilometers. Within the ship, a resting room, a handsome middle-aged man was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. His watch communicator's light was glowing. Obviously this captain's consciousness had entered the universe's virtual network. This space was an extremely important existence. The universe was incomparably vast. However, using the universe virtual network, even if the distance was tens of millions away, one could meet and discuss within the network. It was 100. Virtual. Ding, the communicator's light dimmed out. The handsome middle-aged man opened his eyes. Even though we've spent quite a bit of money, we have managed to buy a star map of the Milky Way from a few hundred years ago, this void district. The handsome man was very excited. Within a 1,000 light-year area, this is only a millionth of the Silver Blue Empire's territory. Luckily, this area has 2 planets with life. 2 planets with life, we've really struck it this time. The closest planet is, going by the ship's inferior light speed, requires 2 years and 8 months to get there. The other planet with life, however, requires 136 years. The handsome man was somewhat unsatisfied. Even though his life had reached over 10,000 years, wasting up to 100 years was too much. However, to earn 2 planets with life, this was hitting a goldmine. 2 years 8 months. Let's hope there's some worthy goods there, selling to the slave merchants. 2 can get us big money. If there's nothing good, then we can just sell the entire planet. The handsome man was thinking, his eyes lit with excitement. A planet with life, that was extremely valuable. Time passed. The internal world was nurturing the body. Luo Feng had begun his studies on the and, also using his claws, and swallowing large amounts of metal. Actually, the swallowing relied on the core to activate. That was why, whether it was using the claws, mouth, or tail, they all could activate the swallowing ability. It was just the golden horned beast preferred to use its mouth. And Luo Feng, he felt using his claws was enough. That scout ship, flying in the universe, was quickly heading towards Earth's star field. On Earth. Year 2060, September 12. Attention all, our Jiangnan's #1 hospital is currently housing one of our proud 8 heroes from Yangzhou, Luo Feng's wife Su Xian. From what we know, the ward she's staying is the most luxurious ward in the hospital. Just the fees alone from the ward requires 2 million Huaxia dollars. Every month's fee goes up to as high as $12 million if you add the costs of the doctors, staff and others, etc. I estimate the cost of the ward Su Xin is staying at every month to be worth more than tens of millions. According to the news, Jiangnan's #1 hospital's head said, Luo Feng's wife Su Xin's cost for staying at this hospital has been discounted to the lowest, a full 30% discount. Dear viewers, our reporter has already reached Jiangnan's #1 hospital. According to news, Su Xin's delivery might occur within the next few days and, according to our sources, who managed to talk to the doctors in charge of the case, acquiring secret information, Su Xin has twins in her belly. The previous news of the triplets were only rumors. Year 2060, September 15, morning 8:15 a.m. Su Xin was wheeled into the delivery room. The number of news reporters and paparazzi outside Jiangnan's #1 hospital was shocking, to a point that even reporters from other countries were there. One must know, out of the 8 heroes before, only Luo Feng's wife, Su Xin, was pregnant, and with Luo Feng's sacrifice, now that the children were being born, it garnered the attention of the entire world. Countless citizens from all over the world, even normal old men and women, were all guessing. Luo Feng was already a prodigy and genius of such a level. What about his children? What would they be like in the future? Even though they had yet to be born, Luo Feng's children had already become a focal point. The golden horned beast, which had reached a body length of 230 m, became a beam of light, leaving a golden trail, swiftly flashing about in the deep sea. He was practicing the Luo Feng Babada shouted anxiously. What's the matter? Luo Feng stopped, his enormous, dark golden pupils filled with curiosity. Happy occasion, big happy occasion. Su Xin has just given birth to 2 children. Both children and mother are safe. Your big son weighs 37 kilograms, your second son weighs 33 kilograms, Babada said excitedly. After becoming the swallowing beast, his power rose very quickly. However, after getting completely used to his new body, Luo Feng's soul was unable to fully avoid the swallowing beast's natural brutality, savagery, and ice-cold demeanor. Having spent a good half-year of loneliness, the natural brutality in his bloodline had seeped in. This made Luo Feng much more cold and savage than before. But after hearing this news, Luo Feng felt warm blood rushing through his entire body again. I have children now. I have children now. That sense of excitement nourished his soul. Soon, just another 8 more months, my body's nurturing will be complete. When that time comes, I'll be able to return and see them. Far away at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, Luo Feng, who had taken over the body of the golden horned beast, was extremely emotional at that time. The entire world's media were all reporting on the newborn children. 1. Luo Feng's family now had descendants, wealth comparable to that of countries. 2. The 2 children's genetic makeup were definitely very good, their futures were limitless. 3. With the 8 heroes' sacrifice, the birth of 2 new children made the whole atmosphere more special. Year November 22, 2060, morning. Ping Ping and Little Hai, be good. Su Xin, who was donned in a white cotton dress, gently kissed the 2 babies in her bosom. The 2 babies' eyes shined brightly as they looked at their mother, laughing, their tiny hands waving randomly. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian laughed as they received the 2 babies. Su Xin We'll take Ping Ping and Little Hai for a little walk in the district, Gong Xian Lan laughed. All right, mother, Su Xian nodded. Watching as the grandparents of her children took them away, Su Xian lightly closed the door of the room, walking towards the ward's balcony. On the balcony lay a desk that held a notebook computer. Su Xian sat in the chair, the warm winter sunshine shining on her body. It was very comforting. Su Xian was smiling, moving the chair closer to the desk. She took out a pen from the drawer. Since I was young till now, with my family's teachings, I've always held myself to the highest of expectations. Also, in the end, I've also enjoyed opening my own business with some workers and conquering the business world. However, constantly working for my own company too is tiring. Luckily, I had Luo Feng. Beside Luo Feng, I didn't feel any stress. He helped shelter me from the elements, allowing me to give my all into the business. I really enjoyed those days. I also wished we could have continued living those days forever. Only, I never thought. I don't blame anybody. However, honestly, in this world, I don't have any reason to live. What's the reason for us living? Love, family, career. I don't know. Without Luo Feng here, love has forever left me. Career, the businesses. Troubles, I have no one to complain to. Even with success, there's no one to enjoy it with. Without him by my side, even if the business is a success, it's all for naught. There's no more color. Whenever I dream at night, I often cry. Finally, I've made my decision. I feel very relaxed, so relaxed. My spirit feels a sense of calm I've never felt before. Dad, Mom, brother, grandmother, and father, don't be hurt, because right now I'm very happy. As she finished writing, she put down the pen. Su Xian looked up through the window into the little district. Luo Honghua and his wife were hugging the babies. The babies were laughing happily. Little Hai, Ping Ping, Su Xian said softly, you are only 2 months old, you don't know much about anything. I believe when you grow older, you probably won't remember much from this time. Su Xian opened the notebook computer and picked a tune. It was an old song from Before the Great Nirvana. The seconds and minutes tick by on one's heart. My eyes glimmer and shine emptily. My heart jumps and beats with emotion. I ask myself just how much and how deep you love me. That mellow and soothing sound, with a sense of bashfulness, resounded within the room. This was an old song from Before the Great Nirvana Wang Phase. I'll marry you tomorrow. I'll marry you tomorrow. The music resounded in the room. Su Xian gently crooned with the music, walking to a side dresser and retrieving a wedding dress. Putting on makeup. Wearing the wedding gown. Su Xian gently sang along to the song, her smile sweet and pure. From young, she had grown up in a big family with constant competition and pressure until she met Luo Feng, where she was finally relieved from the competitive pressure. Luo Feng was just like a mountain, a large tree, sheltering her from the elements. Su Xian didn't like her home from before. It was filled with materialistic desires, power, wealth, and competition. She enjoyed living with Luo Feng, doing her own business, and enjoying it with the one she loved. Sharing pain and suffering with the one she loved. Sharing happiness with the one she loved. Those were the good days, and now, with Luo Feng gone, she felt the world had gone black and white, without any other colors. What's the point of carrying on? What's the point of working hard? Victory without anyone to celebrate with, pain and suffering with no one to complain with. Dressed up as a new bride, wearing the wedding gown, Su Xian smiled, quietly. Sitting on the bed. Disturbing all of my dreams. I'll marry you tomorrow. I'll marry you tomorrow. The sweet music seeped into one's spirit. Su Xian took out a porcelain bottle. From the side, pouring out a couple of pills from within, smiling as she gently ate them, drinking some water to swallow them. Closing her eyes. Su Xian, dressed in the wedding gown, quietly lay down, he fingers gently massaging the nameless ring on her finger, steel ring. I'll marry you tomorrow. I'll marry you tomorrow. The music continued, resounding in the room. On her neck, she wore the safety amulet Luo Feng had given her, that silver amulet surface's engravings began to glow lightly, gradually getting brighter. The silver amulet began to gently float up, emanating a dreamy white light. Below, enveloping Su Xian's body. Dressed in the white wedding gown with a white light enveloping her entire body, Su Xian looked just like an angel. Suddenly, the silver safety amulet slowly began to crack open. For a brief moment, the white light became extra thick. Without a sound or trace, it completely vaporized into nothing. The thick white light seeped into Su Xian's body. Her skin suddenly became sparkling and translucent, more shiny and glossy than before, beautiful and alluring. It was an extremely beautiful, earth-shaking beauty. All of the cascading white light slowly got absorbed by Su Xian. The appearance of her body seemed to have a layer of light surrounding it. This scene lasted 26 minutes. The glowing light was all absorbed into her body and everything returned to normal. The entire room was extremely silent. Su Xian remained quietly lying down in the bed, as though nothing had happened before. Suddenly, her eyebrows moved, she opened her eyes. Deep under the Pacific Ocean, a large amount of metal remains were placed under the sea. A 280 long golden horned beast was just beside this heap of metal. Its large dark golden pupils were filled with ice-cold savagery. It extended its claw, a formless space rippled around the surroundings. Immediately, the large heap of metal remains vanished into nothing. Luo Feng Babada's clear crisp voice sounded. He seemed extremely anxious. What's the matter? Luo Feng asked. It's Su Xian. Su Xian committed suicide, Babada shouted. What? Luo Feng felt his mind go blank, blood rushing to his head. Deep underwater, the golden horned beast's golden pupils were suddenly dazzling. Rage and anxiety were mixed in them. This is not something to joke about. I'm not joking, it's real, Babada said. You bastard, didn't you say Su Xian would never do something like that? I initially said we could use the internet, making you imitate my voice and speaking with her, putting her heart at ease. What did you say? You said Su Xian wouldn't believe and would only think I left an AI to do so after I died. Without seeing me in person, she wouldn't believe. All right, I admit what you said had logic. However, you promised me Su Xian would never do something like that now. Luo Feng's mind felt like it was about to explode as he spoke. Don't worry, Babada, after seeing Luo Feng's rage, knew the joke had gone too far. I haven't finished. She isn't dead, not dead at all. Luo Feng was startled. What's going on? Luo Feng was getting angrier. It's like this Su Xian indeed committed suicide, destroying her body completely. Her soul was also almost vaporized. However, the couple amulet I gave you before actually saved her. I don't know what she actually did. Whether it's bad luck or fortune, this lover's amulet's real name is Eternal Love, Babata said. Eternal Love. Luo Feng had acquired quite a bit of inherited memories, but he didn't know what this eternal love was. You don't know what eternal love is, but you at least know about the eternal body, right? Babata said. Yes, Luo Feng said. Man's life, a star traveler's lifespan, was a little more than 1,000 years. A star level span is one era, a universe level would be 10 eras, a domain lord would be 100 eras, and a sector lord would be 1,000 eras. Only an undying being would never ever die. From the student level 9 to the star traveler level, there's a jump in the lifespan. From the star traveler level to the star level, there's also another jump. Every critical point, there would be a jump in the lifespan. And within the same categories, for example, a star traveler level 1 to a star traveler level 9, the power difference is in the hundreds of times, but their life levels and spans are the same. During the life level jumps, one's entire body will go through a total reform. This was an evolution of the body. Man's soul can live very, very long. Normally, they can live for 1,000 eras on the other hand, their bodies have limits. Even with treatment and all, they will all still die of old age at a certain point. A star traveler body can maintain itself for about 1,000 years or more. A star level can go up to one era, only until the sector lord level. They have their own internal world, with that they can absorb outside energy sources, constantly re-energizing their physical body, never aging when that occurs. Then it's all up to the soul. The soul's limit is 1,000 eras. That's why a sector lord's lifespan is 1,000 eras. Only after surpassing the sector lord, reaching the level jump for the soul, will one be eternal. Star traveler, star, universe, domain lord, sector lord, each life level jump is the critical point. As for the domain lord to undying, the jump is for the soul. In the vast universe, there are some special races, naturally born with eternal bodies. Their bodies never age, only when their souls age and die. Will they die? Their bodies are known as the eternal bodies. The universe is fair, granting them eternal bodies, but also making them unable to get much stronger through training. If they wanted to train, the only way for them is to leave their original bodies and steal someone else's. Babata said. Even though they are unable to train, think of the lure of eternity, Luo Feng. You'll understand. Just like the children of undying beings, they are at the universe level, but their lifespans are only 10 eras. They would of course be willing to put their own children's souls in the eternal bodies. Luo Feng nodded. Without a way to raise their powers, they can live to 1,000 eras, which equates to 10,081,000 years. It was indeed a very attractive thing. The undying beings in the universe, or even some of the great empires, through research on the various races of eternal bodies, have acquired some unique and special apparatus through storing these items in the frozen silver. They became these little amulets, which became what is known through the universe as eternal love. It takes one eternal body to make one of these, Babata said. Luo Feng immediately understood. The naturally born races with eternal bodies were in fact very pitiful in the universe. In the universe, the ones with power and rank were many. Countless people chase after longer lifespans. Repossession is one kind of technique, but that technique is extremely rare, and two, it is really hard to train. Luo Feng, you too relied on your teacher's soul imprint. only with that supporting you were you able to use the skill. Babata said, to actually acquire the manual and technique, it's definitely not easier than buying an eternal love amulet. To possess another body, normally that body has to first be weaker than the original. Babata said. The most important thing is, repossession has risks. One might end up self-destructing. Those with eternal love are set, just one amulet and your body transforms into the eternal body. Of course, after becoming an eternal body, one would be unable to train anymore. Babata said, if one wanted to train, one has to throw away the eternal body and enter another. These unique items can only be obtained from the ones born with the eternal bodies. Someone like Su Xian, who acquired her body from the change, we can never get such items from her. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. Right. Otherwise, a person who acquired the eternal body and lived for 10 million years can just allow another person to get the items from his body again. That was simply just a dream. You are saying, Su Xian now has a lifespan of 1,000 years? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Right, also, her body is undying. In order to kill her, you'd have to destroy her soul. Babata said, while the eternal love is extremely precious, with your teacher's status, storing a few of them wasn't difficult for you to wear. An eternal love was something he had planned long ago. Even if the flesh body is destroyed, with the eternal love reconstructing your body, it'll naturally reform. This was the ultimate life-saving trump card. However, I was worried with you wearing the eternal love, not feeling any sense of danger, and thus not training hard enough. That's why I haven't told you its effects. I never thought you'd actually sacrifice your own body and use your soul to attack. Even the eternal love could not save you. Luo Feng laughed and relaxed. That's good too. It was some good from a misfortune after all. Luo Feng was very clear Su Xian would never become a fighter, even with the spirits of nature, Muya crystals, etc., countless treasures, and they could probably force her into the Star Traveler stage, but that was it. And now, even though she would be unable to train, she had an eternal body. Yangzhou City, Mingyu District, Luo Feng's house. Su Xian was sitting at the desk, shocked. What's wrong? Su Xian's mind was in a whirl. Suddenly, the open notebook screen had a new message alert. What was weird was the message automatically opened. Su Xian, I am Luo Feng. The words at the top of the message shocked Su Xian. Her eyebrows creased. She was very clear that the elites of the world had AIs, even Luo Feng had them. A few emails, calls, footages, etc. were not enough for her to believe, because her brother Su Gang used to do this sort of thing. I know you are suspicious, however, when you just tried to commit suicide. The amulet I gave you before worked, that's why presently you are still alive. And that amulet should have disappeared. Su Xian was shocked, immediately rubbing her chest and looking down to see. Indeed, the safety amulet was gone. All that was left was the chain this made Su Xian shocked and pleasantly surprised. She knew she had just killed herself, and yet now she was still alive. Was this really Luo Feng? Luo Feng wasn't dead. I know you are suspicious, however, in 6 months I will return home. The most I'd take will be 7 months. Alright, remember, don't do silly things. Luo Feng. Finishing up the message, Su Xian felt her exhausted heart once again fill up with life. The originally black and white world was once again filled with color, her life once again filled with hope. Maybe it's real to be resurrected after dying. This obviously made Su Xian believe more. 6 months, the most 7 months. I must tell father and mother, Luo Hua too, about this good news. Su Xian was extremely excited. That day, after Luo Feng's family saw the message, even though they were shocked by Su Xian's attempt to commit suicide and reprimand her, this filled everyone with hope again. While they suspected whether it was the doing of an AI, they would still patiently wait for another half a year. Year 2061, March 9th night. Night had fallen. Luo Feng's family were having dinner, laughing. Father, mother, don't push, it's hard enough that I get to come home and have dinner with you all. Alright, I'll tell you, this summer vacation, Shen Nan. And I will go register our marriage. Luo Hua laughed. Luo Hua had just acquired another house in the Mingyu district. After all, his sister-in-law lived here. Him living here too would be too crowded. With his status, buying another house was simple. What's more, he too was a fighter. That's right. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan laughed. The two babies in the crib beside were climbing around, laughing and having fun. Why hasn't Su Xian returned? Gong Xian Lan couldn't help but gaze outside anxiously. Right now, little Xian has dived into her work. It's also a good thing. Luo Honghua laughed. Gong Xian Lan nodded. Right, if she tried to commit suicide again, that would be bad. Suddenly, Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan's vision immediately blurred. Putong, Putong. Putong. The group of bodyguards outside the yard all collapsed. The two nannies within the house too collapsed. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan had collapsed on the table. No movement. Silence. All that could be heard was the sound of the two babies. Luo Hua looked coldly outside. Mr. Luo, how are you? Two men dressed in black Western suits smiled as they walked in, as though they were returning home. One of them was a white man, while the other resembled more of a Southern Asian. The Southern Asian man smiled. Relax. They've only been put to sleep. I haven't killed them. Two representatives making such a grand appearance. I wonder what's the matter? Luo Hua said solemnly. Nothing, just taking a few things that belong to star travelers, and things that normal people have no right to keep. The Southern Asian man smiled. Relax, I won't kill anybody. However, I hope you stay calm. The moment you order those metal robots out, I will immediately, to these people. Boom, he made an exaggerated expression, 'cause their souls to explode. Seigo Neru, you are the only star traveler spirit reader in the world right now. Do you have to do such things? Luo Hua said solemnly. He knew, no matter how fast the robots were, they weren't as fast as a spirit reader's thoughts. Seigo Neru, India's genius spirit reader. Ever since Luo Feng and Eastbourne had fallen, Neru, who had recently just broken through, was the only star traveler level spirit reader left. There's a need, of course there is. Seigo Neru smiled. Mr. Luo, I believe you know a bit about the current state of affairs of the world. Do you think the treasures that Luo Feng left behind in your family will be left alone? Also, just leaving them in your Luo family is a waste. Muya crystal. Seigo Neru smiled. They are actually hidden in a room underground. Wow, 18 Muya crystals, and quite a few spirits of nature. What a big haul. Luo Feng's haul was really big. Seigo Neru was extremely surprised. Luo Hua's expression turned ashen. He understood, the enemy was using his spirit energy to search How do you control those metal robots? Seigo Neru looked at Luo Hua. No one can control them. Luo Hua shook his head. Even I cannot, my brother. Left them in order to protect our family. They'll always follow only his command. Oh. Seigo Neru nodded. He understood. Suddenly, the underground door automatically opened. A briefcase floated up. He extended his arm to grab it. Thanks. Seigo Neru smiled. I'll give you some advice. Only with great power can you own such great treasures. Otherwise, hee. As for those robots, they are powerful, but they are after all just robots. Oh, even with a distance of a few hundred meters, I still can instantly destroy the souls of your family. So, don't do anything stupid. Wei Nua, let's go. Seigo Neru turned and left. Representative Wei Nua followed behind. Luo Hua watched as they left, not daring to make a move. The disc-shaped battleship flew at least 300 m away, even on the battleship. Seigo Neru's spirit attack could instantly kill all of the Luo family. Bastard. Standing at the window, watching as the battleship left, Luo Hua's expression was ugly. Luckily, he had split the 60 Muya crystals into several portions, storing them in different locations. These 18 crystals were already very shocking to the two representatives. After all, Hong and Thunder God had only acquired a total of about 10 crystals. What happened? What happened earlier? What's wrong with me? Bodyguards, nannies, Luo Honghua, and others awoke. Luo Hua was helping them. And the others, not telling what exactly happened. There was no way. Luo Hua could only admit, against fighters, the metal robots could still quickly resist. However, against a spirit reader and their spiritual attacks, the metal robots had no way to defend. When the incident occurred, all of the conversation, etc., were all heard by the metal robots and transmitted to Babata. Naturally, Luo Feng too knew of it. Wei Nua Seigo Neru. The golden-horned monster, which was over 300 m long, deep in the ferocious ocean, its dark golden pupils were raging. Babata, you said that they are now working with the fifth chairman Atkin, that cowardly turtle, keeping a low profile. Even during the swallowing monster incident, he didn't even show his face. Now he's showing his ambition. I've always despised him. Now Atkin Seigo Neru. Luo Feng was extremely angry. Being unable to visit his loved ones before, he was already very regretful to think that Atkin and a few others, because of their greed, actually dared play with their lives. No matter his rage, Luo Feng had to endure, even though the days of holding in his rage seemed like years. Finally, the first nurturing had succeeded. Year 2061, June 2nd, that was the day Luo Feng would break out from his shell. The golden fog engulfed a large hill. This was a hill totally made from metal. In the air above the hill, an oval-shaped egg was floating. Ka, the egg shell began to crack open, an arm raised out from within. Finally, the egg fully split open. A completely nude, fit man with short black hair was floating in mid-air, his eyes serene. Whatever his gaze fell upon seemed to be filled with a sense of fear. At a height of 178 m, even though he was on the thin side, his body seemed just like a well-forged high-grade well-tempered steel, giving off a sense of immense power. The man with the short black hair surveyed the golden land. This is my internal world. The man's eyes were filled with wonder and curiosity. Shwa. Everything suddenly vanished, at the same time. Rumble. The golden-horned beast, covered completely in black scales, with a body length of 320 m suddenly appeared in the land. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, the ferocious sea and undercurrent raged. The golden horned beast suddenly vanished. At the same time, a completely nude man with black short hair appeared. I've finally reverted back. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with excitement that was hard to contain, core with a thought he sensed within his body, clearly seeing his own heart through his chest, in between his lungs, right in the middle at the solar plexus spot. The core was spinning in place, filled with complex golden engravings, emitting a golden light. This core was very, very small. Before, the golden horned beast was 180 m, this core's diameter was only about 20 centimeters or so. Now that Luo Feng had reverted to his human body, the core was barely a few millimeters. Genetic energy, spiritual force. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Rumble. A large amount of golden fog flew into Luo Feng's body from within his internal world, swiftly gathering in his abdomen center, swirling and gathering with the large amount of metal characteristic fog from his internal world. 1, 2, and finally 3 mini-planets formed around his Dantian Star Traveler, Level 3. Now, Luo Feng's body could only take so much, any more required him to first strengthen his body, raising his Dantian's ability to hold the energy. Rumble. At the same time, within the core, Luo Feng's soul, which had reached the level 3 Star Traveler level, was madly absorbing the universe's energy the moment it was received into the core. It was immediately sent to be refined, however. It was only simple refining, reaching to the Star Traveler level 5 and quickly leaving the core, flowing through his head and consciousness. The ferocious wave of spirit energy continued to gather. Change had begun to happen, forming another spirit planet. After spending a good half an hour, it finally stopped. Within his consciousness, a blood-red planet, with 5 other planets orbiting around it, constantly rotating. Star Traveler 6. Luo Feng, your body is at the Star Traveler level 4, however, your special ability before was the golden body. That's why your body's sturdiness is comparable to a Star Traveler level 4 fighter. It's able to bear the power of a Star Traveler level 6 spirit reader. That's his limit, Babata said. Understood. Luo Feng smiled as he opened his eyes. Beside him a liquid silver guard flew out. From that guard he received his storage ring. His spirit energy created a protective barrier in the sea. From within he retrieved a set of clothes to wear. Cloud contact. Luo Feng looked far away. Thousands of meters away in the sea, a blood-red cloud contact vine, even though it had shrunk smaller, it immediately flew towards Luo Feng. After recognizing its owner, the cloud contact vine would follow him for life. The moment Luo Feng's soul was destroyed, it too would die. Shua. The cloud contact vine shrank and entered into Luo Feng's skin, vanishing. A wave of thoughts and emotions from the cloud contact vine transmitted over. Happy. Looks like I'm the same as before. Luo Feng sighed. However, in essence, my soul's core is the core of the internal world. His body was nurtured from the internal world. So, Luo Feng's current body was similar to the golden horned beast's body. Their weakness was the core carrying the soul and the internal world right. Now, even if Luo Feng's human head was blown off, he wouldn't die. All he needed was to expend energy, and it would regrow, just like the golden horned beast. Luo Feng, I gave you the choice of the other races, and you had to choose a human. The golden horned beast's body and evolution speed will far exceed your Earth human body's evolution speed. Even though the internal world has metal universe characteristics to provide, your body's genetics are too weak, even with a large amount of power, if it cannot withstand it. What happens then? Babata was obviously still unsatisfied. Luo Feng laughed. He understood the logic. The golden horned beast's growth relied on the internal world. Every time the internal world grew one level, the golden horned beast would immediately absorb large amounts of energy, swiftly growing. In a level 2, that way the golden horned beast would always maintain the same speed with its internal world. However, Luo Feng's body genetics, compared to the golden horned beast, was far too inferior. It could not evolve at the same speed. It's okay, I can't be too greedy, Luo Feng laughed. At least, I'm currently a Star Traveler level 6 spirit reader. In his Earth human body, he was a Star Traveler level 6 spirit reader. The moment he switches to the golden horned beast body, he becomes a Star level 3 golden horned beast. After more than a year, from a Star level 1 to a Star level 3, it was pretty fast. It would become slower as he grew, especially the critical point of breaking into the universe level. That would take more time. Rumble. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, swiftly breaking out of the ocean. High up in the air, Luo Feng was on the soaring shuttle, heading towards Europe, his expression cold. Luo Feng, after the incident with the swallowing beast, Earth's strongest and elite have all fallen. The palace of war gods has shut down. The warriors have no leader, no one like Hong, Thunder God, or you, who hold a sense of absolute power among the strong. That's why everything is in a mess currently. And back then the 5th chairman Atkin has thus become the current strongest. Atkin, Yen Hai, they were originally representatives from the HR Alliance. But ever since the European strongest, which was the HR strongest, Eastbourne fell, Atkin was the biggest. He joined forces with Yen Hai and led a group of representatives, be it blackmail, threatening, or just using force. They quickly took over the HR Alliance. Also, Atkin and Yen Hai have gotten Seigo Neru in, and Seigo Neru, as India's genius, was naturally accepted into the Thunder Dojo and is currently one of their investigators. According to my research, this is my report. This power, Atkin was originally the 5th chairman. Yen Hai initially challenged this but failed, but his power is comparable to Jia. These two are very strong. Seigo Neru is currently Earth's only Star Traveler level spirit reader. He's also the genius I mentioned before that was beneath you. Luo Feng's expression was cold. Regarding the organization that Atkin, Yen Hai, and Seigo Neru are leading, they've become powerful. Under them are some other level 1 and 2 Star Traveler representatives. They are currently the Earth's leading powers. Under them is the Dojo of Limits. The Dojo of Limits has the most loyal 3 guards, who are very united. Then there's the 5 great countries. Finally, the Thunder Dojo. Ever since Thunder God was comatose, with Seigo Neru joining the dojo, the Thunder Dojo has had internal struggles, and the situation is pretty serious. Luo Feng was surprised with this news. To control the HR Alliance while also influencing the Thunder Dojo, this power was indeed frightening. Relying on blackmail, force, murder, or stealing of treasures, this power has established its powerful foundation. The countries all do not dare to offend them, Babata said. Atkin was the most powerful fighter, Naru was the most powerful spirit. Reader. Also, Yen Hai, who was closer to Atkin. M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia E, Sokolov, their relatives. Haven't suffered. Luo Feng definitely did not forget the 5 heroes who went along with him to battle the golden horned beast. More or less, they haven't been much better off, however, nobody dares to bully the families of the 8 heroes. Only M.O. Henderson's family has had it worse. One died according to media, they said it was a car accident, Babata said. Luo Feng's expression became even colder. The power struggle was extremely brutal. While it may seem peaceful on the surface, many have died behind the shadows, with new people replacing them. The days have gotten better without new dangers, and this new pile of garbage rises. Luo Feng's killing intent rose from the influence of the golden horned beast's lineage and bloodline. The current Luo Feng was much more savage. Back then we didn't see them in times of crisis, now they've jumped out and taken over even the families of the heroes they've dared to threaten, taking away their treasures. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. Luo Feng's gaze was God, without a tiger in the mountain. The monkeys take over Atkin Yen Hai Seiko Naru, all of you will die. At Star Traveler level 3, Luo Feng had already surpassed the old heroes by killing the Grand Emperor monster and was on par with Hong and Thunder God. And now, at Star Traveler level 6, killing those people would be like stepping on ants. Europe, Paris headquarter city, Dawn. Dressed in a western suit, with his all-white hair neatly trimmed, Yen Hai was in a good mood as held a wine glass and sat on his villa's 3rd-level balcony. Hee. Sniffing, Yen Hai seemed to enjoy the smell, closing his eyes and taking a sip. Exhilarating, Yen Hai remarked as he enjoyed. He enjoyed his current life. Back during the Grand Nirvana period, he regarded the end of the world and that situation as the best life for the strong. He could live like an emperor. He had assembled beside him a group of savage and brutal helpers like him. However, Jia Yi, that asshole, his sense of justice was too strong. The two were huge rivals. As 2 great warriors from China, their powers were extremely close. Finally, he was cornered by Jia Yi and finally forced to leave China, hiding in the far away European continent. Decades passed with him not daring to step foot in China, and now, whenever he felt like going, he'd just do it. He did whatever he felt like. Jia Yi was dead. The 4th chairman had also died. Luo Feng, that sick bastard too, was dead. All that was left was the 5th chairman, Atkin, and he was his good friend. He was the same as himself. Good wine, Yen Hai smiled end to end, pouring for himself to enjoy. The oppressive days from before were gone, and now, he was living it up. Yen Hai was startled, slowly turning around to look, his heart filled with fear. How can this be? How can this be? With the Muya crystals, I've already stepped into the Star Traveler level 3. Even Atkin, who is stronger than me by a bit, cannot get behind me without me noticing on this earth. There shouldn't be anyone like that. It can't be. His heart roared. However, Yen Hai continued to slowly turn around, his gaze concentrated, staring hard at that spot. He wanted to know just who it was. Wearing long army pants, with a simple sleeveless on top, black short hair. His entire being seemed extremely malevolent and ferocious, his gaze incomparably cold. You. Yen Hai's eyes were wide open. No, his face became flushed red, as though he had seen a ghost. It can't be you. Don't look as though you've seen a ghost, only the guilty fear the dead. I am indeed Luo Feng, and I've come to reap your life. A cold voice resounded. Rumble. Yan Hai felt his soul get ripped apart. After his soul had scattered, his entire body collapsed on the floor. Humph! Luo Feng looked with his icy cold gaze. You are the first. So he had already flown far into the sky. Master, it's time to leave. A voice filled with respect resounded from the stairs beneath the balcony. Master. Master! A few repeated shouts. The suspicious butler ran up, looking around. Seeing the collapsed invincible warrior Yan Hai without a movement on the floor, his expression immediately changed. Master, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? He ran over and squatted beside to check for breath and pulse. Dead. The butler opened his eyes wide, extremely terrified. How could the master have died? The recent health checkup by the doctor said his body was very healthy, much healthier than even young people. How could a star traveler fighter's lifespan was more than 1,000 years? This point, several of the elite researchers who studied the ancient ruins knew. This butler, however, didn't. In a moment, Yan Hai's several family heart specialists were beside his body. His body is completely fine, no damage whatsoever. The doctor beside, using the apparatus, deducted, shaking his head. This shouldn't be. This body is completely healthy. He shouldn't be dead. From a medical standpoint, if there aren't any physical problems, then he shouldn't have just died. However, they had no way to check the soul. North America, Washington headquarters city. A black luxury car was slowly driving along the streets. Sitting within was Earth's current #1 person, Atkin. With unmatchable strength, he forced the entire HR alliance to re-elect himself, replacing Isadora and becoming the first chairman. He held the highest authority in the HR alliance. Even the 9 great core families, none of them dared to fight them. And during the swallowing beast incident, he was the Palace of Wargood's 5th chairman. Atkin was extremely lean. He sported a beard below his mouth. His gaze seemed as if he was daydreaming. But sometimes it seemed to chill one's heart. This one person, during the swallowing beast episode, kept an extremely low profile. Even Hong and Thunder God had never realized this person's crazy ambitions, and when the strongest of the time fell one after another, he finally revealed his wild ambitions. Hello. Atkin took out his handphone. Chairman, Mr. Yan Hai was discovered dead 15 minutes ago, right on his house's balcony. As to the specific time of death, we are unable to determine. An obviously nervous voice sounded. What? Atkin's expression changed. His heart was in a flurry. How did Yan Hai die? Who on this earth had the ability to so easily kill Yan Hai? How did he die? Atkin asked. No clue. No one in his entire house heard any commotion. No one knows just how he died, or even when. Atkin creased his eyebrows and said solemnly, the cause of death, unable to determine. Yes, Mr. Yan Hai's body is undamaged. His body is extremely healthy. He shouldn't be dead. The moment he finished, Atkin's expression changed immediately. Pa. Shutting the phone, Atkin's eyes squinted, his gaze cold. It's a spirit reader attack on his soul. Only with one's soul destroyed would one die this way. However, on this earth, there's only one star traveler spirit reader, Seigo Neru, and Seigo Neru is only a level 1 star traveler. He doesn't have the power to kill Yan Hai. Just who is it? Who Two silhouettes swiftly flashed through Atkin's mind, people he had suppressed. In his memories over the years, Eastbourne and the genius, even stronger than Eastbourne, Luo Feng. But they are dead. Eastbourne's body, I saw it personally. Luo Feng's life force too had weakened till it vanished, it was broadcasted all over the world. Atkin's expression changed greatly. Not right, Luo Feng, Luo Feng. He remembered Hong and Thunder God, who were deep in their coma, back then. Their life force signals too had vanished, and while they didn't have any mental signals, they were living dead, but still, they weren't dead. That swallowing beast too had gone through rebirth. No one saw Luo Feng's body. From the start to end, no one had seen Luo Feng's body. Don't tell me he's still alive. Atkin's expression was ugly back then, with extreme ease. Luo Feng had killed the 8-tentacle Grand Emperor. He was not something Atkin could deal with. Against the 8-tentacle Grand Emperor, he would be easily killed, and back then Luo Feng handled it with such ease. Luo Feng, that young but invincible abnormality, was on par with Hong and Thunder God. Atkin. He needed to respect Luo Feng. If Luo Feng had truly returned, knowing he had sent Sego Neru and Wei Nua to take away his Muya crystals by force, then no, Atkin shook his head, extremely nervous and worried. If it was Luo Feng, he was screwed. Even if it wasn't Luo Feng, to be able to kill Yan Hai without so much of a sound, he was afraid he too wouldn't stand a chance. Hello. Atkin quickly made a call. Sego Neru, it's me, Atkin. I suspect Luo Feng isn't dead and has just killed Yan Hai. You need to be careful, perhaps it would be best to immediately leave your home. Asia, India, New Delhi headquarter city. Because of the time difference, it was dawn in Europe, but mid-afternoon in New Delhi. The ferocious sun of fall was shining on the land, and in the headquarter city's East District, there was a large castle. It was India's ancient household of power, owned by the powerful Nehru family. The Nehru family was originally the strongest only in the political world. However, since one of its children, Sego Neru, had swiftly risen, becoming the world's only star traveler spirit reader, the family's power grew by leaps and bounds. Ever since Mr. Sego Neru agreed to accept spirit reader disciples, the number of visitors have been increasing every day. Spirit readers, it's something that's not easy to train. Sego Neru is the entire world's most powerful spirit reader. Also, he's still so young even compared to Huaxia's Luo Feng. Their ages are similar. Mr. Sego Neru is India's pride, a definite spirit reader genius. I believe he'll be just like Mr. Luo Feng, becoming incredibly powerful and invincible. Yes, the entire world says that Sego Neru is the second Luo Feng. On top of the castle, two guards looked down on a luxurious car which had stopped in the parking lot outside, beginning a discussion quietly. Within the castle, in the living room, gathered two groups of visitors. Please wait a moment. Sego Neru is currently meditating. Once he's finished, he will attend to you all. A man dressed in a light silk clothing smiled as he said, "All right, I'm in no rush." The two groups had a total of 8 people, and among them were 2 young spirit readers. It was clear that they awakened recently. Nehru Castle, in the sky above, a silhouette appeared. The weird thing was, no one saw this silhouette. Babada, your camouflage system is not bad, Luo Feng praised. This is nothing, a clear crisp voice sounded, it's just twisting the surrounding light, causing whoever's below to miss the light and not see anything. It's too simple in the universe, with better technology, the ships. Interstellar transporters, even if they stopped above your cities, if they didn't want you to see them, you all wouldn't be able to. Luo Feng didn't suspect that at all. Ever since he had become the golden-horned beast deep underwater, with Babada's signal scrambler, all of Earth's apparatus have been unable to sense his life force signal at all. These are all little children's science to a fighter, closing in on him. Even if he doesn't use his sight, he should still be able to feel the presence, Babada said. Right. Luo Feng surveyed below, extremely gently, his spirit energy swept past, no sound or trace as it flowed through the castle. It could be deemed gentle and totally noiseless. No one had realized Luo Feng's sensing, including the new Star Traveler Spirit Reader, Seigo Neru. He's a Star Traveler level 1, I'm a 6, just by levels, I'm stronger than him by 32 times, not to mention I've trained in terms of controlling power alone, including all the techniques, I'm countless times stronger. Luo Feng shook his head. Through Yun Mo planet's structured training, he could clearly feel in spiritual force, he was much stronger than his enemy. So Luo Feng rushed downwards. In the castle, dressed in a luxurious black robe, a youth was lying on a sofa. His leg was resting on a glass table, his hand was holding a goblet, within it he swirled the exquisite red wine. Woo! Seigo Neru gently took a sip. Fight with me, that old man, he's already so old, I'm still so young, just with power alone, how can he compare with me? Right now, the moment I'm willing to accept disciples, countless powerful families are sending their children over to be my disciple. I am the Earth's only Star Traveler level spirit reader. With the big powers on my side, also with Big Brother Atkin helping out, plus I'm from the Neru family, the family with power in India. The position of head in the Thunder Dojo is definitely mine. Seiko gently raised his head, revealing a condescending smile. Woo, and people dare say I'm the next Luo Feng. I've heard too much of these words. Ever since he broke through into the Star Traveler level, everybody praised him, saying how he would be just like Luo Feng in many aspects. In the beginning, Seigo Neru was very proud and happy. But after hearing much of such sayings, he began to get annoyed. My age is similar to Luo Feng's. I will one day reach the skies, become even stronger, just like Hong and Thunder God. When that time comes, I will make others say Luo Feng, you are Seigo Neru number 2. Haha, enjoying success at such a young age, Seigo Neru was extremely content and arrogant. Suddenly his phone rang. Hello, Seigo Neru answered. Seigo Neru, it's me, Atkin. I suspect Luo Feng isn't dead and has just killed Yan Hai. You need to be careful, perhaps it would be best to immediately leave your home. Atkin's voice transmitted from the phone. Seigo Neru was so shocked he stood upright immediately. However, the moment he stood up, he realized there was someone standing at the door behind him. He was wearing long army pants, a simple sleeveless top. The man had yellow skin and black short hair. His gaze was piercing like knives through his soul, causing Seigo Neru to tremble. Seigo Neru's eyes opened wide. This appearance 99 of the entire world recognized. Seigo Neru's face had gone pale. Extreme fear. Before he had felt he himself was very strong, but now with this person standing right in front of him, with just a gaze, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear. And he had once gone to that person's family's house to steal The treasures left behind. Seigo Neru, say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Atkins nervous voice resounded. He has already arrived. Sweat started to appear from Seigo Neru's forehead, facing that terrifying, killing gaze from his enemy, those piercing cold eyes that made people tremble. In fear, it was simply just like the world broadcast from before, just like the gaze of the one that terrified the entire world, that of the golden horned beast. Seigo Neru squeezed out a smile. Mr. Luo Feng, you are actually still alive. This is just. There are quite a few scum in this world, but for someone to sink to such a level. Luo Feng's gaze was cold, suddenly a mental attack, one undetectable by the naked eye, pierced through Seigo Neru's consciousness like a sharp needle. The mini-planet within was pierced through just like tofu, crumbling. Rumble. Seigo Neru's eyes opened wide, they were filled with fear, before he collapsed on the floor. Overlooking Seigo Neru's body from above, Luo Feng's body vanished out the door straight after. Up high in the sky, Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, becoming a beam of light and heading towards America. From birth till now, Luo Feng had never been some saint, or some impregnable hero. The only thing was he had his own limits. Within his heart there were many scum in the world, but Luo Feng would never lash out at them or go punish every single one of them. After all, where there's light, there will be darkness. However, Atkin, Seigo Neru, and Yen Hai, these three top powers, had done one thing that truly enraged Luo Feng: to threaten or directly rob the relatives of the deceased heroes. M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jia E, Sokolov, you all died with honor. And these three bastards actually disturbed your peace. I definitely won't allow it. Luo Feng fixed his gaze on the oceans in the direction of America, following Babada's tracking signals that he had acquired from hacking into the internet. Atkin was currently in the Washington base. Washington headquarters city. Because of the time difference, it was currently late at night here. A luxurious car stopped in the street. He's arrived, a voice transmitted from the phone. Atkin's eyes widened from within the car. Not good. Luo Feng is really not dead. He has really returned. Atkin's forehead had beads of cold sweat. At the same time, a thought swiftly flashed in his mind. Without question, Luo Feng had killed Yen Hai first. He was definitely heading to kill Seigo Neru now, and the next would probably be himself. What can I do? What can I do? This Luo Feng is ruthless, and his power is too strong. Atkin was getting more worried the more he thought about it. He was so nervous, his forehead and back was sweating like crazy. Panic. No matter how he thought about it, he would end up dead. Rush over to Luo Feng's house and hold his family hostage. Not possible. They have metal robots capable of stopping me also. From America to China, the distance is too far. My speed cannot match Luo Feng's, so I'll definitely be intercepted. Atkin thought of many possible solutions, swiftly striking them down one after another. I'm trapped in a hopeless situation, cornered. The earth is so big, but with Luo Feng's power, I have nowhere to run. Atkin grit his teeth. I can only do this. He immediately grabbed his hand phone, swiftly making a call. Help me quickly. This instant, with the greatest speed, gather all the important media and reporters in Washington. Also, inform the rest of the world's media via the HR Alliance. This night was not going to be a peaceful one. The Earth's number one person, the HR Alliance's chairman Atkin, had begun his struggle to live. In the biggest plaza in the Washington headquarters city, late at night, vehicle after vehicle of media people arrived, with their high-frequency broadcasting noises. They awoke the surrounding community of American people. Seeing the plaza all lit up, filled with large numbers of vehicles, the scene attracted many citizens to gather around. The chairman of the HR Alliance will deliver a piece of shocking news to the world. This next scene will definitely shake the earth. Yes, no doubt about it, the chairman of the HR Alliance, the strongest man on the earth now, he will officially deliver big news. The media people began their individual reports. And with the big screen in the plaza, the footage of Hong and Thunder God back then fighting the swallowing monster appeared, also scenes of the 6 heroes entering the ocean along with a detailed explanation of the 8 heroes. Why is the screen displaying the incident of the 8 heroes? Perhaps the announcement has something to do with the 8 heroes. Perhaps the 2 vegetables Hong and Thunder God have awoken. First, the surrounding houses, which were filled with citizens, emptied, and all of them approached the plaza. Asia, Australia, North America, South America, Africa, wherever the HR Alliance had any influence over, they had direct control of the media coverage, and today, Atkin had, in a last-ditch attempt, forked out money to other broadcasting media, causing the entire world's media to be focused on this place. On the internet, many websites had pop-ups. It was still night in America. However, in Europe, it was morning. In China and India, it was the hottest time of day. Coverage on television, internet live broadcast, these led to the entire world all immediately coming to know of the scene. What's up? What's the big news? It's actually the HR Alliance's chairman personally making an announcement. The entire world, through the internet or television, found out almost immediately. Even those busy with work or asleep were all notified by their friends. It was obvious, it was big news that was about to be announced. Washington headquarters city, Plaza. Let me invite our HR Alliance chairman Atkin. Under the huge spotlights, the media's many cameras, wearing a white shirt with a black suit, seemingly very proper, Atkin walked up, the aura of one that controlled the universe surrounded him. This made everyone go silent. It was obviously a being that exceeded the war god level, a being that normal people looked up to. Attention all, to everyone watching this live broadcast, my friends. Atkin's face had an expression that was hard to control. Today, let me first introduce a person. He is, talented beyond his years, the youngest spirit reader who exceeds the war gods. He once single-handedly killed tens of Emperor-level monsters, including a Grand Emperor. He, in a final battle with the swallowing beast, killed that monster, saving humanity from that calamity. Who is he? Atkin was extremely emotional. At the same time, on the screen behind him, what was initially showing all 8 heroes displayed Luo Feng's data, Luo Feng's individual achievements at different times. Large amounts of pictures, words, and footage appeared on the screen. Yes, it is Luo Feng, our Earth's greatest genius, most honorable genius. Atkin's voice was passionate. Before the television and internet live broadcast, countless people all over the world seemed to be reliving the time more than a year ago, the time where they were all living in fear, fear that the end of humanity had come. Towards the 8 heroes, in their hearts, these 8 were the saviors of the world, and among them, the youngest and the one who dealt the killing blow, Luo Feng, was worshipped and respected more by countless people. I admire and respect him. I am saddened by his loss, I am filled with regret. For his loss, humanity lost a great genius from this generation. Atkin suddenly spoke mysteriously. However, no one has noticed, from the beginning to the end, no one ever found Luo Feng's body. The warriors that entered the ocean after the battle only saw the swallowing beast's body. No one ever saw Luo Feng's corpse. Silence. Everyone in the plaza had gone silent. What erupted after was pure elation. Emotional and excited discussion that was hard to suppress. Yes, your guesses are not wrong. Atkin's voice resounded loudly. The news I'm about to announce today is Earth's most honorable genius, Luo Feng. He's still alive. Yes, he's still alive. Rumble. The entire plaza erupted. Rumble. All the countries around the world, countless citizens in front of the televisions all jumped up, even the ones in front of their computers. At this time, the entire world had erupted with glee. China, Luo Feng's house, level 1 living room. Beside was the baby's cot. Luo Honghua, Gong Xian Lan, and the nanny were all watching the television. Earth's most noble genius, Luo Feng, he's still alive. Yes, he's still alive. From the television, that emotional booming voice along with the celebration noises from the plaza seemed to almost blow up the television. The living room people who held their breaths couldn't help but shout out emotionally. Quickly, tell little Xian to return. Contact little Hua. Luo Honghua and Gong Xian Lan excitedly dialed their handphones. The two children inside the cots beside them were quiet as they pulled on the sheets, watching the television screen wide-eyed. Dada, one of them pointed at Luo Feng's picture as it appeared on the screen, making noise at it. Luo Hua was in his company's office, sitting in front of his computer. Su Xian too was at her company's computer. They both watched their own screens. Wei Wen, who was napping in the afternoon due to the heat, was also dragged by his girlfriend to a computer. What? Wei Wen was so excited his mouth dropped wide open. The dojo of limits, Luo Feng's earlier teacher, Jiang Feng too, was in front a computer. The girl who once chased after him, Janet, was with a suitor, stopped in a street, raising her head to watch the big screen. Countless people around the world were watching this scene. The 8 heroes were legendary in their saving of the world before the media and reports after made them almost godlike, and right now, the youngest and most genius amongst them was still alive. This was relayed personally by the HR Alliance's chairman, broadcasting to the rest of the world. I know this news is so exciting that it's hard to go back to bed. That's why I couldn't resist. I had to immediately relay this good news to everyone. He's a hero I truly respect. Incomparable respect. Atkin acted as though he was extremely emotional from his respect of the heroes, and that one had returned, on television, computers, screens in the streets. This caused countless people to get even more emotional. They didn't suspect that he was just acting from their point of view. Respecting these 8 heroes was normal. Suddenly, above the plaza, a beam of light swiftly descended, stopping gently. The entire plaza, including Atkin, had gone silent. The entire world, everyone in front of their computers or television, had gone silent. The entire world was silent. Everyone looked at that silhouette. He, dressed in long army pants, simple sleeveless top, black short hair, his gaze deep as the ocean from mid-hair. He descended slowly, that formless aura seemed to permeate even people watching through their screens. All the media people in the plaza, including the large number of normal citizens, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the human silhouette descending from above. Right, they weren't mistaken. It was him, the man that was repeatedly shown on the television. It's Luo Feng. Thousands of voices resounded. Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Luo Feng. The entire plaza had erupted. My God. Luo Feng of the 8 heroes, the man who transcended his generation. Gathering countless of worshippers, the genius of his age was still alive at this time. Who knew how many citizens were getting extremely emotional? The various countries' elites and leaders were all startled, a few greedy families. Power-hungry individuals too were in a frenzy for a powerful warrior like Luo Feng. There was no need for an army, just one person alone would be invincible. Back then, Hong and Thunder God were ranked above the countries. After the loss of the 8 heroes, the positions of the 5 countries rose by quite a bit. Even though Atkin's power was larger, his authority still wasn't like Hong or Thunder God, that undeniable, unshakable absolute power. Big Brother Luo Hua was extremely emotional. Little Feng, Luo Honghua, and Gong Xian Lan were watching the silhouette as he appeared on the screen, tears rolling down their faces. Overjoyed. In front of an office desk, Su Xian was watching the live broadcast from her computer. That silhouette that she had only dreamt about holding on to appeared on screen. She couldn't help but get excited, rubbing the steel ring, extremely elated. At this time, Su Xian felt as though she had ascended to heaven. The entire world's citizens were in an uproar, and within the Washington headquarters city's plaza, the HR Alliance chairman Atkin was extremely excited. Mr. Luo Feng, when I found out about you being alive, I was extremely excited. I couldn't wait to let the rest of the world hear the news. However, now that I've seen you with my own eyes, I'm truly emotional. I, Atkin, hate myself for not having done anything during the swallowing beast incident. And right now, even though that incident has passed, the threat of the sea creatures still remain, and Hong and Thunder God aren't around. Without a leader, the entire world's warriors are just like scattered sand. Now that Mr. Luo Feng has returned, this is great. I hope Mr. Luo Feng can lead us and continue to protect humanity against the sea creatures. I am willing to follow Mr. Luo Feng into battle, to fight for humanity. Atkin looked earnestly at Luo Feng, his voice going through the microphone, resounding throughout the plaza, throughout every television screen, every computer screen. Luo Feng looked at Atkin. He secretly laughed coldly. This Atkin, if he thought about escaping, with Babadas tracing through the satellites and his own speed, there was nowhere for him to run at all, and now, he actually created such a scene. Obviously he wanted the billions of people on Earth to witness and know how much he respected and worshipped Luo Feng. Saying he wanted to follow Luo Feng and fight for humanity. Mr. Luo Feng Atkin controlled the energy around, cutting off the surrounding sound from the outside of his barrier, his face filled with regret and embarrassment. I admit, in my greed, before I've made a mistake. However, I plead for Mr. Luo Feng to give me a chance. The Muya crystals, spirits of nature that Seigo Neru took from you family, I will return. I only hope you give me one more chance now that you've returned, even if given the Opportunity, I would never dare to do such a thing again. Atkin's posture was lowered. However, deep within, he thought the only escape route is to fight. Desperately in the face of death, with the entire world witnessing, hundreds of millions of people watching, with the media reporting, Luo Feng's image is undeniably brilliant, perfect, the people's hero, and I am showing so much respect, worshipping him. How can he do anything to me? If he attacks me, that would destroy his perfect image. Attacking me will raise countless people's suspicion towards him. Atkin Luo Feng spoke. Mr. Luo Feng Atkin bowed, displaying high respect, even his gaze towards Luo Feng seemed to be filled with respect and worship. Who? A knife blade became a beam of light. In the short distance, it cut into Atkin's forehead. Even the black skin that appeared the black god set was instantly sliced through, straight into his brain, his consciousness and spirit destroyed, the knife blade returning swiftly through the same route. Through the wound. The speed was extremely fast, so fast nobody on scene could see it clearly. Atkin opened his eyes wide, as though he couldn't believe Luo Feng would kill him in such a situation. Rumble. His entire body collapsed on the floor, blood trickling out from the wound on his forehead. He was killed. He's dead. Chaos erupted in the plaza. The entire world's televisions and internet broadcasts had captured everything. The countless citizens all over were shocked. The broadcasts rewinded the footage and slowed down the scene. Most televisions had a limit to how much they could slow it down. 100 times. They could barely make out the shadow of the blade piercing through Gold Arthur's head and swiftly returning. Mr. Luo Feng, why did you kill Chairman Atkin? The reporters said after having quickly confirmed the murderer after watching the slowed-down video. Mr. Luo Feng. Is it Mr. Luo Feng? How can this be? If it's not Mr. Luo Feng, who else could so easily kill Chairman Atkin? The plaza was in a mess. Mr. Luo Feng, explain why you killed him. A blonde female reporter didn't seem to believe that the hero she worshipped was capable of such an act. Luo Feng's cold gaze surveyed his surrounding. His formless spirit aura placed pressure on everybody, causing everyone to go silent. Luo Feng gazed down upon Atkin's body, is scum, and deserved to die. Whoosh. He flew into the sky, swiftly vanishing from the broadcast. The group of reporters were left dumbfounded, before jumping to their sense. Viewers and friends in front of your televisions, Mr. Luo Feng suddenly killed the HR Alliance's chairman Atkin, after which, he only said, he is scum, and he deserved to die. There was no detailed explanation as to the specifics of the situation. This station will investigate and report. A blonde pretty lady said towards the camera. Oh, my God, it's real. You are not mistaken. Mr. Luo Feng just killed Atkin. He only said scum. He deserved to die. While Mr. Luo Feng's actions were violent, however, I, Black Jack, am an undying loyal supporter of Mr. Luo Feng. I believe Atkin must have done some very despicable acts. The details are still a big secret, but I, Black Jack, will definitely get it out for everybody. Ever since Luo Feng disappeared from the screen, the various television stations or websites all began to debate about the details of the incident. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and flew high in the sky. Surveying the endless ocean, a rare smile appeared on his face. You still have the mood to smile, Luo Feng. You just killed Atkin. That has destroyed your perfect image. You must know, as a hero, a man known as an Unsurpassed genius, among the humans on Earth, 100 of all the discussions on the internet were all in favor of you, they worshipped you, your image was of absolute perfection right now, that's all gone, what a pity, Babata said. Perfect, I was never perfect. Luo Feng gave an indifferent smile, and I've never thought of being a perfect person, whoever deserves to die, I'll kill him. Babata couldn't help but think this Luo Feng repossession has definitely been influenced by the golden-horned beast, his brutality and killing intent is much greater than before, however, I like it. The hot blistering sun of June had no effect or way of diminishing man's passion. Yangzhou City, Mingyu District, many citizens had gathered here, their heads all raised as they waiting for Luo Feng's appearance. Even the communities of Mingyu were all excited and awaiting Luo Feng's return. Maybe in other countries, there were people who were suspicious about Luo Feng's murder of Atkin. However, as the pride of China, Luo Feng was undeniably and upright, almost everybody stood on his side. Luo Feng, a youth looking through binoculars, shouted out. Immediately, the countless citizens that had clogged up the district, even to the point where some were standing on cars, they all erupted in cheers. A silhouette was swiftly flying over, landing in a grass patch in Mingyu District. Luo Feng glanced over towards the district, smiling, before heading directly to his house. This smile caused countless of worshippers to cheer in complete excitement. At his house door, his father Luo Honghua, mother Gong Xian Lan, wife Su Xian, little brother Luo Hua were all present, including the now able to stand twin children. Luo Feng walked over step by step. His family's eyes were all wet and tearing. Call out to your dad. Su Xian held the hands of the two children who looked extremely alike. The two of them looked over and opened their mouths. Dad. Daddy, Daddy. Luo Feng was so excited and emotional he cried. Since Luo Feng's return in June, the violent undercurrents around the world suddenly halted. The greedy families didn't make any moves. Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits returned to their original activities. The entire world seemed, for an instant, to be extremely united. No one dared to disturb that peace. This was Luo Feng's influence. When Luo Feng returned home, he first went to pay his respects to the 5 good friends that sacrificed themselves: M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jiayi, and Solikov. Then, he went over to the Dojo of Limits headquarters, visiting Hong and Thunder God, who were still in their comas. After, Luo Feng organized a wedding with Su Xian. All was at peace. Under the influence of Luo Feng, this superpower, peace, prevailed over the entire world. Year 2061 Winter. Good Ping Ping, come, eat another mouthful. Good Luo Feng carried a small bowl, going to feed his other son, Little Hai. Come, good, right, eat another mouthful. Don't be mischievous, your older brother has eaten 3 mouthfuls, you've only eaten 1. Come. Luo Feng looked lovingly at his son, coaxing him, feeding the children. On the sofa beside him, Su Xian was personally knitting a sweater, smiling as she looked over. Luo Feng. Babata's voice resounded in his consciousness. Luo Feng, carrying the bowl in his hand, was startled. What's up? That black dragon ship, except for a few assisting functions aside. Everything else is ready, even though it still cannot travel through universes, but it can at least reach sub-light speed 100,000 kilometers per second. Babata said, in my storage space now, I'm currently fixing the assisting function systems, but the Black Dragon ship itself is ready for use. Didn't you say the metal gathered on Earth was too little? There was no way to engage in the golden horned beast's training, especially the deity of the world. There was no way to train at all with the Black Dragon mountain ship, even though it hasn't exactly reached the speed of light. With 1 hour's time, it can reach Mars. You can totally eat breakfast in the morning, head to Mars, return in the night and have dinner, Babata said. With such an explanation, Luo Feng was more than anxious to go. That night, Luo Feng informed his family. Year 2061, December 3rd, morning. After the family had breakfast together, Su Xian drove to her office. Luo Feng informed his family, Dad, Mom, I won't be here until the afternoon. I'll be back at night for dinner. Ping ping, little Hai, listen to your grandparents. At home, he bent down to kiss his 2 sons goodbye, leaving the house. His body became a blur within the yard before vanishing altogether. High in the sky, Luo Feng flew swiftly in the air, past the clouds, continuously heading higher. The sun above the clouds was getting increasingly glaring. Within one breath, he flew to 8,000 m above sea level, floating in mid-air. Babata, get the Black Dragon ship out right, first initiate the cloaking. Don't get detected by the satellites, Luo Feng's thoughts spoke. Relax, the #1 ship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, if it was detected by Earth, that's what I'd call a big joke, Babata said. At the same time, beside Luo Feng up high in the sky, a huge black disc-shaped ship appeared. Its diameter was 100 m. On its wing, a huge dragon was imprinted. Luo Feng took a deep breath. While a diameter of 100 m didn't seem too big, up close, it was still shocking. In comparison, it was even bigger than some high school soccer fields. The cabin door automatically opened. Luo Feng flew into the laser pathway. Then the inner gate also opened. Within the control room of the Black Dragon ship, Luo Feng, Demon Babata, is at your service. A crisp, clear voice sounded, resounding throughout the control room, and on the screen above the control board, an image of Babata's head appeared. Luo Feng let out a laugh. Let us depart. All right, Babata laughed. Hum. A very soft humming sound within the ship, even for someone of Luo Feng's level. One could only barely feel a slight vibration. This was definitely much more comfortable than the normal cars of Earth. Do I need to activate the scenic simulator? Babata asked. It can simulate from 10 to 100, no problem. Scenic simulator. Luo Feng was startled. As the ship's body is entirely made from thick metal, one cannot look out normally with eyes to see the outside. That is why we require the scenic simulator. It's similar to your Earth's 3D projectors, however, it's much more detailed and powerful than that, Babata explained. Activate 100, Luo Feng said directly. Shwa. The entire control room's control board, chairs, and floor totally vanished. The surroundings became that of the hazy ozone layer. The Black Dragon ship is currently flying within the ozone layer. It'll quickly, totally leave Earth. It has left, Babata's voice resounded throughout the surroundings. With one glance, Luo Feng could see the endless space, the vast space. Luo Feng turned to look behind him. A large sky-blue planet appeared in his sight. Earth. Luo Feng couldn't help but hold his breath. It was extremely, extremely beautiful. Even though this scene could be seen all over the internet or television, when One personally sat on a ship leaving the Earth and saw this scene. That tremendous and moving scene permeated all the way to one's soul. The sky-blue planet was getting smaller and smaller. The Black Dragon ship and the sky-blue planet were slowly getting further away from each other. Earth, the sun. Luo Feng's gaze drifted behind Earth. Far away, there was a star that seemed to be on fire, the sun. The ship has already reached 100,000 kilometers per second. It's currently stabilizing its speed, heading towards Mars. Babada's voice sounded. Luo Feng turned around again, looking in the other direction. It's just like a dream. Luo Feng couldn't help but to exclaim. Oh, Babada, over there. Luo Feng pointed to the left, far in the distance. A huge gaseous body, covered in ice blocks, was floating. The Black Dragon ship easily flew past it. That's what you Earthlings call a comet, Babada said. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. In the mysterious and endless space, in the distance, once in a while a planet would appear, even several small asteroids, star dust, etc. It's too beautiful, Luo Feng exclaimed. It is indeed very beautiful, however after seeing enough of it, you too would find it dull and uninteresting, Babada said. 10 simulation, Luo Feng said. Shwa. The surrounding stars suddenly became weak and translucent, as though there was a layer covering them. However, one could still see Earth behind, the sun. Just that they were much weaker than before, and the floor, chairs, control board, lights, etc. that were in the room all reappeared. This 100 simulation is like one is totally in space. If I didn't use my spirit energy to check, didn't use my hands to feel, didn't sit on the chair and floated, it would be just like the control room didn't exist. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment it. 100 simulation was absolutely stunning. Of course it's good, the 100 simulation, this is something only the B grade ships or higher have, Babada said. If it's a low-level A-grade ship, being able to simulate 50 would be extremely good already, unless one personally installs a good scenic simulator, but that would be a very extravagant luxury to spend on. Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask, what else with the grading of the ships? Even with the inherited memories, the golden horned beast's inherited memories didn't have anything to do with the humans and their ship grades. A grade can deal with star travelers. B grade can deal with star levels. C grade can deal with universe levels. E grade can deal with sector lords. F grade can deal with undying beings. A lot of items are sorted this way by their levels. Just like the laser cannon from before, it was a B6 grade laser cannon, just like the mother ship we discovered in number 12 archaeological ruin. It was a B grade mother ship also. This Black Dragon Mountain X81 ship is a C5 grade ship because it's a C5 grade ship. Universe level warriors would have to expend a lot of energy to destroy it. Also, talking about crystals, power crystals are the same, sorted into A grade, B grade, C grade. The higher the grade of power crystal, the rarer and more expensive. Luo Feng nodded. It was a very simple system, one could understand it from one look. It was very clear. The laser cannon, the power crystals, the ships, they all belonged to which level? Babada, what about the list of required metals that I gave you? Are those sorted too? Luo Feng said when he realized. Yes. The metal list that Golden Horned Beast requires can be clearly sorted into 5 grades. A grade metal, suitable for the Star Traveler level Golden Horned beast, B grade, for the star level E grade, for the sector lord. Golden horned beast, Babata said. Luo Feng nodded. The golden horned beast's growth was based on the growth of its internal world, and for its internal world to grow, it required swallowing metal. Swallowing metal was sorted into three main components. First, swallowing some alloys, ship remains, etc., or even low-level pure metal ores. Their efficiency was the lowest. This was also the slowest method of evolution for the golden horned beast, from the star level to the universe level required 100 years. Second, swallowing special pure metal ores, for example, right now Luo Feng was a star level 3 golden horned beast, hence he could go swallow B grade metals with almost 100 purity. If Luo Feng reached the universe level, he would require swallowing C grade metals. This method could double his evolution speed. From the star level 1 to the universe level 1, 50 years would be enough. The only price was the large amounts of appropriate metal ores. Third, metal groupings, just like how humans ate different types of dishes to ingest different vitamins and nutrients, that was the same logic. Swallowing a mixture of different metals may just create miracles for the internal world's growth. The evolution speed could be doubled or even sped up to 10 times or more. For a star-level golden horned beast, the most optimum metal grouping was 325 B grade 100 purity metal ores. Also, these 325 pure metal ores must be precise in their portions. That way, with just one swallow, the evolution multiplier would be raised to 89 times. Right now on Earth, there was nothing but normal or crude metal. Even what you all call gold is nothing but an A3 grade metal. Even what you all discovered on the moon, that blue gold metal, is but a A6 grade metal. Babata said, there are no B grade metals at all. Luo Feng nodded. This was also the reason for the golden horned beast's swallowing of bases. When it first reached the star level 1, it couldn't find any B grade metals. So it randomly ate some normal metal, ship remains and metals. These categories of metals had the lowest efficiency. It was no different from eating normal metals, maybe just the volume was a little smaller. The golden horned beast's evolution, relying on the metal groupings, was the fastest way. However, even with normal metals, one could still train. However, the deity of the world Luo Feng was extremely helpless. Of the two secret techniques of the golden horned beast he had picked to train deity of the world and absolute space, the absolute space relied on large amounts of training and comprehension. But the deity of the world's requirements were much more demanding. Deity of the world allowed the golden horned beast's physical form to enlarge or shrink. That's why its training required the consumption of several metal groupings after eating them. By relying on the complex groupings, they would be absorbed by the body and therefore change the golden horned beast's body structure and genetics. As a result, it can control its overall body size. It could be said the main component for the training of deity of the world relied on the consumption of metal groupings, and its direct swallowing straight into the stomach, not swallowing into the internal world. The many complex groupings for deity of the world was even harder, more complex than the groupings for the evolution of the golden horned beast. Luo Feng, we've almost reached Mars. The ship will begin to decrease its speed. Babata's voice sounded. Luo Feng looked over. The scenic simulation was at 10, which allowed Luo Feng to see in the Distance a red planet, it was red with a sense of tangerine yellow appearance. Wise, it didn't he look better than Earth? Who? The ship swiftly pierced through into Mars' atmosphere, obviously Mars' ozone was much thinner than Earth's. Babada, get ready to open the cabin door. Luo Feng immediately ran out from the ship's middle-level cabin, while running, the cloud contact bind armor began to extend, quickly covering his entire body, even up to his head, revealing only his eyes. The black disc-shaped ship slowly descended, while descending, the cabin door opened. So, a human silhouette flew out, his entire body covered in a red armor, a pair of cold eyes surveyed below. The gravity on Mars is really low. Luo Feng could feel immediately the difference between Earth's and Mars' gravity pull. He immediately adjusted the magnetic field within his body generated from his miniature planets to suit the gravity pull of Mars. This is. Surveying below him, Luo Feng could immediately see in the vast sand dunes and plains standing tall far away, what seemed like a degraded enormous building. Pyramid 1, Pyramid 2, 3. Luo Feng was shocked to see the pyramids, while they were degraded on the surface, their overall structures were still almost perfect. There were a total of 9 pyramids. There seemed to be no rule to their arrangement, however, their construction was definitely uniform together. From a glance, they seemed to form one enormous pyramid. Pyramids, and below them our Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Cities. Cities. Below the pyramids was the silhouette of an old city, one could almost see where the transport roads and pathways used to be along with the construction of several buildings. It was clear, however, it was abandoned many years ago. So, Luo Feng flew directly towards it before swiftly descending, landing in the sand-filled surface of Mars. It's been abandoned for a very long time. Luo Feng looked at the crumbling fences and dilapidated walls, all the more filled with surprise and suspicions. Babada, what's going on here? Why are you surprised? Babada said, it's a normal occurrence. Normal? Of course it's normal. This is a starfield. Before being governed by its owner, it belonged to the Silver Blue Empire's territory, Babada said, and Earth is but one of 2 planets with life within a 1,000 light-year radius. There is another. Luo Feng was curious. The other planet with life is about 100 light-years away from Earth. Even at light speed, it would still require almost 100 years to reach there. Babada said, only by reaching light speed and passing through the universe directly can one swiftly reach it. Luo Feng nodded. Earth, as a planet of life, is but a low-level planet in the Silver Blue Empire. Naturally it's filled with many humans. Babada said, its original use was a livestock planet, used to collect and breed powerful different kinds of monsters, selling them out for money after taming them. The population of humans was estimated to be a few million. They were all for raising and taming the livestock. Luo Feng knew too. A planet with life was categorized into one with a large density of humans living, a holiday sightseeing planet, livestock planet, forestry planet, agriculture planet, industrial planet, etc. For example, some large powers in the universe would use a whole planet to build a whole industry on. Earth's breeding had many valuable monsters. It was one of the Silver Blue Empire's more important assets. That's why it arranged for an interstellar fleet to be stationed there. Babada said, of course, they also relied on the Interstellar transport ships to transport large amounts of mining apparatus to the nearby mineral planets to dig and mine. Babata said back then, there were a lot of miners here on Mars working as a result, they built this mining base. Later, the owner of the interstellar fleet was killed in one blow. No interstellar transport ships could come, the miners on Mars couldn't receive any resources, even if they created their own resources, they couldn't maintain it for long, that's why, it's all gone now, Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked. So that was the story, this was a mining base. These pyramids are energy towers, Babata said, these type of energy towers are based on the automaton race's more low-level models of energy sources. Their quality-price ratio is higher with the use of these pyramids, the human races will never catch up to the automaton races. The automaton race is very advanced in their technology, Babata couldn't help but say, the human races have no way to compete with them, for example. Humans can only rely on evolution to step into the undying level, but the machinery races actually belong to the AI lifeforms, while they don't have souls, they can still possess the battle ability of the undying. Luo Feng was shocked within. AI lifeforms, while they have human emotions etc., they were still AIs, without souls, just like Babata. The automaton race had no souls, and yet they were capable of producing undying fighters. Scientifically speaking, they were indeed very strong. Hoo-hoo. A strong wind blew past, rustling up a large amount of sand. Luo Feng stood on the ground. Babata, scan for minerals, Luo Feng said. Activating mineral scan. The Black Dragon ship, which was floating in mid-air, immediately initiated its mineral scan function. A short time passed. Luo Feng, Mars has wealthy deposits of black iron mineral resources, Babata said. Black iron. Right, translated into Chinese, you can call it black iron, Babata said. Black iron is an A8 grade metal, it's extremely sturdy, it's one of the best sellers in the universe. No B-grade metals. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. His current self was a star-level golden horned beast, swallowing B-grade metals would have a higher efficiency. No, Babata said excitedly, but the amount of black iron is large within them, there should be quite a bit of black iron essence. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. The black iron was A8 grade, the black iron spirit would be B8 grade, and the incredibly rare black iron essence would be C8 grade. Just like the UNMO planet ship, almost all of the ship's body was made from the hybrid copper essence. This hybrid copper by itself was a D9 grade metal. The spirit would be a E9 grade and the essence was AF9 grade. A large black iron mineral, having one black iron spirit out of 10,000 normal. Black iron would be not bad already. A black iron essence, out of 10,000 black iron spirit would be not bad. The examples are extremely exaggerated. The black iron itself is very valuable. The UNMO planet ship, which was built mostly from the hybrid copper essence, must have been crazily expensive one. Hybrid copper essence alone would make a domain lord go crazy for it. However, the materials needed for the ship's repair, even in the vast territory of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, couldn't be found. Luo Feng, these 9 energy towers have a scan blocking function. They envelop a certain area, making it unable to be scanned. However, below the energy towers, there's an iron city. I can barely scan a small portion of the iron city, Babata said. Iron City. Luo Feng was shocked. Underground lay an iron city. However, the few 100m that I've scanned doesn't have any life. Let's go. Follow the left 12 kilometers long tunnel to enter. You'll be able to reach the underground iron city. Mars' surface had a particular route, what seemed like a naturally collapsed enormous tunnel with a diameter of a few hundred meters. So, Luo Feng immediately rushed into the tunnel, heading deeper underground. Iron City. Luo Feng expanded his spirit energy as a Star Traveler level 6. Spirit Reader. Expanding his spirit energy allowed him to cover more than a 6,000 m area. Luo Feng landed on the ground. In front of him was a blurry mess of mud and dust. He could barely make out a black metal using his spirit energy. Luo Feng had noticed early on behind all the mud was an enormous city door. Number 1, push it open. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, while he himself floated up and created a big distance between him and the door. A black metal robot appeared out of thin air. In strength, Luo Feng couldn't match up to this black metal robot. Rumble. The black metal robot's strong arms were fiercely pushing against the enormous metal door. Using its strength, the metal door rumbled and slowly opened, large amounts of mud falling from it. Dust and sand filled the air. Xiao. Dazzling beams of white light shot out, almost enveloping the entire metal door's surroundings. 7 to 8 dazzling beams of light shot straight onto the metal robot's body, knocking its entire body and slamming it into the tunnel walls, causing a large amount of mud to crumble. Luo Feng was however far away from the collapse. Damn, this iron city is still operating. Luo Feng was shocked. The scanning from my spiritual force showed that there isn't a single person in there. All that's left is dust. The 9 energy towers are still operating normally, hence the iron city is still able to operate even with the humans all dead. The Iron City's work and power still hasn't vanished. Babata said. Luo Feng, enter. These kinds of urgently built iron cities, their defense can't be that strong also, right? Now, the Cloud Contact Vine is a Star Traveler level 9, almost breaking into the star level. Back when Luo Feng was battling the Golden Horned Beast, the Cloud Contact Vine was already a Star Traveler level 7. When Luo Feng was nurturing his body for a little more than a year before, the Cloud Contact Vine was deep in the ocean and Babata was constantly feeding it Muya crystals. Before the year was up, it had grown to a Star Traveler level 9. The only thing was that it was trapped at the threshold, not crossing over into the star level yet. This speed, for such a specially cultivated Cloud Contact Vine, was not at all fast. Iron City. Luo Feng moved in front of the metal robot, flying deep underground into the Iron City, resisting a single laser beam and rushing in the Dark City. With Luo Feng's spirit energy scan, he realized the density of clusters of buildings within the city was extremely high. Luo Feng, almost the entire city is made from black iron, Babata said. Quickly, follow what I said. First cut off the power supply, preventing some of this iron city's important structures from being damaged. Okay. Luo Feng was very clear on the importance of cutting off the power supply. Left side. Make the curve. Right side. Yes, Babata was directing, very quickly bringing Luo Feng to a place where a large amount of metal pipes were densely gathered. Use the hybrid copper essence, cut them, all of them, Babata said. Clad in the red Cloud Contact Vine armor, Luo Feng looked at the pipes 100m in front of him. His thoughts moved. Xiao. A blood-red shard silhouette brushed past the pipes one after another, with Luo Feng being a level 6 star traveler spirit reader, plus his star level 3. Soul strength, a total of 32 strong as steel threads of spirit energy. Surrounded the hybrid copper essence shard, cha-cha-cha, the ear-piercing sound of the iron being slashed reverberated around. A large amount of sparks flew, rumble and explosion, from the metal beside. There's still 8 more energy towers, Babata said. Babata, lead the way, Luo Feng swiftly flew. This was a mineral base. Since the destruction of the interstellar transport ship and the depletion of resources, along with the environmental impact, the miners were forced underground, relying on the large amounts of machinery to quickly build crude constructs for the Iron City. The most abundant material, the black iron, was used for most of the city. After so many years, the energy towers were still running and the city was still functional. It definitely deserved praise. A few minutes passed. All of the energy supplies to the Iron City were cut by Luo Feng. Haha, it settled, Luo Feng. If my guess isn't wrong, all of the black iron essence dug out by the miners later should have been stored carefully somewhere. Let's begin our excavation. Whatever we deem valuable, we'll take it all, Babata said. Luo Feng immediately flew within the underground Iron City and began his big excavation. Mars, underground Iron City. This underground Iron City is pretty huge. Luo Feng, clad in his blood-red armor, used his spirit energy to sweep his surroundings, beginning his search. In the ancient underground city, Luo Feng, head to the warehouse, Babata said. The black iron dug out by the miners back then should all be safely stored in an important warehouse. Okay. Luo Feng's spirit energy expanded to a 6,000 m area, spreading over several pathways, constructs, etc. within the underground city. There were words all over these places. The words were in the universe language. With these wordings, within an instant, Luo Feng easily found the most important place in that Iron City, the black iron ore and material warehouse. When Luo Feng descended upon the large warehouse, he couldn't help but get shocked and cursed quietly as a result. This was going to be troublesome. The warehouse in front of him had huge amounts of black iron, almost like a little mountain. It wasn't just the internal part of the warehouse that was packed full, even the outside courtyard was littered in black iron. Haha. Back when the miners were trapped on Mars, even with large amounts of black iron, they had no way to transport them out. The black iron thus became the least valuable of everything. The entire Iron City is made from black iron. Of course, they would just casually dump it here, Babata said. Luo Feng, search carefully, see if you can find any black iron spirits. Luo Feng looked at the little mountain in front of him and felt helpless, using force to rush in. How would that work? The A8 grade black iron, just its sturdiness, was difficult for a Star Traveler level 8 fighter to destroy. Luo Feng, using the soaring shuttle, would still find it difficult to break through. Breaking through earth and mud was extremely easy, but using his body to break through a little mountain of black iron, it was just like an ordinary person trying to break through the earth. Extremely difficult. Collect, Luo Feng's thoughts moved. A large amount of black iron vanished, another pile vanished. Using the storage space ring, Luo Feng swiftly collected a large amount of the black iron. Babata, my storage ring isn't big enough. Help me collect them, Luo Feng said. His own storage ring was only about 600 m long, 500 m wide, 100 m tall. The space was a little more than 30 million cubic meters. If he cramped everything in, it might still be possible. However, Babada had his own storage space. Why not make use of it? Sly Luo Feng, no problem, I'll take care of it, Babada said easily. Shwa shwa shwa. He watched with his naked eyes as the mountain of black iron swiftly vanished. Pile after pile, within an instant, the outside of the warehouse, including the huge courtyard, which was littered with a little mountain of black iron, was cleared with everything being stored into Babada's storage space. A total of 1,800 million tons, too little it can barely build a small interstellar battleship, Babada said. Luo Feng laughed, striding towards the warehouse. With the black iron obstruction out of the way, the appearance of the warehouse was now visible. It was huge and rectangular, its big doors shut tight. Break. Luo Feng stared at the huge thick black iron door, the hybrid copper essence shard became a beam of light and violently slammed into the door, slicing through to the inside. It's really thick. Luo Feng could clearly feel the big usage of spirit energy. The hybrid copper essence could easily slice through the black iron. But because of the thickness, he still needed to expend quite a bit of spirit energy. Using half a minute, he finally managed to cut a hole big enough for a person to go through within the warehouse. The same old method was used, letting Babada store the huge amount of black iron into his storage space. Dark red color. Luo Feng's attention was brought to the distant little pile of dark red metal, from his huge amount of inherited memories. Scanning through the black iron data, he deducted that the metal in front of him was black iron spirit. Finally found it. Luo Feng was excited. The golden horned beast's internal world currently required swallowing B-grade metals for its growth speed to increase. Babada, check it out. How much black iron spirits are there? Luo Feng walked up to the black iron spirits. Shwa, a liquid silver guard appeared out of thin air. It stared at the black iron spirits, its pupils glowing with light. It was obviously collecting information on the black iron spirits. Its volume is about 35 cubic meters, about a total of 1,200 tons, Babada said. Oh, Luo Feng was about to commend him. 1,200 tons right now. The swallowing beast can swallow about 100 tons of B8 grade metal every day, which means this is enough for about 10 days. Key information. If the star level 3 golden horned beast were to swallow the grades of metal from Earth, it could swallow up to 100 million tons of metal. For example, the bases, they exceeded 500 m long and wide. These enormous iron bases, each one of them was about 10 million tons of metal when it was at the star level 1. It required swallowing a few bases for it to be full. Now at the star level 3, its capacity has increased, requiring even more swallowing. At 8 grade metal, it required tens of thousands of tons a day, the B8 grade. However, close to 100 tons was about enough. Too little. Luo Feng shook his head. After collecting all the other black iron from the warehouse, he still didn't find any more black iron spirit. Babada, the black iron spirit here is so little. Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. It's not little, it's the golden horned beast that swallows too much. 1,200 tons too little, Babada said. Of the elite bloodlines among the space beasts, every one of them is extremely powerful. The flame beast swallows stars. You, as a golden horned beast, may not swallow stars, but your Requirements are still extremely steep when you reach the Sector Lord level. You'll be swallowing E-grade metals, swallowing that much even your teacher, the master of Yunmo planet, would go broke from feeding you. Luo Feng forced a laugh. That was right, as he grew, he required higher level metals unless Luo Feng was willing to grow at the slowest speed. That would save a lot of money. However, to grow fast, just buying the pure metals would require a large amount of money. Let's continue searching. Let's see if there's any more black iron spirits in this iron city. They plundered the huge area. The entire city was made of black iron. However, the living quarters and some other places weren't. Over the long period of time, a lot of them had degraded. Plundering over the huge area, Luo Feng would occasionally find small pieces of black iron spirits within the degraded living quarters. They were obviously kept by the miners. Each time, the portions would be small, but the amount and quantity added up. It actually added up to more than 1,000 tons. 32 minutes later. Rumble. Luo Feng kicked in a basement door of a dirty and degraded mansion. The dust flew off the door, revealing the door's original color, dark red. A black iron spirit door. If even the door is made from black iron spirit, what else would be in this basement? Luo Feng was excited. Collect. Immediately storing the heavy black iron door that was at least a few tons into his storage ring. After, he walked into the basement that had been deserted for more than 100,000 years. The basement was extremely huge. My God. Luo Feng stared. Within the enormous basement, large amounts of degraded weapons were neatly organized. What took up the most space was the pile of densely packed dark red metal. In size alone, it far exceeded what Luo Feng had collected from the warehouse before. Also, in the center of the dark red metals, there was one piece of blood red metal. Black iron spirits. So many black iron spirits in the center. Is that the black iron essence? Luo Feng was stunned. There's actually more stored here than in the warehouse. Babada, hurry and calculate just how much there is, Luo Feng said. Because of the effects from the pyramids, Babada could only use the liquid silver guards through their eyes, gathering the data and calculating. There's about 12,300 tons of black iron spirits. The C8 grade black iron essence is about 360 kilograms, Babada said. It's much more than the warehouse. Luo Feng was very shocked. The warehouse's black iron spirits was about 1,000 tons in total. There wasn't any black iron essence at all. Luo Feng, I suggest heading over now to the underground Iron City main monitoring office, connecting to the control AI system and checking up on the history of this place, Babada said. I suspect this underground Iron City, because of the miners being trapped for an extended amount of time, the internal political system may have changed. The black iron spirits and the places they are stored in may have changed too. Alright, Luo Feng agreed with what Babada said. 5 minutes later. The black metal robot was working, directly linking into the Iron City's main monitoring system. Because it had the support of the energy towers, its monitoring systems were totally functional until the point Luo Feng cut off the power. Very quickly, they hacked in. I found the data. Back then, the Master destroyed the interstellar fleet with one move. There were a total of about 32 million miners trapped here on Mars. Through the Universe Network, they asked for assistance, even offering a reward for their rescue. However, after retreating underground and not receiving any assistance For a long time, the political system began to change. Among the miners, the ratio of men to women was 21. It's just like on Earth when the warlords fought for control, these 3-2 million people began an internal conflict after all resources were limited. Women were limited, beautiful women were even more limited. A few valuable black iron spirits, and the even more valuable black iron essence, were thus taken and stored by some powerful people in their own homes. However, the resources on Mars were limited, collecting resources and creating food became increasingly difficult. This iron city did not have the data required for building a universe ship. That's why they've always been researching building ships over a few thousand years. They finally painstakingly managed to build 3 small ships, sending some of their elites out from the planet to gather some hope for survival. Then, the remaining thousands of different races of people died in their sleep. This iron city has been maintained for over 3,000 years, before it finally perished, Babata explained. Luo Feng sighed. Over 3 million lives, constantly struggling. Mars had such a deficiency in resources, and with no replenishment, there was no hope at all. Luo Feng, let's go. I have the map to the leaders and those with power. Their houses are all here. Let's go to all their nests and check it out, Babata said. Okay. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. They searched a total of 12 houses. From among them, there were 8 nests that were totally empty. They were obviously powers that were attacked and eventually failed. The other 4 places, the rewards, were all larger than the warehouse. Henceforth, the entire underground iron city, Luo Feng totally cleaned out all of the black iron spirits and black iron essences. In particular, the total amount of black iron spirits had reached about 33,600 tons. The black iron essence had reached about 234 tons. Over 30,000 tons of black iron spirits. It's just about enough for 1 year of swallowing. Luo Feng stood at the Iron City entrance, looking back on the Black City. His mind was somewhat troubled to make the golden-horned beast grow faster. The price was extremely huge when it reached the universe level. A universe-level golden-horned beast, its swallowing power would be even crazier. These black iron essence wouldn't even be enough for 1 day's worth of swallowing by then. After sweeping through the entire underground iron city, Luo Feng flew out through the entrance. Luo Feng, wait a minute, Babata shouted. Why, Babata? Luo Feng was curious. Does the Iron City still hold more treasures? Stupid, the entire Iron City is valuable, not the black iron essence or even the black iron spirits, but almost the entire city is made from black iron. Babata couldn't help but say. Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng, haven't you realized that right now you are extremely poor? Babata smiled evilly. Very poor. Do you have any money? I'm talking about the currency that will allow you to function in the universe, not the money of Earth. Do you have any? Babata asked. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. On Earth, money had no meaning for him. However, in the vast universe, he was indeed extremely poor. First, he had 0 money on hand. Second, he had 0 money in his universe bank account. Your teacher has indeed prepared 3 back accounts for you, but that's for when you actually reach the star level, the universe level, and the sector Lord level. Only then can you access these accounts, Babata said. Before his demise, he made these 3 accounts through the universe virtual network. He Also requested that you to personally retrieve them with your own power. While your golden horned beast's body has reached the star level, however. Would you take your golden horned beast's body to the bank? Babata asked. Only after reaching the star level would he be able to accept the first bank account's treasures. However, he didn't dare show his golden horned beast's body around, and his human body wasn't at a sufficient level yet. That's why, Luo Feng, your current amount of cash is 0, so the bank accounts are as good as nothing. You do have many treasures. The Yunmo planet ship alone is a priceless treasure. The Black Dragon ship too is extremely valuable. However, if you take out the Yunmo planet ship now, there'd be no question, even the sector lords will come and fight for it, even the undying fighters will come snatch it. It would be suicide, and the Black Dragon ship you need for yourself. The Cloud Contact Vine already recognized its owner. The Soaring Shuttle or the Arc Cutter Blade you require for yourself. The only things that you can sell are the Liquid Silver Guards and the Muya crystals, power crystals in my possession, Babata said, and the Muya crystals, the Cloud Contact Vine requires to grow the power crystals. The Black Dragon ship too requires energy maintenance in the future. We'll frequently use the Black Dragon ship, and my storage of energy may not even be enough. We'd still need to buy more next time. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. He was a disciple of the Yunmo planet, and yet, he was completely broke. Treasures, Black Dragon ship, Spirit Reader weapons, Muya crystals, and energy crystals were all necessities. So right now, Luo Feng, before your human body reaches the star level, you are very poor, Babata said helplessly. Don't we have the ship remains? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Those are remains, deemed as rubbish. Even smelting them again would be too troublesome, Babata said. How much can they sell for one Muya crystal? Alone would be able to exchange for countless remains. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He who gave no thought to far-flung problems soon found suffering nearby. Luo Feng was very clear that he would venture into the universe in the future. However, the metal required for training could only be bought if he searched for them by himself in the universe. How long would he have to search for in the vast universe? Even the undying beings recognize the worth of money. Of course, it was the universe's currency, not just like Earth's currency, which was limited to just one planet. How would he function without any money? Without money, he wouldn't even be able to open a universe virtual network account. Luo Feng, I'll strike a deal with you, Babata said. The energy crystals I have in my storage, if you frequently use the Black Dragon ship, they'll be depleted in about 10 years. The Muya crystals are enough to let you reach the star level 1 along with the Cloud Contact Vine reaching star level 5 or 6, Babata said, nothing else. I'll let you decide how to deal with the energy crystals and the Muya crystals. Luo Feng began to consider carefully. His wealth was separated into 3 levels. The highest level, the Yunmo planet ship, the undying corpses, etc., were sources of extreme wealth. It was pity the moment he took out these treasures. It would be akin to suicide. The second level, the 3 bank accounts left behind by his teacher, he required power to retrieve money from them. The third level, the items he was currently using, the Black Dragon ship, Soaring Shuttle, Arc Cutter Blade, Liquid Silver Guards, and the Muya crystals. And energy crystals with Babata. I can't bear to it all. Luo Feng shook his head. That's why, your largest source of money has to be this black iron, Babata shouted excitedly. these are all black iron materials, not those worthless. Remains. The ship remains are the most useless in pricing, but these original materials can be used to build tools, weapons, etc. They are still quite valuable. Luo Feng nodded. Just like Earth's iron mining and their worth in the universe, while the number of places to actually acquire and dig out these metals are plenty, there were still costs for these things. Black iron is an A8 grade metal and priced cheaply. However, with such a quantity, Babata shouted, back then they specially used an interstellar fleet to transport millions of miners here to dig. Looks like this is my first monetary reward. Luo Feng looked at the iron city, his gaze burning. You are in charge of breaking it down, I'll be in charge of storing, Babata shouted. No problem. Rumble. A rumbling noise rang out from the iron city, under the combination of Luo Feng's dismantling and Babata's storing. The efficiency was extremely high. With an area of about 10 kilometers, large chunks of black iron material were being stored in Babata's storage space. Some black iron that were aggregated to pillars were also kept. After roughly 8 hours, the entire iron city had vanished. All that was left were some degraded remains. Luo Feng, other than those remains, will have collected a total of 92,800 million tons of black iron material, Babata said excitedly, haha. Just with these, Luo Feng, you have your first source of capital. Luo Feng flew out from underground. From high above, he surveyed Mars' surface. It's a pity, there are still many veins of ore underground, but extracting them would be too difficult, Babata said helplessly. Even with strength, one person cannot possibly extract all of the ores unless it's those kinds of pure metal ores. Don't be too greedy. Luo Feng was very clear. This place was the hard work of over 3 million miners along with their machinery. Earth, China, Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City. In the evening, the red burning sun was slowly setting in the west. A huge black disc-shaped ship was in the air thousands of meters above Yangzhou. However, none of the countries in the world had noticed this ship. The cabin door opened, a youth wearing simple casual clothing leapt out. The ship suddenly vanished. The youth rushed downwards. I'm back, how mystical, going to Mars in the morning and returning to Earth in the evening. Luo Feng couldn't help but praise out, also striking, quite a sum of money. Over 3 million miners' hard labor of digging this 92,800 million tons of black iron was even more valuable than the 2 tons of black iron essence. After all, the quantity was much more. Dad, Daddy. In the courtyard, 2 running little children, one of them shouting excitedly. The other also raised his head. Indeed, their father Luo Feng was flying down from the sky. Ping ping, little Hai, come, give me a kiss. Luo Feng knelt down and hugged his 2 sons, smiling. Do. A car's horn sounded. Luo Feng turned to see Su Xian was driving her car into the garage, purposely pressing the horn, causing the 2 children to shout, Mom, Mommy. Dinner will be ready soon. Little Feng, you and Su Xian have arrived at a good time. What a coincidence. Gong Xian laughed as she said. Luo Feng led a very comfortable life. The golden horned beast was deep within the internal world, engaged in the training. The internal world was receiving and absorbing close to 100 tons of black iron spirits every day. 2 birds with 1 stone. To Luo Feng, dividing his attention like this was extremely simple. Just like an undying being, a soul's functions and operation speed was no weaker than a living AI. Every second it was capable of operating on billions of things. Luo Feng's soul was already at the star level 3, if he divided his attention and controlled multiple things, he could control up to several hundred or thousand items to orbit individually with ease. Even if he gave every one of them full power, with the consciousness of a star level 3, he could control up to 32 threads of spiritual force. This meant to say, Luo Feng could do up to 32 things at a time, every one of them with maximum results. Indeed. 32. Back when Luo Feng was at the Star Traveler 3, his consciousness could control up to 19 threads of spiritual force, and right now at the Star Level 3 consciousness, he could do 32 threads of spiritual force. Luo Feng frequently sat on the ship leaving Earth, visiting the other planets in the solar system. No one detected it. After all, Luo Feng returned too quickly. Even the furthest planet in the solar system, using the Black Dragon ship, took a total of the most 2 days to go and return. Earth was in a state of peace. Hongning Headquarter City. Year 2062, Spring, in the Dojo of Limits headquarters within the enormous ship, in one particular spacious room with 2 separate beds there were large amounts of apparatus beside them, all used to maintain the lives of 2 powerful warriors. On the left lay Thunder God, clad in a white robe. On the right lay Hong, clad in black. Head. Outside the room, 2 people were staring in through the glass window, their eyes filled with sadness and pain. Ice Mountain, when will the head awaken? Allure couldn't help but ask softly. No idea, but I'll wait. I'll continue to wait on the ice-cold man beside said. Okay, Allure gently nodded. Suddenly, DDD, an ear-piercing warning sound rang from outside. Rumble. A group of doctors suddenly rushed in from outside, the 2 royal guards. Allure and Ice Mountain witnessed this scene with their eyes opened wide. The ward door immediately opened, 2 doctors went in, the rest were stuck outside. The mental capacity detector has detected some brain waves, an old white-haired doctor shouted excitedly. Both heads have brain waves, also, they are increasing in strength, another doctor shouted excitedly. The brainwaves displayed on the apparatus. Both heads' brainwaves began to fluctuate, almost as though the 2 were in contest with each other, one stronger than the other. Both were becoming stronger. Suddenly, the black-clothed Hong's eyelids fluttered, and after, he slowly opened his eyes. Nightfall. Luo Feng was with his wife Su Xian, each hugging a child watching television. Luo Feng picked up the telephone, looking at the number displayed on the phone, shocked. What's wrong? Su Xian asked curiously. It's the head, Hong's number. Luo Feng suspiciously creased his eyebrows. Ever since the swallowing beast incident, Hong and Thunder God have been in a coma. Su Xian too was shocked. Who dares to use Hong's phone? Hello, Luo Feng answered the call. Luo Feng, that resounding energetic voice sounded. Head Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Even Su Xian, who was beside him, looked on wide-eyed. Hong has awoken. After being in a coma for 2 years, he's awoken. This was definitely earth-shaking news. I've just awoken. Thunder God has woken up too. I just came to know of the things that have happened since we were comatose. Thanks for saving both of our lives. And also for saving the entire human race. Hong's voice was filled with deep happiness. If you're free, come over here to Hongning headquarter city for a bit. Alright, I'll head over immediately. Luo Feng nodded. Alright, I'll be here with Thunder God, Hong laughed. Hanging up the phone, Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim, Hong is back up. Thunder God too. Luo Feng laughed. I'm going over now, for a bit. I'll probably be back late tonight. Okay, Su Xian nodded. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, swiftly leaving the Jiangnan headquarters city, heading to the Dojo of Limits headquarters with his fastest speed. Dojo of Limits headquarters exterior, filled with battleships, was extremely bustling. Investigator Luo, the guard at the headquarters, paid their respects. Luo Feng swiftly entered the base, under the direction of the base's personnel. He headed directly towards a particular room. Within that room were Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng. Two men, one in black and one in white, stood up and approached as they saw Luo Feng. Haha, Luo Feng, you've really made a name for yourself, Thunder God laughed loudly as he bumped Luo Feng's chest. I'll let this matter go on the account. You saved my life, haha. Second brother's skin is really thick, don't lower yourself to his level. Hong said to Luo Feng. Thunder God stared back. You. Yep, I can tolerate this kind of behavior, I won't lower myself that much. Lu Feng said firmly. Damn, you too. Thunder God stared angrily. Hong and Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud as they saw this. Sit. Let's all sit. Under Hong's instructions, the three sat down. These three were the three strongest fighters on Earth. Luo Feng, Thunder God wasn't joking like before. He said seriously, this incident, after knowing about it from Big Brother, we were really afraid of humanity's destruction. Thanks. We shall dispense with the ceremonies, and celebrate with wine. Hong personally poured 3 glasses of wine. Come. All three lifted their glasses. Cheers. They downed their drinks. Luo Feng. Hong laughed. Your previous actions of dealing with Atkin and those other scum, thank you. If you had left those people to run amok, who knows what else they would have done. Especially my Thunder Dojo. Seigo Neru wanted to take the head position. To be shameless enough to lay hands on the families of the heroes who sacrificed themselves for humanity. Those kinds of people really deserved death. Thunder God couldn't help but scold. After learning of the news after waking up, he was really enraged. Luo Feng laughed. These are small matters. Dealing with those black sheep immediately helped stabilize the countries and bring about peace. Let them be used as examples. Hong nodded. The matters on Earth are but small. After Thunder God and I woke up, we discussed about it and came to a decision. Luo Feng looked suspiciously at Thunder God and Hong. These two had been in a coma for 2 years. What decision did they make right after waking up? Luo Feng, Thunder God said seriously. Hong and I both acquired information and history from the ancient ruins, and can even make translation software. You should be able to see that we both know a lot about the universe and the vast universe. There exist so many, too many strong planets and systems. Our Milky Way is also a part of the Silver Blue Empire. Also, for planets like ours without a master, the moment we are discovered, that would be a nightmare. Thunder God's expression grew serious. Hong nodded. Right, a nightmare. If we are lucky, our Earth may become the territory of a powerful fighter. However, the bigger possibility would be all of the humans on Earth may become slaves and get sold off, and after the Entire planet may be sold to yet another powerful being. Luo Feng nodded. Regarding this matter, Luo Feng was very clear status and position in the universe were differentiated, slavery and other existences, etc. In short, there were countless human races and clans in the universe. Everything was based on competition, based on filtering out the strongest. These strongest could attain high status, high ranks and salaries, while the weak would be subjected to pitiful lives. The swallowing beast may have been powerful, but since it was alone, we could defend against it. Hong's expression was extremely serious. However, the great powers from the universe can easily deploy an interstellar fleet. We wouldn't even have the power to resist. Thunder God nodded. The only thing we can do is make ourselves stronger. Only that way can we protect our home. Luo Feng's heart was very heavy. He knew even more than Hong and Thunder God in the universe. The fates of several aboriginal planets were extremely tragic. These things had become the norm in the universe. Occasionally these aboriginal planets may have a powerful fighter, able to fight for his planet, protecting his planet's races and home. Luo Feng, I'm sure you don't want to see Earth meet such a fate, do you? Hong looked at Luo Feng. Do you even have to ask? Luo Feng replied. That's why, Luo Feng, come and train with us in the future on Earth, not to brag. Only me and Hong are geniuses in terms of fighter capabilities. As for a genius in spirit reader capabilities, that's of course you, Luo Feng. Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. The three of us are the strongest in the world. We must be united. Hong also looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed, nodding. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The three laughed together. The heroes from before all said, the higher one climbed, the lonelier it got. After being invincible, there would be no other comparable warriors. One naturally grew lonely, just like before when Hong and Thunder God were in their coma. Luo Feng was the invincible being on Earth. Truthfully, during that time, Luo Feng did feel a sense of loneliness. And for both of them to awaken, Luo Feng was sincerely happy. Finally, he had some companions for the future. Luo Feng, from today, you'll be the third brother, Hong said happily. Little three, Thunder God laughed weirdly. The Emperor is tired, return to the palace we shall. Little two, hurry up and pour the wine, your master will spare you some change. Luo Feng joined in on the banter as he looked at Thunder God. The path of training will be very difficult. We will improve much faster when we help and spar with each other, Hong said. Thunder God nodded. Their comprehension levels are very high, but Earth's human genetics are really just average. Babata shouted. Also, they have no teacher. They are purely just like the blind leading the blind, without a teacher, without the proper genetics. All they have is comprehension. I can bet the two of them will take 10 to 20 years to maybe just reach the Star Traveler level 9. However, for the Star Traveler level 9 to break through to the Star level 1, that's hard, very hard, very very hard. The minimum would be at least 50 to 60 years. Luo Feng, your internal world is already at the Star level 3, that's why your human body can continuously evolve, even though it is limited to your Earth human body's limitations, and slowed down, but it's still much faster than them, Babata said. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Babata, doesn't our Yunmo planet have techniques and skills for fighters? Pass it on to Hong and Thunder God. Without a teacher, even with natural talent and genius, the path would still be extremely difficult. As fellow Earth humans, fellow warriors, the three strongest in the world, Luo Feng hoped for Hong and Thunder God to be able to keep up with his growth. How is that possible? Those are secrets from the UNMO planet Babata. Denied it, divulging the secrets is punishable by death. Our UNMO planet mostly looks for spirit readers, Luo Feng laughed, even. The teacher was a spirit reader, the secret techniques he created, like our all for spirit readers. Those fighter secret techniques are probably just things the teacher collected from others. Well, but they were still painstakingly collected by your teacher, Babata said. No divulging. Those who are not disciples of UNMO are not allowed access to them. Luo Feng's thoughts continued to bounce back and forth with Babata. However, Babata just stubbornly refused. Luo Feng finally realized the moment a living AI insists on one thing, there was no way to coax it. How about this? Accept Hong and Thunder God as UNMO disciples. How about that? Luo Feng asked. Hub Babata looked wide-eyed, nodding. That's possible. Luo Feng was stunned. That was too simple. Accept them as disciples. Luo Feng, hurry up and do it. These are definitely the best potential disciples, star travelers who have their own domains back. Then I even shed a tear for them when I thought they had fallen. Luckily, they've awoken. This kind of genius, two geniuses, people would fight over them all over the universe, Babata said, even though the master of UNMO planet was a spirit reader. However, one big power couldn't be totally made of spirit readers, just the undying beings and underlings of the UNMO planet master were mostly made of undying fighters. In the room. What has made you so serious? Thunder God looked wide-eyed at Luo Feng. Hong too listened intently. It's this way. I once inherited a set of secret techniques. Among them were spirit reader training methods, and also fighter training methods. Luo Feng said seriously. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God immediately burst out in excitement. Luo Feng continued, however, the sect I'm in inhibits external divulging of techniques, and I cannot oppose it. That's why I would like to ask if you two would be willing to join my sect and train. What organization is it? Hong asked. What are the conditions? What sect? Thunder God 2 asked. What kind of rules are there? Right now, there's only me left in the sect, Luo Feng said. Damn. Thunder God looked wide-eyed. Why didn't you say earlier that there's only you left? And I originally thought joining the sect would make us underlings, cannon fodder. A sect with just you in it, we'd definitely join. Right, join. Hong 2 laughed. Right, what sect is it? This sect is called UNMO planet. Luo Feng laughed. In the future when we leave, don't tell others we are from the UNMO planet sect. After all, the entire sect was destroyed by an enemy. That's why revealing the name would be suicide. Thunder God and Hong looked at each other. The entire sect was destroyed. That was a good thing. That's a good thing. Thunder God laughed as he commended. This means we have no restrictions. Hong 2 smiled. Bastards, these two bastards, to not respect the master. They deserve to be punished within the virtual space. Babata raged helplessly. Late night, in the living room. Hong and Thunder God seemed to be possessed for a bit. Both were staring at their wrist communicator screen, carefully reading the UNMO fighter manuals that Luo Feng had just sent over. My God, so that's how one uses one's energy, Thunder God muttered to himself. It's wrong, my seriously pales in comparison to it. So you can actually do it like this? Hong's eyes too had lit up, lost deep in reading the secret manuals. Luo Feng said from the side, training the foundation is the most important. If you want the starting speed to be greatly increased without it, you will meet barriers later, because your foundations are lacking. The Star Traveler. Level 9 to the star level. The star level to the universe level will become very hard to achieve. Your foundations must be solid. Are you guys even listening? This was something Babata ensured, Luo Feng said. Alright, third brother, even before the great nirvana, I was already practicing martial arts. I obviously know the foundations are extremely important. Thunder God waved his hands. This secret manuals are seriously too impressive. Stop distracting me from reading them. This bastard. Luo Feng forced a smile. It's indeed an impressive manual. Hong looked up at Luo Feng, his expression excited. Luo Feng, this is definitely the most in-depth, well-versed, and clearly explained, even to the point where several things which have to be naturally realized, unable to be explained things, have been written very clearly. It's extremely impressive. Luo Feng laughed. Of course it was impressive, just who did they think it was that provided them? These manuals. It was the Yun-Mo planet. Firstly, the Yun-Mo planet master had 9 undying beings. Just these 9 undying beings alone would have been able to contribute already impressive manuals, much less the master who had spent so many years collecting such manuals. Even in the universe, these were top-notch manuals. To the blindly progressing, self-training, and creating Hong and Thunder God, the techniques they had created couldn't hold a candle to the techniques of the Yun-Mo planet. For example, force exertions expands energy up to a maximum of 7 times. The defensive capabilities have no way to keep up with the offensive. In comparison, the physical body's limit for expanding energy is 100 times only. At this level, can one be said to be using his maximum body's explosive energy? Which means to say, the brute force of the average fighter on Earth were only using about one of their physical body's capabilities. Even the highest levels of the uses only up to 7 to unleash a 100, meaning one had to hit the theoretical limit, expanding energy up to a 100 times. It was hard, very hard. Even the sector lords had difficulty doing it. Just like the one's brain vigor, it's just how much one's mind has been opened. Luo Feng's previous brain vigor was 22, meaning he was using just 22 of his brain. For the average human being, just reaching 1 was already not bad. To expand one's mind to 60, brain vigor 60, 70, brain vigor 70, was as hard as reaching the heavens. Haha, you both continue reading, but remember, you can't pass these to other people, Luo Feng emphasized. When we swore into the Yun-Mo planet sect, didn't we already take an oath? Relax. Thunder God laughed. Hong nodded too. Within the personal virtual space, a blood-red castle, within the training room. Dressed in a black robe, Babata sat on the desk, one hand holding an apple. Shooting Luo Feng a glance. Hey Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder Gods comprehension are very high. Even without the manuals, they have their own domains. Their force exertions have also reached 6 to 7 times. Now with the manuals, there's going to be a huge leap in improvement in the near future. I know. Luo Feng held on to the book, reading it without even looking up. Damn, don't you feel any pressure? Babata's blood-red eyes were opened wide. He revealed his fangs. Pa. Luo Feng closed the book, looking at Babata. Say what you want to say. Not interesting at all. Babata curled his lips. Very simple. Do you Remember when you first came here, what I told you? I'll give you a hint, it's in regards to the foundations. Of course I remember, you said I need to use a total of 50 years to train to the star level. Luo Feng laughed, that's just to ensure my foundations are solid. If I really forced it and madly rose in levels, without care about the foundations, within 3 years I would have reached the star level 1, but the price would be that I'd never be able to ever reach the universe level. Right? Babata raised his head slightly, however, the times have changed. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. From the Star Traveler level 9 to the Star level 1, from the Star level 9 to the Universe level 1, from the Universe level 9 to the Domain Lord 1, and finally breaking through to the Sector Lord level. Every phase, every bottleneck, is a life-altering and evolutionary stage. It is extremely difficult. Babata smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. That's why the basics are so crucial. However, things have changed. Luo Feng suddenly understood. Right now your core is your internal world, Babata said. With the internal world's growth, your physical body's growth has no such bottleneck. I know. Luo Feng nodded. The internal world requires swallowing large amounts of metal to grow. The internal world was currently a star level 3, so Luo Feng's bodies, the golden horned beast's body and the human body, both bodies and soul, could only reach the star level 3. Oppositely, if the internal world were to grow to the universe level 1, then Luo Feng's soul and 2 bodies will have no such bottleneck. They could grow constantly. When that time came, it boiled down to aptitude. If the golden horned beast's internal world grew, then its physical body too would grow. But Luo Feng's human body, even without the bottleneck, will constantly grow too. Even though the road was straight, it was still much faster than the Earth. Humans' natural evolution speed. Because your core is in the internal world, as long as the internal world grows, your physical body and soul will not be bottlenecked or stuck. That's why you can totally do the force-feeding mad evolution way now. Babata said, with the greatest speed, greatest efficiency, to increase your body's strength. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. The only thing holding his own power back was his body's limitations. From today, your evolution will not rely on your internal world's metal universe properties, Babata said. While that universe is not bad, it cannot compare to the Muya crystals. The crystals have a large life force in aiding the evolution of life. Its efficiency is extremely high. Luo Feng definitely knew. He personally witnessed a horde leader monster evolving into an emperor level monster after eating the Muya crystal. Oh, definitely, must still be trained, Babata said. This concerns your battle techniques and controllability. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Even if his power was strong, he still needed to be able to use them. From today, for the battle strategies, we'll increase your controlling ability training by 6 times, force feeding and mad training, jumping 4 times. This way, we can roughly guarantee your battle skills can keep up with your sudden increase in power. Babata made the decision. Okay. Luo Feng too was anticipating force feeding to evolve. Since then, Luo Feng had been consciously training in the Yunmo planets. Secret techniques, battle controlling abilities, also the force feeding techniques, all to make his body evolve. As for his other times, he would spar with Hong and Thunder God occasionally, improving on his battle experiences. Year 2062, Burning Summer. The vast Pacific Ocean, the ocean was sparkling under the rays of light from the sun. It was colorful and gorgeous. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 human silhouettes broke out from the ocean into the air. Laughter was heard. Luo Feng, you've really stolen my limelight this time. Originally, I was prepared to simply use one slash to kill that Thunder Dragon Emperor you. I hadn't even flown over when you controlled the soaring shuttle from afar to kill it. The 8-tentacle Emperor and the Thunder Dragon Emperor were all stolen away by you. Well, who told you to move so slowly? Luo Feng said in jest. Damn, bragging after gaining an advantage. Come, receive my blow. Thunder God shouted. Rumble. The surroundings were filled with roaming electric snakes, and within the domain Thunder God was holding a violet-black battle saber, and wrapped around it were more electric snakes, almost like a spirit weapon. And when Thunder God's body itself moved, a blur of a shadow moved along with it, and the purplish-black blade in hand produced a clap of thunder. You think I'll be afraid of you? Luo Feng laughed. 32 knives immediately flew out. Without any regulations, they flew directly to engulf him. Chong chong chong. Blade after blade clashed with the violet-black battle saber, almost as though a highly skilled commander was controlling each and every knife, knocking, slashing, parry, surround, various methods, swiftly reducing the strength of the violet-black battle saber. Luo Feng just waved his hand and the 32 knives moved, as though they were on threads, surrounding his body, before increasing in speed, engulfing Thunder God. Damn. Thunder God felt as though he was fighting 32 highly skilled opponents, facing their perfectly coordinated attacks. Thunder movement. Thunder God raged, his expression somewhat malevolent, his veins protruding. Rumble. The purplish-black blade in his hand exploded loudly and fiercely, becoming an enormous thunder saber, quickly knocking the 32 knives into disarray. The knives were knocked into all directions. We're playing for real. Luo Feng stared, his body's movement became a blur. At the same time he said softly, soaring shuttle swordfish formation. Xiao xiao xiao. 2 of the 32 knives flew towards Luo Feng's soaring shuttle beneath his feet. The remaining 30 knives distanced themselves from each other. 30 knives floating in mid-air suddenly took the shape of a swordfish. With a mouth, a fish tail, it looked totally lifelike, very strange. Chi-chi, the 32 knives simultaneously glowed with a golden light. The golden threads linked together, immediately becoming a golden swordfish. Just like a fish, it wiggled its tail, moving strangely, and its mouth was extremely sharp. Stop! Thunder God shouted. Why are we stopping? Luo Feng floated in mid-air, a golden swordfish floating beside him. After getting hit by you the last time, you think I'll let it happen again? Thunder God muttered. It's disgusting. I'm already a star traveler, level 9. With my own domain, and I can't beat you. Big brother is stronger than me, now. Even the third brother is stronger than me. It's frustrating, it pisses me off. Luo Feng laughed. Using the secret manuals, Thunder God and Hong have improved by quite a bit. Thunder God was a level 9 star traveler fighter with a 1-layer domain. Hong was a level 8 star traveler fighter with a 2-layer domain. Relying on the force-feeding mad growth method, Luo Feng, over the course of half a year, had his body grow from a level 3 star traveler to a level 5. His spirit reading side 2 naturally grew by 2 levels. Luo Feng was a level 8 star traveler spirit reader. His brain vigor was at 32. He could already use the technique, the soaring shuttle swordfish Formation. Using this swordfish formation, he was ahead of Thunder God and comparable to Hong. The soaring shuttle had a total of 3 formations. The first, being able to control 12 external items. The second, being able to control 30 external items. The third, the final formation, required reaching the universe level, having one's own domain and being able to control 48 external items. With Luo Feng's brain vigor at 32, through hard work and training, he finally reached the soaring shuttle's second formation and made some progress. With the swordfish formation, be it flexibility, power, etc., the second swordfish formation was much stronger than the first mountain drill. It was extremely powerful. Its training process too was much more difficult, unlike the first formation, which he succeeded after first attempting it. Luo Feng had met the requirements for the second formation much earlier, but was only able to execute it a few days ago. Second brother, now you know the difference, Hong joked, then hurry up and go train, be it adding a layer to your domain, or breaking through from the Star Traveler level 9 to the Star level 1, whichever. Once accomplished, you will be able to surpass me and Luo Feng. The boundaries were separated into 4 main levels. Foundations, conception, domain, world. Above that is the undying being. Every level was detailed and tedious. The domain alone had 9 layers. Several universe level or sector lord level warriors struggled on the 9 layers of domain. Every layer required a lot more work and had more difficulty. From the Star Traveler level 9 to breakthrough to the Star level, the difficulty wasn't easier than going from level 1 to 9 itself, not to mention the even more complicated domains. Thunder God rubbed his chin. Brother Hong, you've always suppressed me. Third brother is even more abnormal at such a young age. He's caught up from far behind. This old face of mine is almost totally worthless now. Luo Feng and Hong laughed. Hong's tactical communications watch suddenly vibrated. He checked it. Something came up at the dojo. Let's disperse for today. The Thunder Dragon Emperor has been killed. Let's go home. Thunder God waved and flew away immediately. Luo Feng and Hong too separated, each returning to their homes. Flying above the continent of China, Luo Feng surveyed below. He saw the degraded and destroyed cities, along with the scavenging and surviving monsters, and several fighters carefully training within the city. Seeing these fighters, Luo Feng felt as though he was looking at his old self. Luo Feng, Babata shouted excitedly. What's the matter? Why so happy? Luo Feng's thoughts questioned. I've settled the auxiliary system. From now, the Black Dragon X-81 ship is in perfect condition. I just need one more day to install the auxiliary system. Then you will be able to take the Black Dragon ship and travel through the universe, roam about in the vast universe and witness the countless races and clans. Babata was extremely excited. It had been too long. It had been trapped underground for too long. He longed to travel and venture in the universe again. We can travel through the universe and roam about in the universe. Luo Feng was shocked, stopping mid-flight, floating in mid-air. Right, Babata said very excitedly. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel hot blood rushing through his veins. A normal earthling would be so excited at just the thought of reaching the moon that he or she would probably lose sleep that night, much less Luo Feng. Now had the hopes of traveling and roaming about in the universe, visiting the countless human races in the universe. This feeling of excitement was something that was hard to suppress. towards his home planet Earth, he definitely would miss it. But to occasionally visit the other planets in the universe was something that was exhilarating. Luo Feng, the moment your Earth is discovered by the scout ships or other empires, that would mean trouble. That's why you need to quickly enter the universe. Only that way will you be able to ensure Earth's future survival. Babata was thinking of ways to coax Luo Feng to quickly enter the universe, too. Venture. Entering the universe, the most important thing is you need to open an account with the Universe Network. That way you can enter the Universe Virtual Network and communicate with the countless races, Babata said. To a living AI like Babata, the lure of entering the Universe Network couldn't compare to the real feeling of venturing into the universe. As long as you can reach a planet, open an account, you can return home right. After that, Babata seemed anxious as he tried to coax him. Relax. Luo Feng grinned. I'm definitely going. I'm so anxious I almost want to leave immediately. However, I just thought about it. My internal world probably has about a month or so to transform. When that happens, the power of the golden horned beast would increase greatly. It's better to wait till after the transformation before leaving. 1 month. Oh, okay. Babata was somewhat helpless, but he still agreed. Universe. Luo Feng stood high in the sky above the wilderness, gazing over the vast territory. His mind, however, had long ventured into the mysterious and vast space. Within the space in the universe, the Milky Way's renowned void district. So, maintaining a shocking speed, flying through the Milky Way, a disc-shaped ship was constantly heading towards Earth and closing in. Within the ship, wearing a silver-gray battle uniform, a middle-aged handsome man stood at the control board. At his side, a fit, tall and sturdy man, with some black facial hair, almost like a black gorilla, with a height of about 2 m, stood worried. Captain, right now the captain's family and fleet have already reached the void district. When the time comes, won't there be a struggle within the family for the gains, leaving only a small reward for the captain? Humph. The handsome middle-aged man snorted. Even though my relationship with my grandfather is rather rigid, he isn't that kind of person. But this is a life planet, the black gorilla man said. Without seeing this planet, we cannot determine its worth, but it is after all a planet that an invincible fighter used to own. Its worth is definitely more than a normal life planet. In front of such big rewards, even the closest blood brothers would begin killing each other. Captain, you need to be careful. The handsome middle-aged man looked at the black gorilla man, turning around to survey his other crew, revealing a smile. Attention all, no matter what the rewards our squad will gain won't be small. After all, you are all buddies who've been through life and death with me. The crew all smiled. The moment we reach the life planet, we'll immediately begin sampling, gathering data. Just doing this would probably take a few days, the middle-aged man said. When that time comes, I can immediately enter the universe virtual network and look for a buyer. The family definitely won't be faster than me. Everything is within our hands. The middle-aged man smiled. The more benefits the family gives me, the more I will return the favor, my dear brothers. Our earnings will definitely not be small. Immediately, there was cheering and laughter. Atuka, how much further do we have before we arrive at the life planet? The handsome middle-aged man asked. A child's image appeared on the screen. His clear voice sounded, Captain, 91 days before we arrive. Very good. The handsome middle-aged man smiled. A silver-gray scout ship was heading towards Earth. The end of September, China country, Jiangnan headquarters city, in the air. 8,000 m up, a black huge ship floated. The ship, mid-level in the study room. Luo Feng stood quietly in the room, a wave of his hand, a small pile of dark red metal appeared on the floor surface. This was exactly 92 tons of black iron spirit metal. 92 tons after daily swallowing 92 tons of black iron spirit. The black iron spirits he had obtained in the winter the year before were almost gone. Luo Feng felt stressed. His internal world was just like a bottomless pit. Well, he didn't eat much every day, but he still required daily swallowing. The millions of tons of black iron spirits were almost gone. A year hadn't gone by, and it was almost all gone. Today is the day of the transformation. Luo Feng extended his right hand. The space around warped, engulfing 92 tons of black iron spirit. Shwa. The black iron spirit vanished. In the internal world, the surroundings were filled with gold fog. Even in the air, gold fog was all over. In mid-air, a fierce silhouette stopped suddenly. It was an enormous, black, scaled golden horned beast. The beast looked at the pile of black iron spirit metal that appeared in the internal world. Its huge dark golden pupils had a hint of glee. Hoo-hoo. The pile of black iron spirit seemed like it vaporized into a thick golden fog, its mass shrinking gradually. The surrounding golden fog got thicker and thicker. In about 5 minutes or so, the 92 tons of black iron spirit had completely vanished. Rumble. The internal world had massive tremors. The golden fog, which had engulfed both land and air, covered everything, shrouding the entire internal world. A large amount of the fog swiftly solidified, becoming another part of the land, making the land grow bigger and bigger. An indefinite amount of time passed. Everything stopped. The golden fog, which had covered everything, flowed in the wind, floating to outside the internal world, floating to high up in the air above the land. All that was left, some of the golden fog, which entered the golden horned beast's body. The golden horned beast's body was crackling and growing gradually until it finally stopped. Its body had reached a total of 420 m. The area of the internal world had reached 40 kilometers. Its height was 40 kilometers, only 40 kilometers, and above was their golden fog. The black dragon ship, within the study. The golden horned beast has reached the star level 4. Luo Feng opened his eyes. They had a hint of glee. Using the black iron spirits may have been a great expense, but the speed was much faster. During the growth of his internal world, the first 3 levels are the fastest, the middle 3 levels have a greater difficulty, and the last 3 levels are the hardest. Finally, the breakthrough from level 9, and entering the new level. Altogether, the amount of time needed is the combination of all the levels before. From star level 1 to 3, normal evolution, 1 year is enough. Level 3 to 6, normal evolution, requires 6 years. Every level requires about 2 years. Level 6 to 9, requires 36 years. Every level requires about 12 years. And from the star level 9 to the universe level 1, required more than 50 years. It was obvious the final step was the hardest of all, and this is the golden horned beast. If it was other races, the difficulty was hard to imagine. Night time. Luo Feng sat in the living room, watching television, accompanying his wife and sons. Luo Feng, why aren't you training today? Have you come to accompany me? And Watch television. Su Xian was hugging the smaller son on her lap, smiling. I'm keeping you company. Tomorrow, I'll be getting ready to leave and deal. With some business, I'll probably be gone a while this time, Luo Feng said. Deal with business? How long? Su Xian couldn't help but ask. Probably about a month, Luo Feng said. That long? Su Xian was shocked. Right now on Earth, what matter could take up so much of Luo Feng's time? Luo Feng clearly remembered what Babada had said to him before. His destination this time was 320,000 light-years away from Earth. It was a bustling strong planet, the Dragon Star. It was a super planet that was hundreds and thousands of times more bustling than the Silver Blue Empire. It was a place for warriors to gather. It was also a place within the universe where the upper echelons of people with status liked to visit. That kind of place had a lesser number brutal and uncivilized incidents, a much safer place. Of course, the prerequisite was money and status, otherwise, one didn't even have the right to even enter. Dragon Star, Luo Feng pondered. Luo Feng, leaving for a month, where are you going? Su Xian couldn't help but ask.